Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had the Control Freak Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was a 10-year-old boy. He liked the colors purple, red and blue, not necessarily in that order, every shade or together. He liked black too, but that's not really a color. He liked to draw. Drawing was one of the main things he did in his free time. He didn't like English, nor did he like science. Izuku wanted to be a hero. Izuku didn't hold fondness for any heroes though. Izuku wanted to save people. He didn't want the attention of the limelight, so he would go underground. He analyzed things in his head, he didn't like to write it down. Words were hard and it was hard to join them together in sentences that made sense. Izuku had been thrown into the foster system when he was 5. He had gotten his quirk. It was a voice mental emitter quirk. It was a quirk that wasn't from either of his parents or their parents before theirs and so on. It was a freak mutation. His quirk was called Control Freak. It wasn't his choice, Inko had picked it. If he says something and he gets a response, if he activates his quirk he can take control of someone, possibly multiple people. He's kind of like a puppet master. When he takes control of someone there are strings that only Izuku can see. If he asks specific questions he can get answers too. Inko had looked horrified at what his quirk could do. She was never the nicest mother, but still it hurt. He was 4 when he had discovered his quirk. He had been talking to Katsuki, his friend not friend. Katsuki had responded and his body had drooped and stiffened. Izuku had continued what he was saying, a request for him to push him on the swings, and Katsuki had silently followed the command. When Katsuki had snapped out of his hold from being bumped by the swing he asked what that was. Izuku didn't know. When Inko found out she made the appointment with the quirk doctor. 6 months later he had been 5 for a while. People avoided him, Katsuki followed them. Few people whispered taunts and threw punches. Izuku had gone back to his apartment where he lived with Inko after school and was immediately rushed to pack his things. Which was the most Inko had interacted with him since the doctor's appointment. Inko had been avoiding him since, never responding to a word he said. Soon enough he had a backpack and a duffel bag and was being sent into the foster system. The very first foster family he was placed with strapped the very first of many muzzles to his face. Rule 1, no talking. For it was too dangerous for him to converse with others apparently. He wasn't much of a talker before, but it became a rule that he shall not speak. Soon he started learning JSL, even if he had no one to communicate with. He moved through 23 different foster homes from ages 5 to 10. He learnt other rules over that time and his treatment was always different but never good. The muzzle was almost always on, the only time it was off was when he ate and when he went to school. Where they had gotten a muzzle for him too. Thankfully. Most of the muzzles he wore he could fit a straw through one of the gaps. Over the years he went to a free self-defense class, trained himself in multiple different skills he would one day need and done it all alone without anyone really knowing. Though Rule 2, don't defend yourself, it makes it worse. His skills were kept secret because that was a rule. At school things got worse. Taunts were harsher and more people got physical in their attacks. Some foster homes he had been in were like that too. Izuku is short. He is thin. He is fast. He has a bit of muscle. He has freckles. He has scars. He is pale. His hair is short, black with white scattered through it. His irises are black with silver specks scattered through them. His pupils are white. Izuku doesn't remember what his voice sounded like. Izuku is quiet in a few different ways. His steps are near silent. His breathing is careful. His movements can be subtle and swift. He can make his presence vanish sometimes too. Izuku is off to his newest foster home. One of his foster siblings in the last home had accused him one too many times of doing things and making her do things. The foster parents had yelled and kicked him a few times for what she said, but they seemed to have had enough, so he was moving to the next home. He doesn't think this home will be any better than previous ones. So Izuku, 10 years old, had been wandering back to his foster home from the public library. It was late, it was getting dark, a current rule for the home he was living in, that is not always a rule, was that he had to stay out of the house from when he leaves for school to about 9 p.m. at least. The foster parents did not like his presence. The two other foster children were allowed around, but Izuku was a villainous freak, and so he wasn't wanted. They kept him for the money as everyone else does until they're fed up. The good thing about not having to be back was that between school and going back he didn't have the muzzle on. His face was free for that time. He doesn't try to speak though. He may hum, but it's always very quiet, near silent. One thing he missed about when he was allowed to speak was singing. He used to sing, alone at the table in the classroom, but he would be punished greatly, he knows, if he ever tried any time after he got his quirk. Izuku had his backpack on. He was dreading the uncomfortable weight that was the muzzle that would be strapped on the moment he walked through the door. Izuku was passing an alleyway and saw a large man pinning a young woman to a wall, one hand pressed against her mouth. Izuku scanned the area around him, looking up, down and all around, and he knew no one was there to come and help. Izuku didn't have a phone on him to call for help. His cheap button phone was hidden in his duffel bag. He had forgotten about it. He bought it for if he one day needed it. So if he wanted this lady out of this situation, he was going to have to help. Pulling the hood of his old hoodie he had put on over his battered uniform, he discreetly crept up on them, back to the wall. The woman was struggling. The man was fiddling with his belt, whispering with an ugly look on his face. Izuku crept closer, unnoticed. Izuku picked up a wooden plank that was there with the scattered bags of garbage, and in a moment he swung, hitting the guy hard enough to knock him out. Looking up from the knocked-out guy, he saw the woman catching her breath. Looking around, it was still just them. Now that he had helped her, he didn't know what to do. After a moment in the quiet of the alleyway, the only sound, her heavy breathing, the woman was tearily thanking him. Izuku didn't know how to respond to it and nodded awkwardly along with it before leading her out of the alleyway, where she decided to call the police to pick the guy up. Izuku waved to her before leaving, listening to her thanks as he left. He wandered all the way back to his foster home. What stars visible were shining by the time he got there. It was almost 10 p.m. as he wandered through the door. The father of the home rushed from the living room with his muzzle in hand. Then Izuku was wandering down the hall to his under-the-stairs cupboard with the muzzle strapped tight to his face. He changed out of his uniform and into semi-comfortable clothing before curling up in the thin old blankets on the wooden floor. I wonder if I did that again. It'd be okay. Right? It wasn't vigilantism. He didn't use a quirk. He was defending someone who couldn't defend themselves, and no one was there to help them. No one was near. The streets were like ghost town. I haven't done wrong, so if I did it again, it'd be fine. 11 years old found Izuku leaping across rooftops in the dead of night. He was in his 28th foster home. This one was in an apartment. They didn't have expectations of when he should be home. They didn't care what he did so long as he wasn't speaking, bothering them, or causing trouble. He was expected to go to church though. They took the muzzle off when they dragged him there, which was nice of them. There was a mother and a father. Both were transphobic and religious, Christian he thinks. Those were two things that stood out to him. They were also verbally abusive, so him being him hated when they said anything to him. They constantly told him he would go to hell for being transgender. They dead named him any time they referred or called him. The good thing about this home was his little room had access to the fire escape. It definitely made getting onto rooftops easier. Which led to now. Izuku was dressed in a thick black hoodie he had bought at a thrift shop, black track pants that he had also bought at a thrift shop, a tool belt he had found in good condition amongst tossed-aside junk, thick gray gloves he had found in one of the pockets, and his faded black boots he wears that he had bought off support creators that had made them shock-absorbing, for some reason. They were quite cheap, which was good because he doesn't often get money. He had the muzzle on too. Sleep wasn't one of the times it was taken off, and it had a padlock on it. He did not have a key, so it stayed on. He was running and leaping, looking around at his surroundings. This was a regular occurrence. He went out every couple of days. Suddenly a scream rang out and Izuku dashed in its direction. Peering down into an alley found him staring down at a woman threatening to stab a younger girl. For her money, he's guessing. As always, he looks around to make sure there isn't a hero who is going to step in. This time there was someone leaping across the rooftops in his direction. Soon they were across from each other, staring at each other. This person was taller than him and in a similar outfit to him, except their hoodie had more of a purple tinge to it, but in the low light of the night he wasn't sure. Half of their face was covered too, but their face was covered by something less thick and shiny than Izuku's. Izuku didn't think this was a hero. Izuku hasn't ran into any heroes before. If he spotted heroes coming towards the crime he always ran away, because someone was going to help. Izuku signed to them. They didn't have time to stare at each other. Jump down on one? The figure nodded and Izuku counted down. 1. Both of them jumped down, catching the knife-wielding criminal off guard enough for her to drop her knife. Izuku, the moment the knife was out of her hands, dashed forward and tackled her to the ground. He flipped her as she tried to buck him off and pressed her wrists to her back, palms down. He didn't know her quirk. Izuku was about to reach for something to tie her up with from his belt when the figure from before knelt beside him and handed him some rope. Izuku looked up and nodded his thanks before swiftly taking it and wrapping her wrists tight. Izuku leant her against the wall of the alley before looking over to the victim. Izuku wasn't ever good at dealing with the victims. He looked away and pulled out his untraceable phone he had bought one night. He texted the police, the number he texts from having been registered by the people he bought it off, because they knew he didn't speak, him having pulled out his notepad to communicate with them. It was nice of them. So he messaged, telling the location and what he understood of the situation. Looking up from his phone he saw the figure crouching down in front of the victim. He seemed to whisper to them. Izuku's work was done, so he scaled back up the wall and continued to run. I wonder who that was. Hitoshi hadn't been expecting to see another person looking down at where the scream had come from. They were shorter than him, in almost all black, bar their gloves and belt both seemed to be gray. They were wearing a hoodie just as he was, so most of their hair was covered, except for some that covered their forehead. Their eyes were like his own, white pupils, but their irises were darker. Their face from below the eyes was covered by semi-familiar metal that shined. They were silent and got straight to work. They signed for him to jump with them on one and he agreed, for a young girl was being threatened by a woman, way older and probably definitely stronger. The woman also had a knife. They counted then leapt down. Them jumping down had caught the criminal off guard and the dark figure he had met across the rooftops tackled her to the ground, flipped her and pressed her palms to her back, which was smart and Hitoshi mentally noted that down. He had only been a vigilante for a month and a half, so he was still learning. He walked over to them and knelt beside them. He gave them some of his rope he had on him. They paused and looked up at him, giving him another look at what covered their face. He was awfully familiar with it. He had left his at home. They nodded and snatched the rope, swiftly wrapping the criminal's wrists. Hitoshi watched them lean the criminal against a wall before standing. He looked somewhere for a moment. Hitoshi looked over, remembering the victim before turning back to watching the mystery figure. Hitoshi watched as they looked away from the crying girl and dug out a phone, probably contacting the police. Hitoshi decided he hadn't done much, so he went to comfort the victim. When he stood and started leading them out of the alley, the mystery figure wasn't there. He scanned the area before looking up, where he saw them climb the last of the way up the wall before springing away. Hitoshi led the girl the last of the way out before deciding to do just as the mystery person had. When he got to the roof, no one was in sight. I wonder who they were. Will I see them again? Izuku at 12 years old, in his 32nd foster home, two mothers with powerful quirks, verbally abusive, neglectful, in a one-story house. Izuku was currently running from Eraserhead. His current thought process: sheet, 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 sheet. Izuku hopped across rooftops and dodged coils unwrapping to catch him. This was his first meeting with Eraserhead. Or any hero while patrolling. Night Raven. Get back here. The Erasure hero called behind him and Izuku idly wondered if that was the name he had been given before going back to thinking sheet, 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 sheet. Izuku reached into his belt as he dodged another gray strip shot out at him. Before he could pull anything out though, he saw another figure 2 roofs ahead of them. This one was vaguely familiar. Izuku moved his hands from his belt, dodging again and signed a frantic run. He leaped to the next roof, signed run again because the person was still there. Night Raven, stop running. Eraserhead yelled. He seemed to notice the other figure ahead of them too. Have 2 of them now, whisper. Don't you dare run too. The figure, Whisper he supposes whipped something out from their hoodie pocket as Izuku jumped to the roof they were on. When Izuku was running again, they threw what they had grabbed before running with them. Don't worry, he won't see us if we hide, Whisper told him. Izuku guesses that they either threw a smoke bomb or a flash bomb. Whisper gestured for him to follow them down into an alleyway when they were a few rooftops away. They jumped down and hid in a heavily shadowed corner where Izuku couldn't see Whisper or himself. Minutes later, Eraserhead was peering down into the alley before leaping away, having not seen them. A few minutes later, Whisper stepped out of the heavily shadowed corner so they were at least visible. Izuku followed. Both of them stood close though, just in case. Are you okay? They asked quietly, eyebrows pinched slightly. I'm okay, Izuku responded. Was that your first run-in with a hero? It was mine, Whisper asked, and Izuku nodded. Hi, I'm Whisper, apparently he/him, nice to meet you. Night Raven apparently. He/him, they/them is also okay, Izuku replied reluctantly. Whisper pulled out his phone after a second and held it out to him. Izuku took it carefully. You should put your number in. That way we can help each other out, Whisper told him. Izuku considered that for a moment before hesitantly typing in his number, knowing it was good to have people to have your back or on your side. Then he handed Whisper back his phone. Thanks. I'm pretty sure we've met before. I was still pretty new to the whole scene as a vigilante thing at the time. I'm not sure you'd remember me though, which is okay. We met on the rooftops, then we jumped down into an alleyway to save a girl who was being threatened with a knife, Whisper rambled. That's why he's familiar. Izuku nodded, to signal he remembered that. Nice to see you again, Whisper said. Hey, what happened to get you chased by Eraserhead? Eraserhead is such a cool hero, Whisper asked before seeming to geek out a little. Izuku then explained, summarizing what happened. Izuku had been fighting two villains who were attacking a mother and her child. One had a water manipulation solidifying quirk and had the mother and child stuck with their arms bound to their sides and legs bound together. The other had a mutation quirk. He had horns sticking out of his hair and a sharp tail swishing behind him. Izuku had eventually knocked the water guy out, and the water binding the mother and child splashed on the ground. He signaled for them to try and escape the alley and pulled his pepper spray out, catching the horned guy in the eyes before knocking him out, because the tail would be hard to deal with while tying him up. He had set both villains against the wall, tied up, and scaled up the alleyway when he sensed a presence. He had crouched and scanned the area, before focusing on one spot. Then he ran. He sped across the rooftops, a being on his tail. Wait, Night Raven, stop. Stop running. The person running after him shouted. A glance behind him and seeing the gray and yellow amongst the black told him it was Eraserhead following him. He knew of a few underground heroes, but he wasn't a hero fan. Eraserhead was well known in the underground though, the king of the heroes' side. All for One had been the ruler of the underground on the villain's side, one of the most powerful of men alive. All for One had been nearly killed in a fight against All Might, arrested, then they used Quirk suppressants on him before executing him. That was 4 years ago and part of why All Might was #1 on the stupid heroes popularity poll. Eraserhead was the king of the underground, for the heroes' side, but there so far was no replacement for the ruler of the villains in the underground. All for One had been ruler for over 200 years. After his passing, villains started to compete to be the ruler. The new boogeyman. Izuku ran from the underground king as he shouted behind him for him to stop so he could arrest him. DMN. Whisper said in response to what happened. You really picked up on his presence? I'll have to work on that. I'm not great at that. I did. He was out of sight but I was being watched, Izuku replied. Okay, cool. Whisper nodded. After a moment Izuku considered awkward, he turned to the wall and climbed back up. Peering around he saw no one and climbed the rest of the way back onto the roof. He leant over, looking down into the alley, seeing Whisper watching him. Izuku nodded slightly to him before running away. He hadn't slept more than 4 hours in 60 hours, so he was really tired. After the first run-in with Eraserhead, it took 2 weeks for him to find Izuku again. He tried to wrap him in his scarf and Izuku dodged and ran away. A month later the same thing occurred. Then a week later the same thing occurred. Soon enough he was 13 and had met Eraserhead 13 different times. He had also met Whisper 4 more times and fought together. One of those times Whisper had texted him his location and an SOS, so Izuku went and helped him out with 4 criminals. They had texted way more than a few times and gotten to know each other better though. Izuku was in his 36th home, this one was a group home, but he doesn't stay in group homes long, so he hasn't unpacked anything during the time he had been there. Kids don't like him, and there were at least 2 times they had sent him to the hospital while he was living in a group home. School wasn't anything interesting. He was bullied worse than he used to be, because the idiots were smarter than 5 to 10-year-olds now and were physically stronger. Katsuki still ignored and avoided him, but often he wasn't in the same class anyways. One day he was sitting on top of one of the taller buildings, drinking an energy drink through a straw when someone landed on the building behind him. He climbed to his feet and turned around, ready to run across the power lines to escape. Eraserhead stood on the roof across from him, hands raised placating. "Hey, Night Raven. Let's just talk this time. I won't try to arrest you," the man said casually. "I just wanted to drink my FING monster through the bloody straw I have to use. Now this guy's FNG here." Izuku still stood slightly crouched and watching the man. Eraserhead sat down on the middle of the roof, hands on his knees. "Why do you do this?" Eraserhead asked, and Izuku tilted his head questioningly. "Why did you become a vigilante?" Izuku narrowed his eyes. "No proof of vigilantism." Izuku signed. But we have statements that you're dropping in and saving people." The man replied. "No quirk was used, and every time I helped someone or fought it was because there was no one else around to help." Izuku signed. It was true, any time he saw a hero he left it to them to do their jobs. But we have no proof that's the truth either." Eraserhead responded. "Okay." Izuku replied, over the conversation. "Anyways, why do you do it?" Eraserhead asked again. After a moment of silence, Izuku picked up his drink from where he had left it and ran across the power line connected to the roof to the ones along the sidewalks. He ran and ran far until he jumped onto a low rooftop and climbed onto the ground, before jogging the small distance to the group home, where he climbed back through the window. After getting out of his Night Raven getup, he curled into his thin blankets, aware he wouldn't sleep. Too many people out there are getting hurt and can't be saved from it after it's done. There are so many heroes, yet no one is there to save them. Some people are unsavable, some people want or need to be saved. No one's there. So why not be one more person who is there? Even if he is one of the people who are unsavable. There were a few more meetings like that over the few months afterwards. Eraserhead would ask questions that Izuku wouldn't answer and instead ran away when asked them. Izuku had taken a break for 2 weeks in the same few months. Because someone at school had pushed him down the stairs, he had sprained his wrist, and because he was sent to the hospital he was moved into yet another foster home. A mother and a father, 2 kids of their own, 3 foster kids, including himself. Tonight Izuku had taken down a group of 3 people trying to kidnap a preteen, prevented 2 different rapes, stopped a drag dealing, and was now sitting on top of a rooftop, watching the cars drive by. Someone landed on the roof off to his right and he looked over, seeing Whisper approach him. "Hey Ray Ray." Whisper greeted as he took a seat beside him. Izuku tilted his head forward in greeting. They sat quietly together watching the cars drive by. There were never many at night, but they were in one of the more populated areas, where all the restaurants, bars and hotels were. "Love, why are you always wearing the muzzle when I see you?" Whisper asked. Izuku continued to watch the world below for a moment, swinging his legs gently where they dangle. Then he turned, one leg folding up onto the roof, and raised his hands to. "So, it's padlocked. It's never off for long." Izuku answered. "Oh," Whisper breathed. "I have one too. A muzzle. I take it off when I leave. I figured out how to unbuckle mine. It hurts a bit when I do and when I buckle it back on though. I've never had mine padlocked though. I'm sorry," Whisper told him. Izuku wasn't sure what the right response to that was. He turned, hanging his leg down again, and lay back on the roof. Whisper followed him down. They watched the sky together for a moment. The stars weren't always visible in the night. It was sad he could barely see any. Izuku turned his head, looking at Whisper, who turned to him and stared back. Whisper's irises were purple. He could see in the low light a nearby billboard gave them. Whisper pulled his phone out and took a photo of the two of them, which Izuku didn't mind, because it was Whisper, who was more like him than he had thought before. Then Whisper put on some music, shoved his phone in his pocket, and sat up. He got up so he was crouched by Izuku and held a hand out to him. "Hey, let's be a little silly. Let's have some fun," he said, and Izuku considered it for a moment before thinking. Let's be a little silly. Let's have some fun. Izuku placed his hand in Whisper's and Whisper gripped it, pulling him up. He spun Izuku around before pulling him around the roof, the both of them twirling and swaying to pre-Quirk music, Mostly Dead by Joseph Dubé, Moving by the Happy Fits, Heartbreaker by the Orion Experience, all kinds of songs Izuku had saved on his playlist on his everyday phone. He had upgraded from his button phone to his social worker's old phone that he had given him. Whisper quietly giggled as he lifted Izuku as they spun together. The kind of dancing they were doing hardly if at all fit the songs, but it was fun to spin, to twirl, to sway, so that's what they did. It was possibly some of the most fun Izuku has had in a while. Whisper is nice. Shota had heard music blaring on his patrol and found himself approaching the source. He peeked from behind a roof access on the roof he was on and watched two hooded figures twirl around on the roof along to what he thinks is Microwave by Ricky Jamaraz from the pre-Quirk era. He knew it was Night Raven and Whisper, having found the both of them a few times, but he had only ever seen them together when he first met them. He took a photo of the two of them, smiling at just how cute this was. He decided he wouldn't try talking to them this time. Even if he is trying to gain their trust, because they're ever so obviously kids who probably didn't have good home lives, so he can take them in. Naomasa had taken a liking to Whisper, who he had given his number to when accidentally running into him months ago, so he would probably take him. If they can take them in. There was no proof of either of them using quirks, and they were so very young. Shota just wanted to help. Shota wanted to wrap little Night Raven up. They were really little. Tiny really, and make sure he was happy and safe, because Shota was soft for kids. He acted like a hard ass around students, but he is soft for kids. Shota watched as the two jumped and spun around the rooftop along to 3090 by Andrew Garfield with a small smile, hearing a quiet giggle hidden by the music. He took a few more pictures before continuing his patrol. Denki was in his hotel room. His mother was out drinking with some of her hero buddies. One of them was getting married, so they had to travel to attend. He looked out of the window when he heard loud muffled music, and across from his window on top of the rooftop of a two-story building that he thinks is a convenience store, two hooded, masked figures were dancing. It made Denki smile because it was so cute and silly. They were dancing along to all kinds of songs he recognized as pre-Quirk era. He grabbed his phone and opened the window. He clicked into the camera and pressed record as One Day by Lovejoy started playing. He watched as they twirled around the rooftop, picked each other up and spun, jumped and swayed. He absolutely loved them. They were so cute. He thinks they may be vigilantes. He knew there were a few vigilantes in the city. He liked reading in the underground Discord servers, full of civilians, heroes, villains, and vigilantes. There were chats on one server, dedicated to vigilantes Night Raven and Whisper. They were said to be vigilantes that moved all over the city, saving people when there was no hero around. Some say they think they only get themselves involved if there is no hero nearby to help. Night Raven has apparently been around for 3 years, close to 4 by now, and Whisper has been around for 2 years, but apparently neither of them were noticed for a good while, the police having assumed it was just one-time random little helpers before the same descriptions kept popping up. They're said to wear hoodies, pants, masks, gloves, boots, and tool belts. Whisper wears a purple hoodie and Night Raven wears almost all black. Looking closely, Denki thinks this is definitely them, and he is now definitely a fan. The next day, Denki had edited and posted the video to his channel under the title, Two Vigilantes Dancing on the Rooftops. The comments on that video were filled with people saying how cute they were and how they loved them. A week after Izuku had danced with Whisper on the rooftops, he had found the video of the two of them. They looked silly, but he liked it. Currently, Izuku was running, listening for distress. He heard a fight. Grunts, groans, punches being thrown. Soon he was peeking over the ledge and he saw Eraserhead was losing a fight. There were 2 people knocked out but 2 people still up. Izuku assumed it was a drag deal or something, because there was a small case and a bag tossed to the side that didn't really look like the trash in the alley. Eraserhead clearly had some kind of injury done to his nose and something was up with his leg too, but he was still going. Eraserhead was erasing one of their quirks, but the one whose quirk wasn't erased seemed to have a disorienting quirk. Eraserhead seemed to have to focus very hard to do anything against them and seemed wobbly more than just what an injury would do. Izuku didn't know how it worked though. Izuku jumped down and knocked the disorienting guy out before turning to the guy whose quirk was erased. Eraserhead seemed to get his bearings and whipped his capture weapon out, wrapping the last guy up. Izuku tied the others up before starting to climb back up the building wall. "Wait, Night Raven." Eraserhead called and Izuku hesitated for a moment before looking down at him. "Thank you. You did good." Izuku stared for a moment before continuing to climb up and running away until he heard something else. Shota wandered into Naomasa's office after patching himself up as he was taught by Recovery Girl to do. "Shota? What happened?" "No, drag deal. I took out 2 thugs before erasing one of their quirks and the other used a quirk that makes you feel slightly intoxicated on me. So I was losing the fight for a bit, struggling to focus. Erasing that guy's quirk didn't come to mind sadly, so I could have very well been knocked out in an alley somewhere. Then Night Raven came and saved the day. They jumped down from the roof knocking the guy out, then I wrapped the other guy in my capture weapon. Then the kid left." Shota explained. "DMN. Have they spoken at all? Whisper has been texting me since last week about how he got Night Raven to dance with him and how fun it was." Naomasa laughed. No, they never say a word to me. The only time they've responded to me was when I first sat on the roof and asked them why they were committing vigilantism, and they said that we had no proof they were because there was no proof of a quirk being used. They had told me that through sign. I did see them dancing that day though. You want to see the photos I took?" Shota asked and Naomasa nodded. "I do. There's a video I found of it too, but I haven't watched it yet. The comments are full of people geeking out over how cute they were." Naomasa told him, leaning over his desk as Shota leaned forward in his seat to hand him his phone. "That oh my god, that is precious. Oh my god, you're right. Night Raven is tiny, Whisper is so much taller. I've never met or seen Night Raven before. I just want to take them home and wrap them in bubble wrap. They're children. They're out fighting FANG crime and tiny." Shota did not whine. "Tell me about it." Naomasa drawled, face planting on his desk. "At least you have some kind of relationship with your one. Mine doesn't seem to know how to interact with people based off of the statements from the victims, who most of the time got an awkward nod at most before they disappeared. They also run away from me. I really want to know what they're like. I don't have much of an understanding of their personality yet, just quiet. Smart and awkward basically." Shota rambled. Now hummed in response. "Coffee?" "No, coffee," Shota stated. Izuku, surprisingly still in his 36th home, a few months after helping Eraserhead, sat on yet another rooftop, this time in the middle of it, drinking an energy drink through a straw. He hadn't slept in 30-something hours. Izuku sensed a presence to his left and tensed, whipping his head towards it, watching as Eraserhead swung onto the rooftop he was on. Eraserhead took a seat a couple meters away from him. Izuku continued to drink, still slightly tense. "What's your favorite color?" Eraserhead asked after a moment of silence, and Izuku narrowed his eyes for a moment. "What the F dash? Purple, red, blue, not necessarily in that order, together, or in every shade. Black too, but that's not a color." Izuku answered, it was something that had been the same since he was 3. "Cool, mine are blue and yellow. Pastels preferably and not necessarily together." Eraserhead told him. Izuku stuck the straw through the gap again and continued to drink. "What do you like to do in your spare time?" "I like to sleep." "Draw." "That's cool." Eraserhead replied. "Oh." Eraserhead dug through his pockets for a moment before holding out a little card to him, which Izuku hesitantly took. "That's my number, text or call whenever you want about anything." Izuku shrugged and pocketed it. "Is Whisper your friend?" Eraserhead asked after a moment of silence. Izuku tilted his head, brows pinched. I don't know the answer to this question. Izuku pulled out his phone and opened Whisper's contact. Whisper. Raven, are we friends? 1:37 a.m. Whisper. Yes. Are you out today? I'm out today. Where is you? 1:39 a.m. Raven. Okay. I am on a rooftop on XXX. 1:40 a.m. Whisper. Am coming. 1:40 a.m. Raven. Okay. 1:41 a.m. Izuku looked up at Eraserhead after pocketing his phone. Yes. Izuku answered, before taking another sip of his energy drink. That's nice. Do you have many friends? Eraserhead asked. No. Why do you ask? Izuku asked, suspicious. I'm trying to get to know you. Eraserhead replied. Izuku blinked because, what the F dash? Is this a trap? Another presence approached and Izuku looked over as Whisper leapt onto the roof and walked over, taking a seat beside Izuku. Hey Ray Ray. How's it going? Whisper asked. Hi. I'm fine. Izuku replied. Whisper wrapped one of his arms around his shoulders. Nice. How are you, Eraser? Tsuka talk about me? Whisper hummed. Hello, I'm doing good. He does talk about you, he loves talking about you. Eraserhead told him. Whisper gasped playfully and pulled out his phone, still having an arm wrapped around Izuku. He took another photo of the two of them and sent it to who he assumed was Tsuka. Tsuka. Wisp. Insert image 1:53 a.m. Wisp. Eraser says you talk about me. 1:53 a.m. Wisp. That you love talking about me. 1:54 a.m. Wisp. Ray Ray is here too, doing Ray Ray things. Laughing face. 1:54 a.m. Tsuka. 1 I am saving. That photo, printing it off and framing it. 2 I am murdering Eraserhead. 3 you cannot murder, it's against the rules. For I do talk about you. 5 I love talking about you, that is true. 6 what kind of things are Ray Ray things? 1:56 a.m. Wisp. Drinking energy drinks through straws while sitting on a rooftop. 1:57 a.m. Tsuka. How many energy drinks have they had? 1:57 a.m. Wisp. I asked and they didn't answer. Just obnoxiously slurped their monster and looked away. 1:57 a.m. Wisp. Eraser laughed. 1:58 a.m. Wisp. Now I just want to know the answer. 1:58 a.m. Wisp. He always looks so sweepy. 1:58 a.m. Wisp. Why did you mention it? 1:59 a.m. Tsuka. I was concerned I'm sorry. 2:01 a.m. Wisp. It is too late for the sorrys. 2:02 a.m. Tsuka. And oh, I'm sorry. 2:02 a.m. Wisp. Rere just signed to me that this was very dramatic and that they were greatly entertained. 2:03 am. Wispy. Eraser laughed again. 2:03 am. Wisp. You is forgiven, for you has amused the lovely Ray and by extension an Eraser who knows not what is being said. Nods then dabs but not physically because has a Ray 2:04 am. Tsuka. Yash. 2:05 am. Wisp. Okay bye now. 2:05 a.m. Tsuka. Okay bye. 2:05 a.m. Tsuka said he was gonna murder you and that I wasn't allowed to murder because it was against the rules. Whisper told Eraserhead. Izuku thinks the man may have pouted slightly. Which was odd because the man was just told he was gonna be killed by Tsuka. Eraserhead stood after a moment. You kids should head back to bed, it's getting late. Eraserhead told them. Bye. Then he swung away. Izuku looked up to Whisper who looked down at him. Then Whisper giggled. You kids should head back to bed, it's getting late. The man tells the two vigilante children, as one sips on an energy drink and the other is there for the heck of it. Whisper cackled, lying back onto the roof, dragging Izuku down with him. I'm like almost 100% sure I'm an insomniac. It's getting late, he says. Izuku mocked and Whisper started cackling again, repeating, same, over and over again. After a while of them being curled into each other after cackling and silent laughter, Whisperer spoke again. Did you know that you are one of my favorite people? My favorite person. Whisper whispered. Izuku shook his head slightly and stared up at Whisper before signing. No. You're my favorite person though. Whisper seemed to smile at that and hugged him tight. I have a friend. Whisper. Raven, if bald people worked in restaurants. Do they still wear the hairnets? 4:28 a.m. Whisper, wa 6:03 a.m. Whisper, IDK but I wanna know now. 6:04. Raven, I hope they do. I don't want their sweaty dead hairless head skin in my food. 6:39 a.m. Whisper, oh my god gross. 6:42 a.m. Whisper, sweaty dead hairless head skin, what the 6:42 a.m. Whisper, I don't even think you say that to be funny but it's so weird it's funny. 6:42 a.m. Raven, it's a good thing I've never been to a restaurant. That way I've never had sweaty dead hairless head skin in my food. 6:43 a.m. Whisper, one day I am taking you to a restaurant and I promise I'll make sure bald people are wearing hairnets. I'm taking you to a restaurant when I'm not BROKE cause everyone should go to a restaurant at some point in their lives. 6:49 a.m. Raven, I live off of convenience store food, energy drinks and whatever I can take while the guardians aren't looking. 6:51 a.m. Whisper, you know, kinda same TBH, plus coffee, but still. 6:52 a.m. Raven, okay. 6:52 a.m. Raven, I'm off to the convenience store for the life juice before school where I will not actually learn anything useful. Bye. 6:54 a.m. Whisper, oof, the same by Ray Ray. 6:54 a.m. Whisper. Whisper, jellyfish are so jiggly. 11:49 p.m. Raven, what? I was patrolling but this is much more interesting. 11:55 p.m. Whisper, I saw a video of a jellyfish while I was at the library and immediately went looking for books to look at the pictures of them. They look jiggly. 11:57 p.m. Raven, what if they're insecure? 12 a.m. Whisper, OHNO. Insecure jelly. 12:01 a.m. Raven, I wonder if they're ever jealous of plastic bags. 12:03 a.m. Whisper, WHY? 12:04 a.m. Raven, because people avoid touching them cause they can sting, but plastic bags have a similar appearance and are always getting touched and picked up. What if the jellyfish are touch-starved or their love language? I think that's a thing. Is physical contact? 12:06 a.m. Raven, maybe they'd be jealous. 12:07 a.m. Whisper, you're the best. I love your brain. 12:07 a.m. Raven, someone's getting beat up so I should go. 12:07 a.m. Raven, bye. 12:08 a.m. Whisper, bye Ray Ray. 12:08 a.m. Whisper. Whisper, you should give me a nickname. 3:15 a.m. Raven, do you want one? 3:16 a.m. Whisper, sure. 3:16 a.m. Raven, okay. 3:17 a.m. Raven, wispy. 3:17 a.m. Whisper, whoa. 3:18 a.m. Whisper, 3:18 a.m. Izuku then changed Whisper's contact to Wispy because Whisper seemed to like it. Wispy. Wispy, hey, I was wondering, how old are you? 7:43 p.m. Wispy, I'm 7:43 p.m. Raven, 8:38 p.m. Wispy, oh, who's older? My birthday is July 1st, 9:12 p.m. Raven, one moment I have it written down somewhere. 9:15 p.m. Raven, July 15th, 9:16 p.m. Wispy, darlin', when was the last time you celebrated your birthday? 9:16 p.m. Raven, what do you mean by celebrated? 9:17 p.m. Raven, do you mean like birthday parties? I've heard people talk about them. 9:17 p.m. Raven, how would I celebrate my birthday? 9:17 p.m. Wispy, have you ever gotten gifts on your birthday or sang, happy birthday? Have you had a birthday cake? Has no one ever celebrated your birthday with you? Have you never celebrated others' birthdays? There's supposed to be a day for you, your special day. 9:19 p.m. Raven, no? 9:19 p.m. Wispy, well. We are celebrating your birthday this year and you can celebrate mine with me too. I haven't gotten to celebrate it in a long time. 9:20 a.m. Raven, okay. 9:20 a.m. Eraserhead. Raven, this is night. Raven. 5:32 a.m. Eraserhead, hi, Night Raven, I'm glad you texted. 5:57 a.m. Raven, okay. 6:01 a.m. Eraserhead. Eraserhead, how are you today, kid? 4:59 p.m. Raven, in a state of existing. 6:23 p.m. Eraserhead, that's nice. 6:34 p.m. Eraserhead, will you be out later? 6:37 p.m. Raven, maybe. 7:28 p.m. Eraserhead, okay. 7:39 p.m. Eraserhead. Raven, cats get away with napping in random places, but when I do it I get kicked. 3:59 p.m. Eraserhead, what? Who's kicking you? Where were you napping? 4:11 p.m. Raven, oh, I was taking a nap, leaning against a pole while sitting on a fence. Then someone from my school saw me and decided to kick me. 4:17 p.m. Raven, bye. 4:17 p.m. Eraserhead, what? Bye. 4:17 p.m. Eraserhead. Eraserhead, who is your favorite person? 11:33 p.m. Raven, I'm on patrol. Whisper, bye. 11:36 p.m. Eraserhead, oh, wait, I'll come find you. 11:36 p.m. Raven, no thanks, I'm gonna run towards the crying children and shouting guys instead. 11:37 p.m. Eraserhead, oh my god. 11:37 p.m. Chapter text. Izuku was finishing stitching up something he had bought. He had asked Eraserhead what common things occur on birthdays. One thing mentioned was presents, so since he was going out with Whisper to celebrate his birthday, Izuku had gone out and bought a gift. There was a tear in the side of it though, so Izuku had to stitch it up. So this morning before school Izuku stitched it up. He was going to stay out of his now 38th foster home, as he had been moved twice more, until it was time to meet up. Since being let out was one of the only time the muzzle was off, Izuku had a fabric mask in his pocket and a hoodie in his bag, not his vigilante one though, but it was basically the same, except with a zipper. Izuku had saved up some of the small allowance that he was given monthly, that he usually saved to survive off of, to have money on him just in case it was necessary to have more than $4 on him. I hope I'm doing this birthday celebrating thing right. Izuku, after school had finished, had climbed up and sat on the roof of the public library, where Whisper had told him to meet. He had pulled the fabric mask on, just in case Whisper showed early, and turned on his playlist, before lying down, knowing it was going to be a while before he came. They had planned to meet at 7 p.m., the earliest they would have ever met. Izuku was scrolling aimlessly on his phone when finally around 6:30 someone stepped onto the roof. Looking over and sitting up he saw Whisper walking over, a school bag hanging over one shoulder. Hey Ray Ray. Whisper greeted him as he sat down. Hello. Izuku signed. It's the first time I've seen you without the muzzle on. Whisper told him with a seemingly happy gleam in his eyes. I came here after school so that I didn't have the muzzle on. Izuku told him. I wish neither of us had to wear them ever. You seem to have to wear yours constantly. When I'm at whatever home I'm in, I have to wear the muzzle. The muzzle is only a threat and punishment at school though. Do you have to wear one at school? Whisper asked with a slight tilt to his head. I do, but that one isn't locked, so I can figure out how to unbuckle it and maybe eat if I'm lucky, which I am at least once a week. The only time I definitely don't have to wear the muzzle is outside of school and whatever home I'm in. Izuku answered. Whisper scooted closer before wrapping his arms around him, squeezing slightly. We deserve better than being treated the way we are, love. The boy in the purple hoodie whispered sadly. Whisper leaned back, releasing him. Izuku nodded, agreeing because people really were so cruel. Whisper pulled back his hood after a moment, revealing thick lilac-colored locks of hair. They seemed to defy gravity. I like your hair, Izuku told Whisper, whose eyes squinted at the compliment in a way that told Izuku he was smiling. Thank you. Can I see yours? Whisper asked and Izuku nodded. He pulled down his hood, revealing his black curls, with white curls mixed in. Oh my, it's so pretty. Whisper gasped, before reaching out a hand and touching it. It's so soft too. After a while of sitting on the roof, Izuku remembered something. He pulled something from his bag before swiftly handing it to Whisper. Whisper, after a moment of surprise, looked down at what was shoved into his hand. Izuku had gotten him a cat plushie. It was black with a purple ribbon around its neck. It had black bead eyes and a wonky stitched-on nose and mouth. The tear had been along where its stomach met its side near its back left leg. It was small and had lost a small amount of stuffing, but Izuku remembered Whisper mentioning he liked cats and thought that it would be a good gift. Izuku, after a long quiet moment, looked over to Whisper and found he had tears dripping from his eyes. Izuku briefly panicked, flapping his hands, not good with emotions and people, before shuffling over and gently cupping his face, dabbing the tears away with his sleeve, silently asking what was wrong and hoping Whisper got the question. A few seconds later, Whisper had wrapped his arms around Izuku again. Izuku awkwardly patted his back, hugging him gently, and rocked them slightly, side to side for his own comfort as well as Whisper's. Thank you, Rara. It's the first gift I've gotten since my mom died. Whisper murmured into his shoulder. Izuku let out a barely there hum, something he hadn't done in a very long time near people, and flinched slightly at feeling Whisper fiddle with the hair at the back of his head, running thin gentle fingers through it and twirling it, being careful not to tug. After a while they released each other, Whisper holding the cat gently and close. Izuku this time took off his mask and revealed his freckle and scar-scattered face. This was Whisper, and Whisper was safe. Whisper reached over and gently ran his fingers along his cheeks and jaw. You are gorgeous. How dare they cover and harm this face? The lavender boy breathed, before pulling his own mask off. Whisper was very pretty. He had the same silver-pink scars Izuku had on clear skin. His lips were pink and thin. You are pretty, Izuku told him, and the boy laughed. Thank you, Ray Ray, Whisper said softly. Do you want to go get food and do something fun? Izuku asked a minute later, and Whisper this time did smile. It was a pleasant sight. Let's do it. So Izuku pulled on his bag and off they went. They ended up getting hot chips from a fish and chip shop they found. They bought them and went to eat them at a playground on a picnic table. They ate and shooed away birds that came for their food. They quietly laughed together and watched the few teenagers that were skateboarding and yelling. They did not laugh when someone fell off their board. No, Whisper was not smacking the table as he laughed, and Izuku was not pressing his hand to his mouth to hide his amusement. Eventually Izuku stopped eating, and not long after, Whisper did too. Then they spent a while climbing and swinging around on the playground. This time the skatepark kids ended up coming over to see what they were doing because, since they were both skilled in climbing, having scaled many walls, they had climbed things that weren't ladders and slides and soon ended up on top of the highest level of the jungle gym's roof. From there they looked at each other and smiled. They pulled on their masks and hoods and climbed into the tree by the fort roof and moved onto the nearby rooftops. Once on top of the rooftop, as the sky faded into darkness, they started running, roof-hopping as the cars drove by down below. Hanta had been skateboarding with some of his cousins he had come up to visit and had fallen off of his skateboard, and looking over to the table where two kids who seemed his age were having dinner, he knew they had watched him because one was smacking the table as they laughed quietly, shoulders shaking, while the other was silent from the distance and had a hand pressed to their mouth as their shoulders trembled. Later on, Hanta and his cousins had watched as they somehow played on a playground wrong, climbing up the outside, without the help of ladders, and making it on top of the roof of the fort. He and his cousins watched as they pulled on masks and pulled up their hoods before climbing through the tree and then disappearing. It was an experience he would certainly be remembering. After a while they stopped running. They dropped their bags and laid down on the rooftop, cuddled together, breathy giggles coming from both of them. Whisper took another photo of them together. I'm really happy we got to do this today, Whisper told him. Izuku nodded into his shoulder, hoping he could feel how much he agreed. Izuku sat on the library roof again. This time it was his birthday. It was nearing 7 p.m., Izuku hadn't gone back to the foster home yet. He was totally going to get kicked out and sent to yet another home if he went back at 2 a.m. Because they couldn't put the muzzle on until he was home, and if he isn't home they have to wait so they can get it over and done with. They don't like waiting. Izuku doesn't like the muzzle though, so he mentally shrugs at their dislikes. A presence appeared and he turned to see Whisper walking towards him with a smile gracing his face. "Hi," he greeted before crouching and wrapping his arms around him. Izuku hugged back. Izuku let out another hum like last time, smiling into Whisper's shoulder. "Happy birthday." Whisper cheered quietly as they both pulled back. "Thank you," Izuku replied, assuming that was what you were supposed to reply with. Whisper sat down at Izuku's side. "Hey Raven? I've heard you make a little humming sound and barely their laughter. Are you able to talk?" Whisper asked with a small frown. "I haven't said anything to anyone since I was 4. I could speak, but sometimes when the muzzle is off I still feel like I physically cannot." Izuku told a sad-looking Whisper. "Oh Ray, if only people were more kind." Whisper said with a bittersweet smile. "Oh," Whisper exclaimed before digging through his bag. After a moment he shoved something into Izuku's hands. Izuku found himself holding a small black bird with white beaded eyes and a small red heart stitched into its chest. Izuku looked up to Whisper, who smiled back at him. "You got me a cat, having remembered I love them. I got you a bird, because you are the night raven," Whisper explained. Izuku's vision blurred as a smile fell in place. Izuku quickly wrapped his arms around Whisper's waist, burying his face in the boy's chest, feeling arms wrap around him and a hand in his hair. Soon they separated and Whisper grinned. "Let's go have some fun." They went back to the fish and chip shop and got garlic fries this time. They took them to a rooftop by a billboard and ate them, still shooing birds away. They watched kids run along the sidewalk and parents chase them and teenagers slink along the street. They just watched the world below them, talked and ate. Soon they shoved their rubbish in their bags and, just like last time, pulled their hoods and masks on before running and hopping from rooftop to rooftop, soft laughter jingling in the dark night. Soon enough they once again laid down on the rooftop and cuddled together. "Do you think we can do things like this for forever? For as long as we are both still here?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, I'd like that, Raven," Whisper answered, and Izuku smiled beneath the mask. The two of them had moved and sat leaning into each other, once again watching the world go by below them as they dangled their legs off the edge. Soon another presence approached and swung up onto their rooftop. The two of them looked over, seeing Eraserhead. "Hey Mischief, now's Mischief," Eraserhead called. "Hello, Eraserhead," Whisper grinned beneath the mask. Izuku nodded in greeting as the man came and sat a meter away from them on the roof ledge. "Do you know what day it is?" Whisper asked. Izuku was confused. "No, I'm assuming you don't mean Thursday," Eraserhead replied. "I do not. Today is Ray's birthday and we're celebrating it for the first time," Whisper told Eraserhead. Izuku didn't know why he said that, but he didn't mind. The night was nice. "Really? How old are you turning?" Eraserhead asked. "Secret. We celebrated Whisper's birthday a couple weeks ago. It was nice." Izuku signed. "I'm guessing you won't tell me how old you turned?" Whisper shook his head and the man sighed. "Did you tell Naomasa it was your birthday? He'd be sad if he missed it. Did you tell him it was Raven's birthday? He likes both of you. He'd probably like to know." Eraserhead asked. "Who is that?" Izuku finally asked after random brief mentions over the last year. "Oh my god. You never met him? Naomasa Tsukachi? I'll send you his number later. He's a detective. You can send messages to him instead of to the police number too. He's really nice." Whisper rambled. Izuku nodded along. "Also, I did not mention it was my birthday. It slipped my mind. I was too excited about meeting up with Ray. Rightfully so. We got to laugh at a guy who fell off his skateboard. I'll text him now." Eraserhead sighed. "How has your birthday been?" Eraserhead asked. "Celebrating with Whisper has been really fun," Izuku answered, watching as a group of adults wandered into what he thinks is a bar. "That's good. What about before celebrating? What did you get up to?" Eraserhead asked. Izuku tilted his head. I went to school and spent the day avoiding everyone as best I could, as usual, then went to the meet-up point. Nothing out of the ordinary. Why avoid everyone? Eraserhead asked. It's better than cruel words, injuries and death wishes in the form of flowers. Though flowers could be left in places that are unavoidable like my desk. I'm not a people person either. I'm surprised I took a liking to Whisper, but he's special. Izuku shrugged. It was true and is everyday normal. Thank you. I hate that you go through that too though. Whisper said, holding him around the waist, head leaned against his own. Eraserhead didn't seem to know how to respond. Shota's heart was breaking for the children, his and Nao's children, whom they couldn't claim theirs yet. Oh, Tsuka is texting. He is mad that I didn't tell him it was my birthday. He said that he is going to have to give something to you, Eraserhead, to bring to me and something else for Raven. He also says, Happy birthday, Raven. Feel free to text me anytime when Whisper gives you my number. He's so nice. Whisper babbled. Tell him I said thank you and that he didn't need to send anything. Izuku signed and Whisper nodded. He says, You're welcome, but it's happening. You ain't getting out of receiving gifts, lovey. Whisper told him, eyes squinted, telling Izuku he was smiling, or at least smirking somewhat. Izuku sighed. Izuku checked the time and sighed again. As fun as this has been, I should go back now. I am so going to end up moved again. Izuku signed. Whisper wrapped him in a tight hug before releasing him. Bye, Rary, talk later. Try to sleep, fellow probably insomniac. Whisper told him as he stood, slinging on his backpack. Bye, Mischief, see ya later. Stay safe, K? Eraserhead requested. Izuku mock saluted before hopping away. I had a good birthday, it was fun to celebrate. Izuku was 14 and yes, he was being moved again. Izuku stood in front of the door to his 39th home, another FING group home, his social worker beside him, the muzzle in place, locked as always. After knocking on the door, yells and shrieks rang from inside and soon stomps towards the door they stood before. The door was yanked open by a plump, aging woman with a scowl on her face. After conversation was made between the two adults, the woman grabbed his arm as the social worker walked away without another word to him. Izuku was dragged inside to a room where 7 other children of varying ages stood, seemingly awaiting their new arrival, as he knows some homes do. The woman shoved him forward, but he hardly stumbled at the harsh shove, as he has had much worse. Then the woman spoke. This is Ayumi Midoriya. She will be staying here for the time being. Don't take the mask off. If you respond to her, she will control you. Transphobes and Quirkus. The children's joy seemed to dim to disgust as always, but they all glanced toward a kid in the back of the crowd and shuffled away. Izuku looked up enough to see who they moved away from and blinked in surprise. The person blinked back. It was Whisper and he was muzzled too this time. The woman who shoved him wandered away and the kids scattered heading to different rooms. Izuku fidgeted with the straps of his bags before walking forward. Whisper reached forward and grabbed his hand from where it gripped his backpack strap, then led him away from the common room. He led Izuku into a room that had 2 beds, one used and one not, and closed the door. Raven. Whisper signed and Izuku nodded. My name is Izuku. Izuku told him, because his name was not as he was introduced. I'm Hitoshi, call me by my first name though. Hitoshi introduced himself. Izuku nodded along. Then they hugged, holding each other tight. Whisper Hitoshi played with the curls at the back of his head again, gently combing through them with his thin fingers and twirling the curls gently before releasing them. They stayed there for a while, Izuku rocking them slightly, side to side. Then Hitoshi made him put his things down on his bed before they went and laid together on Hitoshi's bed, holding each other close. That night after their dishes were picked up from their room and muzzles were put back on, because they had to eat in their room because they weren't trustworthy, they waited for the hallway light to go off. They were in their vigilante gear. Hitoshi decided not to bother taking the muzzle off for the day, and they were leaning into each other's sides watching the crack under the door for when the glow faded out. Eventually the glow did fade and they climbed out of the window and ran down the street, fingers intertwined. They climbed up a nearby fire escape and onto the roof, then went hopping further into the city. There was a shout and immediately they ran for it. When they arrived at the alley, there was a guy grabbing at a woman. He looked like an apple snail. He had a shell and his eyes were on the sides of his head and he had tentacle-like things sticking out of his face. The woman was trapped against the wall and it seemed the buttons on her blouse were ripped off in some places. Izuku turned to Whisper and nodded. The two of them jumped down and Izuku pulled out his extendable staff and whacked the guy away. His arms, legs and head retreated into his shell and Izuku looked over to the freshly empty dumpster, then to Whisper, who seemed to have the same thought process as him. Together they barely lifted and flipped it on top of the guy so he couldn't escape until the cops came. Whisper went to help the lady calm down and Izuku texted Tsukachi, the new addition to his phone. Tsukachi. Raven. This is Night Raven. In an alleyway on XXX, me and Whisper have trapped a snail person in a dumpster. Please get someone to pick him up. He was sexually assaulting a young woman. 11:24 p.m. Tsukachi. Hi, Raven, nice to meet you, thank you, I'll send someone to pick him up. 11:25 p.m. Tsukachi. You and Whisper stay safe. 11:25 p.m. Raven, safety is randomized. We will try. 11:26 p.m. Izuku pocketed his phone and walked over to a fire escape where he jumped on top of a crate to catch the ladder before climbing up. Looking down from the ledge, Whisper was leading the lady down and out of the alleyway. The sound of police sirens was nearing. Whisper ran back into the alley, jumped up from the crate and climbed up the ladder. They nodded to each other before hopping off. There was coughing coming from an alleyway. Izuku knelt down and peered over the ledge, Whisper doing the same beside him. There was a teenager leaning up against a wall. They were bruised and had cuts and seemed to have small burns. Izuku climbed down the wall and approached the teenager, Whisper following to do the same. Izuku knelt and waved a hand in front of them, getting their attention. Izuku pulled out his notepad and wrote a question. Are you okay? The teen snorted and smirked slightly at the question. Yeah, nothing too crazy, kiddo. Just some thugs looking for some cash who got bitchy 'cause I didn't have any on me. The teen rasped before coughing again. Izuku pulled out his mini case he had attached to his belt. He had stuffed with bandages, burn cream and disinfectant he had taken from previous homes. He opened the case and wrote down on the notepad again. Can I help patch you up? Sure, kiddo. Or you two seem awfully young to be out here this late. The teen asked as Izuku took off his gloves and replaced them with rubber ones. This time Whisper took his notepad to answer as he worked. Whisper and Night Raven, huh? You know, I've heard of the two of you through the Discord underground servers. For anyone, heroes, villains, civilians and vigilantes. You two are quite popular there. Especially because of one video that was passed through the chats of you two dancing on the rooftops. There were a couple people who had caught you two hopping around too. People like you. The teen told them, wincing at the burn cream that was gently being rubbed onto his burns, but not much, like he was used to it. Whisper wrote something again. Oh, me? I'm Tuya, but I think I'd like to go by Dabi instead. My pronouns are he, they. Pronoun check. Dabi requested. Scritches were heard as Izuku worked on bandaging the small cuts on Dabi's arm. He, him and they, them is okay? Nice. Dabi nodded to himself. Still, you two are really small. You're probably no older than my youngest brother and he is much larger than one of you in height. Whisper wrote something. 14? Kiddos, you have been out here helping people for what? 3 years? Why? Dabi asked, sounding worried. Izuku signed, 4. Which Dabi's eyes widened slightly at, meaning he knew sign. Whisper signed that he had been doing this for 3 years. Oh, kiddos. I am mentally adopting you two as my little sibs. Now I have 5. Dabi told them. Whisper signed again, but Izuku was back to focusing on the small burns on the white-haired boy's jaw. My siblings? Are sibs now, huh? I have a twin, Fuyumi. She's younger than me though, we're 17 now. Natsuo, he's 16, then there's Shota, who is 14, but sadly our a-hole father keeps him away from the rest of us most of the time. Though sometimes we get to hang out at night or when the man is away. Our mother though, she couldn't handle the Hell House, which is valid, and had to be sent away. Dabi rambled. Was she nice? Izuku signed before disinfecting scraped knees. My mom? Yeah. She was great, but she, like everyone else, was flawed. Dabi said, a bittersweet truth. My mom died, my father gave me up. Izuku watched Whisper sign, something he had heard a little about during one night where they sat and watched the world drive by. Didn't know my father, my mother never liked me or was around, then I got my quirk and she left me at a police station 6 months later. Izuku signed. He hadn't really told Whisper that yet, just random facts of what his life was like. Oh. My mother, if she could meet you, would love you both. My father is an a-hole though. Dabi told them as Izuku finished the last of his patching up. Hey. Your masks are kind of weird. Why? Dabi muttered as he seemed to focus on them. That's because they aren't masks, they're muzzles. Izuku told him and his eyes widened. Who the F is muzzling children? Do you want me to get them off? Dabi shrieked, alarmed. This. Fine. Izuku started. No, it is not. Dabi cut in. It is, I'm used to it, it's been on for most of my life. Izuku signed. Yeah. I can take mine off though, his is locked, I just didn't bother taking it off tonight. Whisper signed. Izuku nodded along, rocking on his heels. Oh my god. What awful human beings are doing this? Dabi freaked. Any foster family we are assigned to. Izuku shrugged. It was true. Oh my god, okay, law-bending kiddos, I'm giving you my number and we are meeting up every now and again and I will get you hot food and nice drinks, got it? Dabi asked and they nodded. He nodded back and handed them a card he had his number written on. After that Dabi had to go and they continued patrolling for a while before running back to the home. Dabi snuck back into the hell home, still furious at how awful people were. Those poor kids. Dabi was a third year at Shiketsu, soon to be a hero. He had been jumped by 8 thugs while he was wandering to get away from the house and clear his head. They weren't prepared to be attacked but they were somewhat glad they were because now they had 2 new siblings. Dabi went and knocked on Shoto's door, hearing muffled steps on the other side. Shota opened the door, him barely having to look up at him anymore. Shota let him in and closed the door behind them. Dabi then hugged Shota, holding him close, because he needed to hug one of his youngest siblings. All 3 of them were hurt and he just needed to hold them close, but he could only hold one, so that would be enough for now. Shota hugged back after a few seconds. Then he was clinging to him. Then came sniffling and trembling. Dabi brought them both to sit on the bed as Shota started to cry. Clearly he needed a hug tonight and that made them glad they came. Dabi hummed to Shota, rocking them side to side until muffled sobs tapered out to sniffles to near silent snores. Shota fell asleep in his arms and Dabi laid down, bringing him with him, still holding him close and tight. When I'm 18, things will be different. All my siblings will be safe and mother could leave that hospital she is being trapped in by Endeavor's money. If Whisper and Raven still need saving, I'll save them too. 2 weeks of Izuku rooming with Hitoshi, where they would spend all the time they were at the home together in the room, cuddled up on Hitoshi's bed, Izuku's bed still unused, they would text back and forth with Eraserhead, Tsukachi and Dabi and go patrolling together. It was great. Izuku liked it a lot and really hopes neither of them are sent away again anytime soon. Tonight Izuku and Hitoshi are on patrol. Izuku was quite anxious today though, so he didn't want to be out for as long as usual. They have stopped a fight between 5 drunk guys, stopped a murder and helped a lost kid to the police station. Izuku had just followed them silently while Whisper cheered the kid up while they walked. Whisper led him to the roof of the police station after that. And they jumped down onto a balcony on the top floor. Whisper knocked on the window and Izuku watched as 2 figures jumped inside and slowly started approaching the window. Meanwhile Izuku was internally and kind of externally freaking the F out. Izuku frantically tugged on Whisper's sleeve a few times, but he just grabbed his hand and squeezed it in a way Izuku assumed was supposed to be reassuring. Izuku tugged on the hand and started stepping toward the fence of the balcony but Whisper tugged him back and held him by the waist. Whisper took a breath, apparently about to say something when the blinds opened and Izuku pulled Whisper down to duck the moment he saw a FANG gun pointed at them. It didn't shoot. Izuku looked up and found the mystery figures looking down at them. One was Eraserhead and the other was someone Izuku didn't know. Mystery Guy had pulled a gun on them. Whisper gently dragged him up to stand. It's okay, Lovey, it's just Eraser and Tsuka, you okay? I'm sorry, I should have explained more. Whisper whispered. Izuku took a breath and nodded, wrapping his arms around one of Whisper's. The door to the balcony opened and Whisper led Izuku in, which Izuku wasn't the happiest with, because this was a police station, there were people and he was not liked by people. Izuku clung to Whisper's arm tightly. Oh my god, I'm sorry, if I knew it was you two I wouldn't have pulled out the gun. Mystery Guy, Tsukachi, apparently, apologized. It's fine. Whisper shrugged. What are you two doing here? I'm surprised you willingly came here. Eraserhead asked, leading them further into the room he now knows is an office and taking a seat on one of the chairs. Whisper leads Izuku further in and takes a seat on the sofa, moving his arm from Izuku's grip to wrap it around his waist. Izuku sank into his side and fidgeted with his fingers until Whisper tapped his hands gently and intertwined their fingers together. Izuku's free hand he stuffed in his pocket. Ah, I just thought a surprise visit would be fun. I knew this was Tsuka's office from when I was passing by a few times and the blinds were open. Whisper explained, not shrugging probably because Izuku had his face smushed into his shoulder as his knee bounced anxiously. It's nice to see you more than just while you're passing by. And of course meeting Raven for the first time. Would you like anything to drink? Tsukachi asked. Nah, that's fine. You want anything, Han? Whisper asked. Izuku shook his head into his shoulder. He had left his straw back in their room and he wasn't about to trust them not to drag or poison him. All right, Razor coffee? Tsukachi asked. Yes, please. Eraserhead replied and Tsukachi went and started the jug. A few minutes later Tsukachi and Eraserhead both had mugs and were sitting in chairs across from them. Are you okay, Raven? Eraserhead asked. Izuku had his forehead pressed against Whisper's shoulder and was tightly gripping Whisper's hand as the older boy held him close and rubbed circles on the back of his hand. He's had a bad day and I kinda just sprung this on him, which was really mean of me. Sorry, Lovey. Whisper explained. Oh. Well, how about? Eraserhead trailed off, standing and walking away, grabbing something, walking back and placing two bags on the table between them. This, to distract you. We got you some stuff for your birthdays, this is from both of us. The man explained as he sat down. Go ahead and open it, kiddos. Tsukachi said. Whisper moved a bit and Izuku moved his head so he could move and loosened his grip from his hand. Whisper leaned forward, releasing Izuku's hand and grabbed the bags, handing Izuku one and placing the other in his own lap. Izuku watched nervously as Whisper opened his bag and pulled out a rolled-up purple blanket with white cats on it, a black and purple fidget cube and a book on the language of flowers. Izuku knows Hitoshi loves flowers. He loves flowers, crystals and witch core and wants to take photos with more than his phone one day. He pulled out an envelope too, but was told to wait to open it. Whisper nudged him, signaling him to open his bag, which he cautiously did. Inside there was a black fuzzy blanket with white stars on it, a Tangles fidget toy and a sketchbook with colored pencils. There was an envelope too. Okay, open the envelopes, mischiefs. Eraserhead told them. Izuku's knee continued to bounce as he and Whisper opened the envelopes. Whisper tore his open across the top but Izuku gently pulled the paper from where it fused together. Looking inside his drooping eyes widened slightly and he looked to Whisper whose eyes were wide as he stared down. What's this for? Whisper asked, nervously. Well, you two have been saving people for 3 to 4 years, for free and with no sign of a physical quirk. You are very much so children too. We thought you should at least get some money for it. Tsukachi explained. I don't and cannot use a quirk, it's not vigilantism. Izuku signed. It was a fact. True. Tsukachi whispered. Izuku tilted his head at that. I also don't use my quirk. It's not necessary. Whisper spoke. True. Tsukachi breathed again. That's great. Oh, I don't think I ever mentioned, my quirk is lie detector. I can tell if you're lying. You aren't lying. The man explained. Oh, that's cool. Whisper said. Thanks for the cash, it'll help us out. Izuku nodded his thanks. No problem, kiddos. I'm guessing you're not going to tell us who you are or anything so we can help you. Tsukachi replied. Izuku immediately shook his head. He didn't trust them enough for that. Shota was sad at how quickly Raven shut that down, anxiety seeming to spike at the question. No, sorry, not this time. Whisper answered. Anything you will tell us? Eraserhead asked and took a sip of coffee. We currently live together, so we've been working together more. Whisper told them. Conversation continued from there. Izuku was leaned into Whisper's side again, leg bouncing, bag at his feet, fingers intertwined with Whisper's, and his eyes were blinking tiredly. He hadn't slept the previous night and hadn't slept much the night before, maybe 3 hours, which didn't help his anxiety. Hey, what kind of mask is that? Because now that I look at it, it's quite strange. Tsukachi asked, leaning forward in his seat. Now that you mention it, it is a bit weird. Eraserhead commented. Whisper stammered. He probably wasn't sure how to respond. Izuku sighed and released Whisper's hand with a parting squeeze. It's not a mask, it's a muzzle. Izuku signed and both men's eyes widened. What? Tsukachi panicked. Do you want us to get it off? Oh my god, how did I not notice before? Eraserhead freaked. Izuku tensed anxiously in his seat, hand finding its way back to Whisper's. Hey, calm down please. Whisper called and the adults stopped their panicking and calmed themselves. Raven, please let us help? Eraserhead asked. Izuku shook his head. He couldn't explain all the reasons why and make them make sense. There were too many words and it made him slightly more panicked. Whisper seemed to pick up on that though. Lovey, it's okay, you don't have to explain why not today, okay? It's all right. Whisper told him and Izuku shakily nodded. Izuku slumped further into Whisper's side, blinking tiredly. He's right, you don't have to tell us just yet, Birdie, you can tell us when you trust us more. Sorry if I pressured you. Eraserhead told him gently. Izuku nodded along. Conversation started up again. Hey, are you two dating? Tsukachi asked. Eraserhead's head whipped to Tsukachi, eyes wide. We are not. Whisper answered, squeezing Izuku slightly. Does that mean you have more of a brotherly relationship? Eraserhead asked, curious. No. Whisper answered. Izuku released Whisper's hand to sign. He's my favorite person. That was who Whisper Hitoshi was to him. And Ray is mine. Whisper joyfully exclaimed. Shota melted at how cute that was. Naomasa wished he had a camera out and had recorded that. He still thinks they will probably date one day though. After a while Izuku was completely slumped into Whisper's side. Oh, I should probably get this gem home to bed. I don't think he slept much the last couple of days. Whisper said, standing up, pulling Izuku up by his hands and picking up the bags. Okay, make sure he sleeps well then. Tsukachi told Whisper as they walked towards the balcony. Whisper let go of his hand and bounced over to Tsukachi, wrapping his arms around the man's shoulders in a hug. Tsukachi hugged back after a second. It was nice to stay and talk for a bit. Whisper exclaimed. Whisper released the man and moved on to hug Eraserhead, who also hugged back, patting him on the back. Then Whisper released him and bounced back to Izuku and took his hand. Bye. Whisper said before leading Izuku out onto the balcony. The two of them climbed back onto the roof and Whisper led them a few streets over, where they climbed down a fire escape and walked the rest of the way back, hand in hand. After climbing through the window they both changed out of their gear, hid their cash in secret pockets of their bags. Hitoshi reluctantly pulled the muzzle back on, before climbing into bed. Hitoshi pulled Izuku to rest on his shoulder and ran his fingers through his hair. Minutes later Izuku was drifting off, a small hum leaving him as he melted into Hitoshi's warmth. Izuku walked in the night, down the sidewalk back to the group home. Izuku had gone out on patrol, Hitoshi stayed in the room. It was raining. Izuku was dripping by the time he climbed through the window. He stood there where he climbed in for a moment, staring at the ground, before sinking to his knees and drawing them to his chest. Today everything had been average. He had helped 2 women to their car after they had been harassed. He stopped 2 drag deals. He stopped someone from breaking into a car. Then there had been twin screams. He ran towards them. The voices were young. He ran, hopping across alleyways until he found the one. Peering down into the alley after scanning the area for pros, he knew he was too late. There were two children lying unmoving on the ground as blood poured out of them but was tainted by the rain, making it run, scatter. Large deep claw-like marks across their chests and stomachs. They were clearly dead. The killer was gone though, they weren't in the alley. Looking away from the alley and moving to look down the sidewalk, there was nothing and no one. Ghost town. He texted Tsukachi. Tsukachi. Raven, 2 children, murdered in an alleyway on XXX within the last 5 m. No killer in immediate sight. I'm going home. 12:52 a.m. He put his phone away after sending it and looked back down the alley. The children couldn't have been older than 7. A young girl with bright blue pigtails and wide-open aquamarine eyes. A young boy with dark blue hair cut short and rhodonite eyes. Their faces must have been splattered with blood, but the rain washed it away, leaving pink stains on their faces. Their faces, even motionless, were still scared, terrified, yet relaxed, because a dead being can't feel fear like the living. Izuku forced himself to look away and ran. He ran and jumped until he stopped and stood. He stood still and looked up to the sky. Not many stars were out, but 2 shined bright. Maybe those children became part of the night. Maybe now they watch the world from above where the Earth's people cannot reach nor touch them. Can no longer hurt them. Wishful thinking really. Soon he climbed down from the roof and walked. He walked and now he was back in his and Hitoshi's room. He was on the floor, drenched in the sky's tears with his knees to his chest. Hitoshi wasn't in the room, it was their room though. Izuku just continued to breathe. He breathed and he breathed like those children could not anymore. He had not ever been too late to save one from death before, now he was too late to save 2 people, children, who still had so much room to grow and just be. Children who now could not live to become who they wanted to be and could not grow up to do what they wanted to do. He knows it is not his fault they are dead. Logically he does. It's the fault of the killer. It's partly the fault of whatever guardians they had, for children that young should not be out so late and alone, even if it was together. Izuku though, he was a kid too. 14, and it was not his job to keep them safe. He tried to get to them, but he was 14 and not close enough nor fast enough to save them. Izuku was sad. He was wet and he was sad. There was too much going through his head and he just needed it to stop. The door then opened and Hitoshi crept in. He turned around, face muzzled, and saw Izuku looking up at him, knees pulled up to his chest, hood down, fingers twirled and caught in his curls, pulling, sopping wet. He seemed to know something was wrong. Hitoshi took a moment to unbuckle his muzzle and pull it off before coming over, crouching down and gently placing his hands over Izuku's, coaxing him gently to release his hair. "Hey baby, what's wrong?" Hitoshi asked, and that was the last straw. Izuku's eyes filled with tears that, even dripping, Izuku could feel falling from his eyes. Hardly their sobs and breathy cries and whines escaped him, the muzzle keeping him from moving his jaw, making it slightly painful with the lump in his throat. "Oh honey. Hey. Hey, it's okay." Hitoshi cooed, releasing his hands and hooking his arms around him, pushing his head to rest against his shoulder. Izuku gripped onto the back of Hitoshi's sweater as he sobbed. "Oh darling, I'm here, it'll be okay." Soon Izuku stopped sobbing and was just sniffling as Hitoshi ran his fingers through Izuku's hair. "Okay now, baby?" Hitoshi whispered. Izuku shakily nodded. Okay, how about we get you out of these soaked clothes, Ichim? It's just us awake, how about I run you a bath? I'll even wash your hair for you." Hitoshi suggested and Izuku tiredly agreed. Hitoshi took Izuku's boots off and stood before helping Izuku up, then he went and grabbed some of Izuku's clothes and took a moment to buckle the muzzle back on, hardly wincing at hair that got caught. He took Izuku's hand and silently in the dark the two went to one of the 3 shared bathrooms in the house, the only one with a bathtub. Hitoshi locked the door behind them and locked it, before carefully lifting Izuku up onto the counter. Izuku watched as Hitoshi plugged the drain and turned the tap on. Then Hitoshi stood in front of him. "Would you like some help getting undressed?" Hitoshi asked. Izuku thought about it for a moment before nodding. First Hitoshi took Izuku's socks off as Izuku peeled his soggy gloves off, then he helped him off the counter and helped him take his pants off. They were clinging to his legs uncomfortably. Hitoshi helped Izuku pull his hoodie off, in the process taking the shirt he wore underneath off. So Izuku was in his sports bra and underwear. Izuku decided to wait until the bath was full to take them off. Hitoshi knelt by the bath, pushing the water around with his hand, and it did something because then there were bubbles in the water. Soon the tub was full and Izuku got in. It was nice and warm. Hitoshi picked up a cup and dipped it in the bath water, filling it, before pouring it through his hair. He did that a few more times before grabbing shampoo. He ran his fingers through his hair, scratching at his scalp, rubbing in the shampoo. Izuku relaxed into the touch, letting out a cat-like purr. That is something he didn't know he could do, but when he thought about it, people with voice quirks can do a lot of things that others who don't have voice quirks can't. Hitoshi washed the shampoo out and pulled out the conditioner, which was something not every home let him use. Shampoo sure, but apparently the conditioner wasn't necessary for the villain kid. Izuku thought it was silly, but maybe they just had fancy conditioners so it cost lots. People didn't like to spend much on him, that's why that would make sense. Hitoshi rubbed the conditioner in, scritching at his scalp more when it received more purring Izuku couldn't hold off. Soon he washed the conditioner out, then ran his fingers through Izuku's hair, while he melted under the gentle touch. Soon the water started to drain of warmth, so he got out after pulling the plug and started drying himself while Hitoshi respectfully looked away. He pulled on a long-sleeve striped shirt, then a faded black sweater over top, slinging the towel around his neck, pulled on underwear before pulling on his black and white checkered pajama pants. Then he took Hitoshi's hand, Hitoshi's other arm carrying Izuku's wet clothes in a bag. Hitoshi led him back out and back into their room. He dumped the wet clothes in the corner where all their stuff was gathered and unbuckled his muzzle. He led him to the bed and sat him down, standing in front of him. Okay, precious, would you like me to get the notepad for you to write what happened, or would you like to sign what happened after I'm done drying your hair? Or if it's too much for today, we can wait and talk about it tomorrow, that's okay too. Hitoshi asked patiently. Notepad? Izuku tilted his head as he asked. Hitoshi nodded and went to get it. He handed it to him before going and sitting behind him. Okay, love, just write it out. It's okay if you can't write what happened yet. It's okay if you can't join the right words. Just write what you can today. Hitoshi whispered, pulling the towel from his shoulders and gently rubbing it against and through his curls. So Izuku wrote as best he could, what happened, a few tears dripping at the thought of aquamarine and rhodonite eyes. Soon Hitoshi hung the towel on the bed frame and pulled Izuku back to rest against his chest, before taking the offered notepad and reading. Hitoshi took the notepad into his hands gently. He had been extremely worried the moment he saw Izuku on the floor by the closed window, tugging at his hair and soaked. His eyes were slightly wider than usual and seemed to shine with emotion. He had asked what was wrong and he broke down in tears, choked sobs and whines, sounding slightly pained, probably from the muzzle forcing his jaw closed. Hitoshi stayed, holding him close and cooing down at him, running his fingers through cold wet locks. When Izuku finally stopped crying, he took him to take a bath. He helped the poor babe take off his drenched clothes, exposing scarred and freckled skin underneath. He decided to make it a bubble bath because, boy did his love need one. Izuku seemed fascinated by the sudden appearance of bubbles when he glanced over at him. Just how much joy did Izuku miss in his childhood? He had thought. He had washed Izuku's hair and learned he could purr, which was adorable. He knows it's something he can do too, something many people with voice quirks could do. He wonders what Izuku's quirk is, but unless he mentions it he won't just in case, for it is the source of some of his pain, just as it is Hitoshi's. Soon Izuku got out of the bath and got dressed. Hitoshi led him back and sat him down. That led to Hitoshi holding a notepad, Izuku wrapped in his arms, leant against his chest. Then he read what Izuku wrote. Patrol was normal. Then it wasn't. Twin screams. Young and I was the only one to hear them. I ran. I was too far and not fast enough. I arrived at a roof with a view of the alley down below. Two small bodies lay lifeless on the ground. Blood poured, sprayed, but was washed away, each fresh wave of blood fading from red to pink. Deep claw-like marks dug into children's chest and stomachs. Its clear blood splashed across their faces, though was also washed away. It was so clear they weren't to be saved. Tearing my eyes away from the scene, the killer had so clearly fled from my glance up and down the sidewalk, finding it empty. Ghost town. I text, "Hey, murdered here, no murderer." Then I look back. I focus on drenched but bright blue pigtails. Aquamarine eyes. I focus on the dark blue short-cut hair. Rhodonite eyes. These children were no older than 7. Their faces, terrified, so obviously scared, frozen. Yet faces were relaxed, for there was no fear to be felt in the body of the dead. I tore my eyes from the scene. Then I ran away. Ran away. I ran away, jumping all the gaps. Then stopped. I stared up, 2 stars stood out. Then I wondered if the children became part of the night. Watching the world so far away. Nothing able to reach, touch, or harm from such a distance. Wishful thinking that would be. Then I found my way down to the ground and walked back to where home is. My person is. Favorite. Hitoshi thought it was depressingly poetic. Beautiful really. It was miserable. 2 children were gone. Izuku had seen the scene. Hitoshi put the notepad down and wrapped Izuku tightly in his arms as tears dripped. "Oh, lovey, I'm sorry you saw all that," Hitoshi murmured. Izuku hummed quietly in response. Hitoshi moved and picked Izuku up, feeling him grip his shirt. He pulled the covers back and laid him down, close to the wall. He pressed a kiss to his forehead, Izuku tiredly blinking up at him. Hitoshi buckled the muzzle on, knowing if either of them were found without them on, they would be in trouble. Hitoshi laid down next to Izuku and pulled him close. "Sleep well, my love." Naomasa and Shota were in his office when Night Raven texted. They had seen each other the previous week and it had been nice to meet him. When he opened the text, he gasped in horror and immediately sent officers out. "What happened?" Shota asked. "Raven found 2 children freshly killed in an alley. No killer in sight." Naomasa answered. "Oh no." Shota whispered. Izuku woke up and knew the day would be hard. They had school, which didn't help. Izuku and Hitoshi got ready for school and left together, hand in hand, but eventually had to part, because they went to different schools. Hitoshi had cupped his face, pressed a kiss to his forehead and told him to text if he needed him and that he would come and pick him up. He had found a lot of spider lilies covering the surface of his desk, the class there, snickering like it was hilarious to wish another death. Izuku opened the window and threw them out, leaving them to lie on the grass. Then he sat down, trying not to think of aquamarine and rhodonite. "Hey Midoriya. I see you're still here. You haven't run away to go on a killing spree yet." A classmate sneered. The class seemed to find those comments hilarious or ignore them. Izuku just stared at the ceiling above him. Lunch Izuku spent on the roof, his muzzle off and seated beside him. He ate his convenience store meal, only finishing half of it, and drank his strawberry milk, Hitoshi having asked him to not have an energy drink today. He let him buy one for tomorrow though. He watched from above like he does on patrols as everything below moves on. The door to the roof opened and Katsuki Bakugo walked out. He silently walked over and sat beside him. He didn't seem mad he didn't have the muzzle on. Izuku offered him the half of his food that he didn't eat and he took it. "Why are you upset?" Katsuki asked as they watched everyone and everything down below. Izuku turned to him, pulling his leg onto the roof. He turned to watch his hands. "You're curious?" Izuku asked. "Yeah. I did want to be your friend back when we were younger. But everyone around me made me think otherwise, confusing me. You never did anything wrong. They treat you wrong. Today you walked into class, saw the flowers and threw them all from the window. Normally you gently stuff them in your bag. You have an upset air to you. I want to know. Why?" Katsuki told him. "There are 2 children dead. Murdered this morning. I didn't know them, but no one was around and no one helped them. They died. I'm sad about it." Izuku explained. "Ah. That is sad. How old do you know?" Katsuki asked. "No older than 7. Izuku answered. "Oh. That is this," Katsuki said. "Izuku hummed. One of Katsuki's regrets was letting Izuku go. He didn't want to not be his friend. Everyone made it seem like it would be the end of the world if he did though. Then everyone was treating him awfully. Another regret was never stopping the punches thrown, harsh shoves, the taunts, the cruel words, the flowers, the muzzle. He knows he can't do anything to stop any of it now though. So he'll settle for being kind, just for him. Only for him. Izuku ran for the exit, and as soon as he got to the fence, he climbed up it and stayed perched up there, bullies unable to reach him from up there and him being able to dodge anything shot at him. After a while he could see Hitoshi walking towards him and leapt off of the fence, bullies still trying to attack him. He ran and they followed. Izuku latched onto Hitoshi's hand and dragged him along. "Hello to you too, love," Hitoshi shrieked, running with him. They were chased for a while, but they lost them by climbing up the wall onto the roof of the arcade. They stayed up there for a while, catching their breaths and leaning into each other. Just breathing, breathing, breathing. "Hey, Ku, you want to meet up with Dabi? I brought masks and our hair's finished." Dabi said he'd be at a cafe a bit away, if we wanted to meet up. Hitoshi asked. Izuku considered it for a moment before nodding, and the two of them made their way to the cafe. Izuku hadn't been to a cafe before, walked past many though. Izuku clung to Hitoshi's hand as they stepped through the door that had a bell above it that jingled when they walked in. Izuku kept his eyes on his shoes as Hitoshi led him further inside. Then they were sitting in a booth. Hitoshi seemed to text Dabi, but he didn't care enough to read the messages. "Oh hey kiddos." A familiar voice called, and looking up he saw Dabi, dragging a kid with red and white hair by the hand. "Father A-hole is out of town, so I got to whisk Shosho away. This is Shoto, I told you about his existence," Dabi exclaimed as they slid into the seats across from them. "You did. I'm Whisper, you can call him Raven, right Ray Ray?" Whisper greeted. Izuku nodded along, pulling a pen from his backpack and grabbing a napkin, starting a drawing. "As in the vigilantes?" Shoto asked. Yes, though we aren't quite vigilantes. Vigilantism requires the use of a quirk, and everyone we save needs help, no heroes near," Whisper explained. "Yep, these are my law-bending brothers I adopted a while ago," Dabi said. "I'm glad to see you don't have those UGG things on." "Yeah, they'll be strapped back on later though. It's fine, we're used to it, and one day we will never wear them again," Whisper told Dabi. "No one deserves to be muzzled, let alone be used to it," Dabi whined. Izuku leaned into Whisper's side as he drew. "People SEK though, so we are used to it." Whisper shrugged. "Why are you muzzled? That doesn't sound nice," Shoto asked. "Yeah, it's not. It's because of our quirks. Lovey here is almost always muzzled up. I'm lucky to not be constantly locked up and be able to remove mine, but Ray Ray can't do that with his," Whisper told him. "People don't like you being able to speak when after saying something that they respond to, you become their puppet master." Izuku signed and Whisper's head whipped down to look at him. Izuku looked up at him. "What? Holy sheet, is it anything you say or specific things like questions?" Whisper asked in a hushed voice. "Anything," Izuku answered. "Love, my quirk is almost the same, except it's specifically questions," Whisper told him. "Whoa." Izuku breathed. Holy sheet, what are the odds?" Whisper mumbled. "Why are you two looking at us like that?" Dabi and Shoto were looking between them with the same expression on their faces. "Are you two dating?" they asked at the same time. "No," Whisper answered. "Can I get y'all anything?" A person in black pants, a white shirt, and a pink vest asked. Right, this was a place where you got things to consume." Time went by. One night Izuku and Hitoshi were on patrol. They decided to just walk on the sidewalk for a while, and of course that's when they were jumped and roughed up a bit. Izuku got stabbed in the leg, Hitoshi got cut deep by a knife on his side. After the criminals left, they started helping each other to patch up the wounds. Cuts and grazes all over, bruises covering their skin. Before they could do much, a presence approached and Izuku looked up, seeing Eraserhead jumping down. "Hey mischiefs, what happened?" the man asked, pulling his goggles off and sitting in front of them. "Oh, you know, nothing too big, we get roughed up every now and again," This time we were jumped though. Whisper answered. Eraserhead looked over their wounds before nodding to himself. Okay Birdie, you need stitches, so do you, Whisper wonder. I'm doing them, let me do them. Eraserhead told them, they just nodded along. I'll quickly do Whispers, since the knife is still in your leg Birdie. That's what he did. I haven't seen you two in months, it's just been messages for ages. Eraserhead said as he stitched Whisper up. This was not how I wanted to find you. Soon he started on Izuku's leg. What would you have done if you had seen us? Whisper asked. Given you both a hug. I know that Raven saw something awful not long after the last we saw each other. It would have been harsh on you both. Eraserhead told them. Soon they were both standing, freshly stitched up. Okay kiddos, take some time off while you heal please. Eraserhead commanded and they nodded. Then they were wrapped in strong arms. Remember me and now are here for you. We are prepared to take you in if you'll let us. The man whispered. Soon they were free and Eraserhead was gone. Arms linked, Izuku and Hitoshi walked back to their place where they stayed. Hey Hito. Izuku whispered slowly, not used to speaking. Hitoshi turned to him with a smile from where he laid beside him on the rooftop in the late afternoon. Yes, baby? He asked. What if one day we just ran away? Together, far? Izuku asked. We could, darlin', but where would we stay? What would we do? Hitoshi inquired. I don't know. We would just be free. Izuku whispered. Wouldn't we love? Hitoshi hummed, wrapping his arms around him, pulling him close. I want to become a hero though, what do you want to do? If we run, we may not be able to be what we want to be. I want to be a hero. I want to save people. That's always been it. Izuku told Hitoshi, who smiled softly and kissed Izuku's cheek. Then we will just have to hold off a while longer on running away, my love. When we are licensed heroes and drivers, we could get a campervan to live in and drive to wherever you want to live, if you still want to run far, far away. Hitoshi told him. I love you. Izuku whispered. I love you too. Hitoshi whispered back. Y'all are sickeningly sweet. It's so manly. It's giving me cavities. My dentist won't be happy. She hates my teeth because I accidentally bite her. A voice called from the balcony of the neighboring building. A black-haired boy stood, grinning at them with cool, sharp teeth. Izuku's mute button was pressed the moment another voice popped up. Izuku buried his face in Hitoshi's chest. Thank you. Hitoshi awkwardly called back. Hitoshi? You wanna watch a movie? I have earbud DS. Izuku asked as he and Hitoshi sat in a soft corner of the library. Sure, honorable, Hitoshi replied and they got comfortable, putting on a movie. Izuku sank into Hitoshi's warmth, purring as Hitoshi combed his fingers through his hair. The two of them stayed until the library closed, then went to the fish and chip shop again, getting garlic fries and eating them on a rooftop, shooing away the birds as they leaned into each other for warmth in the wind. Months passed and soon it was April. Izuku's muzzle was just unstrapped by the teacher and he was pulling his backpack on. The teacher had told the whole class he signed up for the UA entrance exam. Him and Hitoshi had signed up for general studies, not heroics, so they could transfer in, because the exam was biased against quirks like theirs. The class assumed the heroics department immediately and laughed, hissing that the only reason he was trying to be a hero was to spy and pick up information on how to take down people who were actually going to be heroes. 3 classmates approached with cocky smirks playing on their faces. Izuku blocked out most of what they said, but then he was shoved against the wall and pinned there. If you want to be a hero, I think. There's a way. The guy he doesn't even know the name of grinned. Take a swan dive off the roof of the building and pray for a better quirk in your next life. Then with a final shove the 3 walked away. Izuku wandered into the underpass. Izuku was halfway through it when clinking and sloshing sounds started behind him. He immediately started running. His ankle was caught with a gross squishing sound and thick sludge wound around his legs. Looking behind him, he saw a large grin with yellow eyes and white teeth with exposed gums. The being may have been speaking, but he couldn't focus on more than static in his ears. Izuku dug his nails into the gums of the being and it flinched back. Then Izuku pulled out a pen, threw it, and hitting the sludge being in the eye. The sludge being flinched back harshly, releasing its grip around his legs, but in waist. Izuku ran and was sure the sludge being tried to chase him, but was stopped by powerful wind and a booming voice Izuku could feel and hear as he went. Izuku kept running. Hitoshi was waiting in front of the library for Izuku. They planned on sitting inside until it closed again. He heard rushed footsteps and looked up seeing Izuku running towards him. "Hey Zu," Hitoshi said as Izuku neared. "Hi." Izuku hummed. Can see. Can we go back to the home? I really want take a shower." "Yeah, sure, you okay?" Hitoshi asked worried. "Why just grossed out. Think. A villain made of sludge. Wrapped? Around me. I think it was gone try drown me but I threw a pen at its eye and it released me." Izuku mumbled. Hitoshi looked Izuku over again. Now that he was close, he could see that his uniform looked slimy from the waist down. "Okay, let's go, maybe, if the bath's free I can make you a bubble bath again." Hitoshi told him and Izuku hummed, taking his hand as they started walking. Izuku can't seem to catch a break. The bath had been free, most of the kids having been out. Hitoshi had done his magic bubble making in the bath. Izuku scrubbed the slime off of his skin and Hitoshi put his uniform in the washing machine. Izuku walked back into their room, towel on his head and walked over to Hitoshi, who was on his phone. He looked up and gestured for him to sit in front of him, so he did. Then Hitoshi gently dried his hair. Izuku purred at the gentle touch. Soon it was dry and the boy grabbed a hairbrush, running it through freshly clean and dry curls. Izuku, freshly clean in comfy clothing, after Hitoshi was done, moved so he was lying next to Hitoshi and pulled out his own phone. He texted back and forth with Shota for a while, but slowly fell asleep. Hitoshi noticed Izuku fall asleep and wrapped him in his fluffy star blanket. "Sleep, darling, I'll be right here. Take a nap, I'll wake you when it's time to eat." Izuku and Hitoshi stood on a rooftop across from each other. Hitoshi turned 15 today. Izuku had gotten him a tiger's eye necklace from a crystal shop in town. It was a wire tree with tiger's eye for the leaves. Hitoshi said he loved it and immediately put it on. Hitoshi was on his phone picking a playlist to blare. "Okay, ready to have some fun?" Hitoshi asked, grinning beneath the mask. Izuku nodded. He pressed play and shoved his phone in his pocket. Friendly Neighborhood Poltergeist started playing and Hitoshi held his hand out towards him. Izuku reached his hand forward and clasped their hands together before being reeled in, the two of them spinning before hopping around the rooftop, twirling around each other just as they had done a long time ago, before Hitoshi had heard Izuku's voice or seen his face. The song changed, "Tell Me You Know" by Good Kid, then Chaotic Gender Neutral by Murder Person for Hire, to Solitary Confinement by Everybody's Worried About Owen. They just continue to dance, dipping low, hopping high, spinning each other around, laughing all the while. Denki was once again in a hotel room. This time his ma was out drinking at a retirement party. He was surprised to hear muffled music. Feeling a sense of déjà vu, he grabbed his phone and went to the window. Once again, across from his hotel window, two figures dancing. He wasn't even in the same hotel and somehow this happened again. He started recording the two vigilantes bouncing around each other. It was as cute as last time, but they seemed way more close than last time, somehow. Denki loved these two, he loved to read about them and the first video he had gotten of them had gotten a lot of attention. He loved their energy. If he ever met them, he would befriend them. It was Izuku's birthday. Now it was one of his more anxious days though. He hadn't slept in over 32 hours and when he did sleep it was for a few hours at most, which, this wasn't an odd occurrence. Hitoshi had also spent the night up with him. He was also a bit anxious so they decided they wouldn't go out during the night and instead would watch movies. But it was Friday so Izuku had to deal with the frankly shitty school day before he could watch movies with Hitoshi. He dumped spider lilies that sat in a vase in the trash. The newspaper articles with villain deaths followed. He was nearly shoved down the stairs on his way up them. He had been punched in the face, causing the muzzle to dig into his nose and cheeks, cutting into them slightly. He had successfully escaped everyone and freed his face on the rooftop. Katsuki joined him again, as he does every now and again. Hey kid. Kid, he says as if they weren't just a couple months apart in age. Hello. Izuku hummed, sipping his can of V, happy he didn't have to use a straw. Your birthday is sometime this month, yeah? I remember my mom saying she was there when you were born a long time ago. She doesn't talk about your mom much anymore. Katsuki told him. My birthday is today. I didn't know your momum was there when I was born. I don't live with my mother and haven't since I was 5. Izuku informed. Oh. Happy birthday, Izuku. Where do you live now? Katsuki asked. That I've moved all over the city. I currently live in a group home A, and it's probably gonna be the longest I've stayed anywhere. Soon to be a year, since I moved in not long after I turned 14. Izuku told Katsuki. You happy there? Katsuki asked, snorting when someone down below got hit in the face with a basketball. Well, that's confusing to answer. Izuku hummed. The home isn't good, but Hitoshi is there. Him being in G there makes it awesome. Who's Hitoshi? Your boyfriend? Do I gotta give him a shovel talk? Katsuki asked. I don't know what the chat is. We have been and asked if we were dating twice now. He is my favorite person. Izuku answered, his voice as gentle as always. Anyways, I brought you something for your birthday. Lucky it is your birthday, huh? Katsuki huffed as he pulled out something wrapped in patterned paper from his bag. Izuku looked at it, curious as it was handed to him. Izuku looked up at Katsuki, silently asking what he was supposed to do. Open it, kid. Katsuki huffed. Why do you keep calling me kid? Izuku mumbled as he gently peeled the tape off. Because you are a child who didn't really get to be one and it's what comes to mind. Katsuki answered with a shrug as he unfolded the paper. It was an album. Opening it, he saw a picture of a really little Izuku on the first page. The next page was a picture of baby Izuku and Katsuki asleep. My mom had a few photos of you and me. These are doubles that she let me take. She told me that we first met within the first few months of our lives, then me and my family moved away for a while, then we came back when I was 4. So there are photos of us as babies and photos of us as 4-5-year-olds, then the photos stop. Katsuki explained. Thank you. I don't acetally thin K I have many photos of before the foster system. Izuku whispered, running his fingers gently along the page's edges. You're welcome. Katsuki replied. Izuku walked into his and Hitoshi's room and was met with a warm hug. Izuku dropped all of his stuff in the corner, changed into comfortable clothing and crawled into bed with Hitoshi, with his new album. Do you want to see some photos I got from someone from my childhood? Izuku signed and Hitoshi nodded. Izuku handed him the book, that he took with gentle hands. He flipped the book open, staring at the very first photo before looking at him, then back to the book. You are adorable at any age, yes? Hitoshi signed and went back to flipping the pages. Izuku just blinked at that comment. Soon Hitoshi put the book on the cabinet beside them. Who's the blonde? Hitoshi asked. Katsuki below. Apparently his mother was there when I was born. Our parents were friends. Izuku signed and the taller boy nodded. Hitoshi grabbed something on the bedside cabinet and handed it to him. It was a small box. Izuku looked up to Hitoshi, who nodded for him to open it. Izuku opened it and found rainbow fluorite shaped like a star. Purples and greens swirled together. It was on a silver chain. A necklace. It was pretty. Thank you, it's beautiful. Izuku signed, before clasping it on. You're welcome, I thought you would like it. Hitoshi's smile showed in his eyes. Then Hitoshi pulled out his phone and earbuds. Movie time? They spent the rest of the night binging movies, missing dinner. They fell asleep eventually. Izuku's head rested on Hitoshi's chest, Hitoshi's hand in his hair. Mischiefs. Me and now missed your birthdays again. Eraserhead called after them as they leaped across the rooftops. Oh no. It's okay. Maybe next year. Whisper called back. Yeah, maybe, but I like how the last 2 have gone. What if I don't like the change? Izuku and Hitoshi walked hand in hand into the grocery store. They normally go to convenience stores, gas stations and dairies, But this time they decided, why not go to the grocery store on their way back from the library? The lights inside were bright compared to how dark it had gotten outside. They quickly made their way to the drinks aisle after picking up a basket. Izuku picked up 6 different monster cans, Hitoshi picked up 4 cans of coffee, then they wandered around the store. Dabi is gonna be really busy for a while. Shota told me that he was going to arrest their dad, but since their father, who is apparently Endeavor, has a lot of power and money, he needs to find the right people to help. I gave Dabi Tsukachi and Eraserhead's numbers, which he said were very helpful, as even if they weren't the right people to help this time, it was good for a hero to have allies. He graduated recently. Hitoshi informed him as they swung their hands between them. We might not see either of them for a while. Izuku hummed, sadness tinging his voice. He liked Dabi. There was something about him that just made him the slightest bit more comfortable with him. He hadn't judged them and he had a protective aura. He was also a demi-boy, making him transgender, which gave Izuku a bit of comfort too. Dabi had claimed them as his younger siblings. Maybe this was what it was like to have a good sibling relationship or something. Shota was also nice. He had some fun theories that he always seemed excited to share. He was awkward in social situations just as he was and didn't always get social cues. He didn't either. They both tended to stay quiet, just silently observing the conversations. Maybe Shota was also a sibling to them, but Izuku was not completely sure. They turned into an aisle, a sign above it saying, Aisle 5. They walked further into the aisle before Izuku could read what was actually in the aisle. Izuku was not expecting to run into Katsuki. Or Katsuki's parents. Izuku! Katsuki called, surprised. Izuku waved with his free hand. Izuku! Katsuki's mother mumbled, before realization dawned on her and she whipped her head in his direction. Izuku tensed, barely, only Hitoshi could have noticed, because they were holding hands. Katsuki's mother, he could not remember the name of, came over and crouched in front of him, because she was way taller than him. Inko's kid? She asked and Izuku froze for a moment, blinking. He couldn't speak if he wanted to. His mute button has been pressed. Oh, if you're talking about his biological mother, she left him to the foster system. Hitoshi, the saint he is, told her, his face apathetic as Izuku's usually was. He had an apathetic expression when interacting with people outside of when he's Whisper or interacting with Izuku and the few other people they have bonded with. It was part of how he protected himself. Izuku's apathetic face was almost always in place. Shota was the same, they couldn't help it. Inko what? She hissed, outraged. No wonder she never speaks of you. I thought you might have died until Katsuki started talking about you last year, about how you went by a different name now and how you sometimes sat together. She rambled, standing and pacing. Izuku glanced at Hitoshi, who squeezed his hand. What are you doing out so late? Katsuki's father asked, a gentle, concerned face in place. We decided to go to the grocery store instead of the usual little convenience store. Hitoshi answered, awkwardly. Who are you? Katsuki asked, his eyes narrowed, looking down at their joint hands. Hitoshi. He answered and Katsuki, oh, it. Then Katsuki looked at Izuku again. Are you sure I don't have to give this guy a shovel talk? Katsuki asked. I, once aging, don't know what tea that is. Izuku mumbled as Hitoshi snorted. Why would you be giving me a shovel talk, blondie? Hitoshi asked with a small smirk. Who else is gonna give it? Katsuki replied. Hitoshi hummed and thought for a moment. Well, Eraser probably would. Definitely would actually. Ugh, scary to think about. Dabi would. Shota, if he knew what that was, probably would too. Hitoshi listed. Tsukachi? Izuku asked, still not knowing what it was but still curious. Tsuka is a hard one. I think he's too soft to give one. Especially to you, he wouldn't dare. To me it's a bit more possible, but I doubt he would. Hitoshi told him. I still don't actually know what it is. Izuku said. That's okay, it's not important, love. Hitoshi replied. Are those other people you live with? Katsuki asked, confused. No, Izuku answered. No, they aren't. Eraser and Tsuka are like wannabe dad figures or something that we have friend-zoned. Dabi mentally adopted us one night and now they are our brother and their brother Shota is also our brother. We haven't met the other siblings though, one was always busy and the other was also busy but also uninterested. Hitoshi rambled. Okay. Katsuki hummed. You haven't grown too much since we last saw you, have ya? You been eating? Katsuki's mother asked. Mitsuki. Katsuki's father gasped. I am current TTLY 412 foot to survive I have to eat. Izuku replied. Those were facts. Katsuki snorted. Izuku doesn't eat 3 meals a day, he eats at least one and sometimes while he's out eats snacks. He is probably quite underweight, but it's not really his fault. He eats when he can though and that's the best he can do. Ah. Do you remember where our house is? Mitsuki asked. Izuku shook his head after a moment. Do you have Katsuki's number? Izuku paused and pulled out his phone. Then shook his head. No he did not. Okay, Katsuki, give him your number. You two are welcome over. We always make enough for there to be leftovers so you are always welcome to join for dinner. Mitsuki told them. Are you sure? Izuku quietly asked. Katsuki's parents both nodded as Katsuki typed his phone number in his phone and gave it back. Okay, thank you. No problem. We should finish our shopping trip. You two get home safely, okay? Katsuki's father told them and they nodded. Mitsuki, before they left, wrapped Izuku into a spine-snapping hug that made him tense, not that she noticed. Then it was just Izuku and Hitoshi in the aisle. Hey, there's chocolate bars. Hitoshi mumbled as they walked farther in. They walked out of the grocery store with their drinks and treats stuffed into their bags. They had their black and purple hoodies on and pulled on their masks, because they were planning on roof hopping back. The parking lot was empty and dimly lit by the grocery store's bright white lights that shone through the windows. Suddenly Hitoshi tugged at him and Izuku looked over at him. There was a silly little air to him. Hitoshi? Izuku questioned. Hitoshi let go of his hand and grabbed a trolley. Wanna have some fun? He asked with a grin in his voice. That's how Izuku ended up running around the parking lot with Hitoshi in the trolley, shrieking at the speed. How are you so effing fast? Hitoshi yelled, not super loud. Hitoshi wasn't usually loud, it was forced into him just as it was forced into Izuku. Soon Izuku slowed it down and Hitoshi dramatically sighed in relief as he climbed out. Oh my god, my poor heart! He exclaimed, one hand on his chest. After he caught his breath, Izuku worriedly flailed his arms around, unsure what to do. He stood up straight and grinned through the mask. Okay, hop in. He told him and Izuku blinked. Huh? Izuku stammered, before Hitoshi picked him up and deposited him in the silver trolley. Okay babe, hold on tight. Hitoshi told him before starting to run. So now Hitoshi was running around the parking lot, pushing Izuku in the trolley in the dimly lit night. Izuku just breathily giggled as the wind ran through his hair and cooled his face. Soon Hitoshi slowed and stopped, tired. Then he helped Izuku out of the trolley and spun them around before putting him back on the ground. Was that fun? Hitoshi asked as they went to put the trolley back. The wind felt nice. Izuku replied. Yeah, that's good. Hitoshi hummed. Did you have fun? Izuku asked and Hitoshi seemed to grin again. Yeah, I had a blast. Hitoshi told him. Then they left the empty parking lot. Hanta was picking up some snacks for game night at his cousin's place, as they had run out, and was surprised to see two teens running around the empty parking lot of the supermarket. One was pushing the other in a trolley and they were yelling, not super loud like the average person's yell would be though. Then they got out and seemed to do a dramatic bit before stopping and helping the other teen into the trolley. Then they ran around the parking lot with the other teen in the trolley, though they weren't screaming. Hanta just watched from the entrance to the supermarket. Soon they stopped and the person running helped the other out of the trolley, spinning them around, which was cute, before putting them down. Hanta decided to leave after that. He was being just a little creepy. They were cute though. Izuku and Hitoshi were waiting for their exam results. They had done the exam the previous week and were anxiously awaiting the arrival of their letters. They had been going out on patrol for longer to keep their minds off of it. They had run into Eraserhead a week before the exams and he tried to ask if they wanted to be heroes and if they were in high school or going into high school, because they still had no idea who they were. Which was insane, honestly. They didn't answer the questions though, instead ran towards a scream that rang out after the question was asked. Hitoshi and Izuku were in bed. Izuku was sat up, legs under the blankets, drawing, and Hitoshi was lying down, one arm draped around Izuku's waist, napping. Then there was stomping. There were 2 envelopes slid under the door and stomping started again but faded away. Izuku moved Hitoshi's arm from his waist, gently, and got out of bed. He put his art stuff down and picked the envelopes up. Before crawling back into bed, Hitoshi stirred slightly, but stayed asleep, curling into Izuku's hip. Izuku decided to give Hitoshi more time to sleep before they opened the envelopes and ran his fingers through the boy's lilac hair. Hitoshi woke up, warm. He opened his eyes as he felt fingers scratch at his scalp, making him purr at the gentle touch. He found his head resting on Izuku's stomach with an arm wrapped around the boy. He looked up and Izuku moved to look down at him. He waved, before grabbing something from the bedside table and holding it up. White paper. Envelopes. Acceptance or rejection letters. Hitoshi sighed in a surprised breath and sat up beside Izuku. Izuku handed one and they on a silent count of 3 tore them open. Izuku much more careful than Hitoshi. Reading the paper he felt himself smile and looked over to Izuku who had a satisfied gleam in his eyes. They made eye contact and nodded to each other. Gen Ed first, then transfer out and into heroics. Izuku held Hitoshi's hand tightly. As they made their way through the school. They had never gone to school together. Izuku was glad that they do now. They walked into their classroom silent and unnoticed by most. They took the free desks in the back opposite the door, next to each other. Izuku put his bag down and sat on Hitoshi's desk. Hitoshi wrapped his arms around his waist and Izuku ran his fingers through lavender locks, braiding small amounts of it and undoing them to pass the time. Hitoshi purred quietly at the repetitive motions, only loud enough for them to hear. Their classmates barely looked at them as they interacted with each other, which Izuku appreciated. Soon the bell rang and as it rang the door banged open. Izuku hissed quietly and Hitoshi's grip around his waist tightened. Hello, my listeners. I am Presentational Michael. You can call me Present Mike and I will be your homeroom teacher, ya dig? Present Mike yelled as he sauntered into the room. The class then erupted in noise. Izuku tensed uncomfortable with the volume and kept playing with Hitoshi's hair as he leant his forehead against Izuku's side, arms still wound around him. All right, listeners. Nice to hear y'all are so upbeat. Now let's get down to business and introduce ourselves. Yeah. The blonde yelled and the introduction started. The class enthusiastically introduced themselves until it was Izuku and Hitoshi's turn. Izuku blinked at the fact they wanted Izuku to say something and Hitoshi seemed to feel the same confusion Izuku felt, because no one ever wants them to speak. Come on up, listeners. Introduce yourself to the audience. Present Mike called. Hitoshi stood up and took Izuku's hand as he slid off the desk and they walked to the front of the room together. They stood awkwardly for a moment and after enthusiastic nodding from Present Mike, Hitoshi began to speak. Hitoshi Shinso, my quirk is brainwashing. Hitoshi stated. The class began to whisper, a familiar kind of whisper that never meant good things. Do you want me to introduce you? Hitoshi whispered. Izuku shook his head. Hitoshi didn't know the name of his quirk anyways. Izuku inhaled and held his breath for a moment. Izuku Midoriya, Control Freak. Izuku spoke slowly, his voice barely above mumbling volume and the whispers paused before starting up louder. Is that really the name of your quirk, love? Hitoshi asked and Izuku nodded, before they went back to their spot at Hitoshi's desk. Alright, quiet. Now, we have to go to orientation. Let's get a move on, listeners. Present Mike called out and they were off. Shota was at his desk, writing notes on his students so far. He expelled one and another had asked to transfer out after the first day. Apparently after the first day he decided he would rather bake instead, so Shota transferred him to a Gen Ed class. The kid he expelled wasn't taking anything seriously. He spent most of the time flirting with Azui and at one point tried to grope her, before being shoved away. By Bakugo. He wasn't the only pervert, there was a short kid with ball instead of hair, but he hadn't tried anything and was doing his best in the test, even if his best wasn't much yet, so he didn't expel him too. Then Hizashi burst through the door with his dramatic flair in the way he walked. "Shota!" he sang, and Shota had to shove his chair out from his desk to catch Hizashi, who had thrown himself at him. "What?" Shota drawled, stretching the word out. "So I have these students right?" he starts. "I would hope so, it'd be concerning if you lost them." Shota replied dryly. "Oh, shut up. Anyways, so these two kids, right? They sit in the back corner and they give me Shota vibes honestly, neutral faces, droopy eyes, one has curly mostly black hair too, though they have scars on their faces and one has freckles. Anyways, so we were doing introductions as you do in a new classroom. 18 students introduced themselves enthusiastically, then these two's turn came. They sat at their desks for a moment looking vaguely confused under the apathy. I told them to come up and a moment later, hand in hand they hesitantly came up. I silently encouraged them to speak, thinking, they must be shy. Now I'm not so sure though, because the first one spoke and the second he had said the name of his quirk the class started whispering. He whispered to his friend for a moment and he shook his head, before speaking up, and his voice was so quiet. I could barely hear it and my hearing aids were in. When he introduced his quirk, the whispers paused before coming back louder, then they went and sat down. "They're so cute and I am attached." Hizashi rambled. Shota sat quietly for a moment, because that was a lot of words. "Who are they? What are their quirks?" Shota asked. "Hitoshi Shinso, brainwashing, Izuku Midoriya, control freak." Hizashi told him. Shota pulled them closer to the desk and typed their names into his computer. He found their information a moment later. Hitoshi Shinso. Quirk. Brainwashing, click here for more information. Age, 15. Birthday, 1st of July XXXX. Teeth, male, he, him. Dress, XXX. Guardian phone number, XXXXXXXX-. Foster mother caretaker ####. Emergency contacts, XXXXXXXXX-. Social worker ####. XXXXXXXX-. Aunt figure Mitsuki Bakugo. XXXXXXXX-. Uncle figure Masaru Bakugo. Middle school, Nabu Middle School. Teacher's notes, click here to view. Ayumi Midoriya, preferred name Izuku. Quirk, control freak, click here for more information. Age, 15. Birthday, 15th of July XXXX. TC, female, transgender, FTM, he, him, they, them. Dress, XXX. Guardian phone number, XXXXXXXX-. Foster mother caretaker ####. Emergency contacts, XXXXXXXX-. Social worker ####. XXXXXXXX-. Aunt figure Mitsuki Bakugo. XXXXXXX-. Uncle figure Masaru Bakugo. Middle school, Aldra Junior High. Teacher's notes, click here to view. They are foster kids who live in the same foster home with villainous quirks. They have 3 contacts that are the same, 2 different social workers. They went to different schools until now. Shota mumbled. "Oh no." Hizashi mumbled, still lying across his lap. "Okay, keep an eye on the 2 of them. People aren't kind to people with villainous quirks. We can investigate the home they live in if we have reason to believe it's unsafe. For now just watch from a distance. Oh, and watch closely for bullies." Shota told Hizashi, who nodded along seriously. "All right, will do." Hizashi said. "Now that has been discussed, how many kids did you expel?" He smirked. Shota pushed away from his desk and shoved Hizashi off his lap, resulting in a loud squawk before a thud and a groan. Izuku and Hitoshi found Class 1 as door when they were let out for the day. They had to go to the Bakugos after school, Mitsuki having demanded they come for dinner on the first day, so they were going to walk with Katsuki. They had only visited a handful of times so far, but they're treated kindly while there, so they don't mind it there. Being with Dabi was different though. Izuku missed him. They've only been texting for months, because Dabi graduated and is looking for as much evidence and people to help them against their father. Hitoshi has asked around in the underground and Izuku has found servers with Endeavor haters who had stories to tell that he could find evidence of being true, to help out, which Dabi appreciates. Hitoshi knocked and slid the door open. Hitoshi led Izuku into the room that had most of the students still inside. Excuse me. I do not believe you are in this class. I must ask that you leave. A blue-haired block yelled, speedily approaching. Four eyes. They're here for me, fucker. Katsuki yelled, slinging his bag over his shoulder as he stomped over. Bakugo! That is no way to speak to your fellow classmates. Glasses guy berated. I don't offend you, Kari. Katsuki groaned, rolling his eyes. But, Blondie, what would Auntie say? Hitoshi teased with a smirk. Beach, she swears more than me, the F-dash? Katsuki snorted. Ah. You're right, my mistake. Hitoshi replied dryly. Izuku, while they were talking, he had discreetly scanned the classroom and made eye contact with a familiar someone. They held eye contact for a moment, then their eyes widened. Shota now knew what he looked like beneath the mask. Hitoshi too, by the way his eyes darted between them. Izuku released Hitoshi's hand as he continued his banter with Katsuki and wandered over to Shota, who stood up. Raven? Shota asked quietly. Izuku nodded. You see and call me Izuku-ku though, whispers name is Hitoshi. He replied and Shota nodded. Then Shota looped his arms around his shoulders. It's been a while. I miss hanging out with you, Hitoshi and Dabi. Shota mumbled as Izuku hooked his arms around Shoto's waist. I miss you too. Izuku mumbled back, resting his forehead against Shoto's collarbone. After a moment there was a squeal and Izuku looked up and he felt. Shota moved slightly too. There was a pink all-over girl, a black-haired girl and a girl with brown hair, all staring at them, one grinning, one looking vaguely proud. And the last Izuku wasn't sure of the look. Todoroki, is this your girlfriend? The brown-haired girl asked. Izuku tensed and Shota tightened his hold on him, gently patting the back of his head. He knew that he was trans. Do I not pass? No, he is not. He's a boy and he's like my brother. Shota answered coldly. Hitoshi and Katsuki heard the question and rushed over, Hitoshi placing his hands on Izuku's shoulders, Katsuki blocking the girl's view of him. You all right, darlin'? Hitoshi whispered. Izuku frowned slightly and shakily nodded in response. You are a beautiful boy, so strong and amazing. Don't let anyone make you think otherwise, no matter what. Hitoshi told him, Shota nodding along. Okay. Izuku stuttered. It's nice to see you, Sho, we've missed you. Hitoshi said after a moment. Oh, so Ice Pop is your Shota you mentioned. Katsuki grunted, Izuku nodded. I don't know who you are. Shota stated, Hitoshi snorted. I'm Katsuki Bakugo, never forget it. Katsuki grinned. I'm Shota. Shota replied simply. I know. Katsuki groaned. A red-haired guy with a familiar face and spiky teeth approached. Hey Baku bro, who are your friends? The boy asked with a friendly smile. Wait, you two are familiar. Are you those guys from the rooftop that were being all cute together? Izuku remembered the black-haired boy with the cool, sharp teeth and quietly, Oh, it's Mr. I bite my dentist. Hitoshi said with realization in his voice as Izuku released Shota. Ha! Katsuki smirked. Turns out I did have a cavity and my dentist was not happy with the new bite mark. Sharp Teeth laughed, rubbing the back of his neck as he had seen Hitoshi do every now and again. You-chan changed your hair. Izuku commented. I did, do you like it? He asked and Izuku nodded. He liked red. Anyways, shitty hair, this is Izuku and Purple Cat. Katsuki introduced. I'm gonna take that as a compliment, because I love cats, so thanks, but just because I can purr, doesn't make me a cat. Ku can purr too. Hitoshi drawled. You too can purr? Shota murmured and Izuku nodded. Man, my hair's not shitty and yours isn't that different from mine. The redhead whined before turning back to them. Anyways, I'm Ijiro Kirishima, nice to meet you. Hitoshi Shinso. Hitoshi replied. Izuku simply nodded. The girl with black hair approached. Shota, are you ready to go? She asked. Shota sighed but nodded. Shota hugged Izuku again, then Hitoshi. Talk later? He asked and they nodded, waving him goodbye as he left with the girl. Can we go now? Katsuki groaned. Izuku hummed, ready to lie down. Let's go. Bye. Hitoshi said, nodding to Kirishima. Bye guys, see you later. Kirishima grinned. When they were out of the classroom, Katsuki spoke up. The old hag is making katsudon. Hitoshi fist pumped. Izuku's lips twitched up. Pop pop pop. Izuku hopped with Whisper by his side, across the city. Then suddenly, boom. There was fire spewing from one of the taller buildings on the street and debris was falling to the sidewalk and road. People were running from the building and down the street. There were no heroes in sight. Izuku looked to Whisper, who nodded to him. Before they rushed off, Whisper pulled down his mask and pressed a kiss to his forehead before putting it back on. Okay, I'll look through the lower levels. You enter from as high as you safely can. If you need to get out, I can't lose you too. I love you. Hitoshi yelled as they rushed towards the building. Okay, stay safe, love you. Izuku frantically signed before they split off. Izuku climbed the neighboring building to the on-fire building and leapt into an open window from the roof. He pulled a mask over top of his muzzle to block out the smoke and scanned the room. There was not much fire inside, mainly smoke and no one inside. It was an office building, Izuku could guess. He moved through the rest of the level, avoiding the fire, not seeing anyone. He moved up the stairs to the next floor. There was more fire, making it harder to see through. There was a man crouched in a corner. Izuku rushed over and pulled him up, guiding him safely around the fire to the staircase, where he immediately ran down after a wheezed-out thank you. Finishing his sweep of the floor, he found no one else and moved up. His sleeve caught on fire slightly and Izuku quickly patted it out. Walking further onto the floor, he could hear desperate crying. He rushed around the fire and found 2 women and a man under a large table, maybe used for meetings or something. He ushered them out from under the desk and as carefully as possible led them to the staircase, receiving a hug he tensed in before they ran downstairs. He continued looking around the floor and was devastated when he found one person already dead and burning. The smell was awful and it was an awful sight. He found a guy hiding under his desk just as he was finishing his sweep of the floor and rushed him to the staircase. He flew down. Walking further up the stairs, he found another body burning on the staircase and wanted to be sick. He rushed past it and onto the last floor where there were a few bodies scattered and burning. He found 4 men and a woman huddled into a corner and hurried to get them out, using what he could to shove what trapped them their way. He took them to the staircase, hearing the screeches and the crying when they saw the body, and finished his sweep of the top floor. He found someone lying on the ground unconscious, but not burning, and hurried to check their pulse, finding it still there. He hurried to sweep them up and ran for the staircase. He sped down the stairs, meeting Whisper along the way. He had someone on his back. They sprinted down the stairs and out of the building, immediately sprinting to the ambulances and passing them over. Are you finished? Whisper asked and Izuku nodded. Same, let's get out of here. Oh my god, where were the effing pros? Hitoshi hissed. They ended up heading to the police station and knocking on Tsukachi's balcony window again. The blinds opened and they came face to face with Eraserhead, who opened the door for them. Hey, kiddos, Nao's just left with some other officers to help with a fire in an office building. I couldn't join him though, because I fell off the roof and sprained my ankle. Come in. Eraserhead told them. Izuku followed Whisper in, holding his hand. Izuku pulled the mask covering his muzzle off, stuffing it in his pocket. He coughed a couple times, which hurt a bit with the muzzle. Yeah, we just came from that. There were no heroes on the scene and I didn't run into any firefighters either. Whisper grunted angrily. You too went into a burning building? Eraserhead asked, alarmed. Izuku started to panically pull at his muzzle. Whisper noticed. Do you have anything I can pick a padlock with, and can you lead us to the restroom? Whisper asked quickly. Yes, I can do that. Eraserhead pulled out a small kit and handed it to Whisper before leading them out into the hall. He led them down the hall and pointed to a door. This one you two can use, I'll wait out here. Eraserhead told them gently and Whisper ushered him inside, locking the door behind them. Okay, babe, okay. One moment, I'll pick the lock and unbuckle this awful thing. Try to breathe for me, baby. It's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, hold. And release 1, 2, 3, 4. Hitoshi soothed as he pulled down his hood and worked on the lock. Soon the muzzle was being slid off of his face and Hitoshi was in front of him. Hey, lovey, let's breathe, okay? I need to too. There were a lot of things I can't unsee in there. So let's breathe together, then we can go back to the office, sit with Eraser for a while, maybe see Tsuka. Hitoshi told him shakily, mask off and trying to put on a smile that trembled and fell. Izuku pulled Hitoshi down and hugged his head to his chest, feeling his hands grip at the back of his hoodie. 1, 2, 3, 4, hold. Release 1, 2, 3, breathe 1, 2, 3, 4, hold. Release 1, 2, 3, 4 inch, Hitoshi whispered, sniffling into the silence. They shook as they tried their best to breathe. Eventually Hitoshi sat up and stared at his face. I'm so glad you're okay. He whimpered, tears welling up. Izuku held on to his arms tight. Izuku felt tears drip from his own eyes. These there were so many dash, Izuku stuttered, voice trembling. Hitoshi hummed. Izuku sank to his knees, Hitoshi following him down. He buried his face in Hitoshi's chest, feeling Hitoshi bury his in his hair. Shota could hear some of what the kids were saying from where he was sitting beside the door, and his heart broke again for them. Tonight had been a hard night for them. They were children and they saw things that children should never see. Shota wanted to bundle them up and keep them safe from the world's horrors but couldn't, not yet. He still had no idea who they were. He listened to the shaky breathing behind the wall and texted his housemate. Shota, hey, the kiddos have come to visit. They were at the fire and saw some sheet. 1:21 a.m. Now, oh no, it looks awful in there from what I've heard from the heroes and firefighters inside. 1:23 a.m. Shota, when they were there, apparently there were no heroes or firefighters. 1:23 a.m. Now, yeah, apparently they haven't found a single person alive since they got here, and I have taken a few statements that said they were let out by masked, hooded figures. Now that makes sense. 1:24 a.m. Now, some people said that 2 hooded figures ran out of the building with people they handed over to the paramedics too. 1:24 a.m. Now, I haven't checked what the reporters caught yet. 1:25 a.m. Shota, sounds like they did well, but they're still really upset. 1:25 a.m. Shota, they're in the bathroom now. 1:25 a.m. Now, how about you put a movie on for them on your laptop, break out the blankets, pick up some snacks from the corner store and just let them relax for a while. Now, I should be back in an hour or two. 1:25 a.m. Shota, okay, will do. 1:26 a.m. Shota, bye. 1:26 a.m. Now bye. 1:26 a.m. Are you ready to go back? Hitoshi asked. S'pose. Izuku mumbled. All right. Hitoshi whispered, standing up and pulling Izuku up with him. Wait, are you hurt? Hitoshi was looking at where his sleeve had caught on fire. Now that he thought about it, there was a stinging on his arm. Oh. Maybe. Not a lot though. I can patch it up later. Izuku mumbled. Hitoshi pulled on his mask and Izuku grabbed his and pulled it on, not wanting the muzzle back on for the time being. Hitoshi picked up the muzzle, lock and the kit, handing Izuku the muzzle, before unlocking the door and leading Izuku outside. You mischiefs okay? Eraserhead asked as he stood. Isham, Hitoshi hummed. Eraserhead led them back to the office. Okay, you two get comfy on the couch. Eraserhead commanded and they sat down, placing the muzzle, lock and kit on the table. Eraserhead wandered around the room picking up different things from different places before wandering over to them. He threw some blankets at them and placed a laptop on the table. Okay, you two pick a movie, get all comfy, I'm going to limp over to the corner store, pick up some snacks and come back. Eraserhead told them and Izuku tilted his head. Okay? Hitoshi replied quietly. Then Eraserhead was off. How odd. Izuku said. Hitoshi snorted. An uneventful week of school had passed. Izuku was surprised the muzzle hadn't been pulled out yet, not even tape or a GG. Their classmates made a point to stay away from them. They don't even actually know what their quirks did exactly or how they worked, but simply the name was enough to put them off. Some taunted them, but otherwise he and Hitoshi were left alone. One thing Izuku felt glad about was that they could use UA's training equipment to train and work out after school. Hitoshi was ecstatic about it. Shota had joined them in training a few times already and delivered a gift from Dabi. They were cat-eared hoodies in purple and black respectively. Shota said he had a pink one, which was cute. Katsuki had joined them to train a couple times too. During lunch, Izuku and Hitoshi would drop by the cafeteria to collect their food before rushing off to the roof, which was surprisingly empty for such a large school. Katsuki had joined them once, like in middle school, knowing where to find them, but stayed in the cafeteria most of the time. When Shota learned they could go to the roof and that was where they had been, he started showing up. He didn't appreciate the noise level in the cafeteria. Anyways, it was now the beginning of a new week in high school. Izuku once again sat on Hitoshi's desk, this time with his legs crossed, back to the window, fiddling with the Tangle's fidget toy eraser head and Tsukachi gave him for his 14th birthday as Hitoshi leaned his forehead into his side, looking down at his phone. The bell rang and the door burst open, just as it had the first day. Hello. A lovely morning to ya, listeners. I have an announcement to make, ya dig? Present Mike yelled into the class as Izuku clapped his hands over his ears, Hitoshi's arms winding around his waist. The class gave mixed responses, some rubbing their ears in irritation. Okay, so most of you should have heard of the sports festival, yeah. The class erupted and a growl rumbled in the back of his throat as he slammed his hands back over his ears. That's right, listeners. The first year's UA Sports Festival will be held in 3 weeks' time. Prepare yourselves. You all have to participate unless you have a reason you cannot. Present Mike explained. Izuku looked down to Hitoshi, who gave a gentle smile. Transfer through the sports festival. Shota lounged across a metal ceiling beam in one of the UA gyms, enjoying the peace. Then the door opened. 2 children walked in, one with curly black hair that has white scattered through it, and another with purple hair that's stuck up. Shota watched as the short grayscale kid seemed to pause at the entrance, and a moment later the tall lavender bush paused too. Then they were looking around, scanning the room. Then they both looked up and stared directly at him. He stared back. From the distance he couldn't see their eyes too well, but they were clearly looking at him. Purple, black and white stared up at him, and he wasn't sure how much time had passed. Then they both looked away and continued walking into the gym like nothing had happened. Shota after a moment realized who they were. Hitoshi Shinso, Izuku Midoriya. Shota decided to keep an eye on them as they trained. He watched them silently stretch, then run around the gym, which was quite large. On surprisingly quiet feet he could barely hear their footsteps. Then he watched them pull out the sparring mats and watched them run around each other, dodging, punching, kicking, ducking, twirling, flipping, blocking. It was a dance. The doors burst open, but they didn't stop their fight. They continued as they were. Shota was surprised to see 2 of his students wander in. Bakugo stomped in with his usual scowl, heading over to where the boys were sparring, a silent Todoroki on his tail, like a dog following their owner. Soon Midoriya had managed to pin Shinso down and their fight ended. Hi Sho. Blondie. Shinso greeted quietly. Hello Hitoshi. Todoroki replied with a little wave, before walking over to Midoriya and sitting next to him, where he had taken a seat by the mats. Fight me. Bakugo yelled. Stretch first. Shinso told him and the angry boy groaned. Don't tell me what to do, purple fucker. He shouted back as he started stretching. Dabi said they will come to the last half of the sports festival. They're excited to see you. Todoroki told them, and Shota saw Midoriya perk up a bit and saw Shinso grin. It's been ages. Shinso fist pumped. Isn't Dabi the young hero who recently graduated, that contacted me and now a bit ago? Cerulean? The one that was looking for help against Endeavor? Who got their contacts from Raven and Whisper? Dabi has been quite busy, trying to find everything he can against our father before he arrests him and me and Natsuo go into his custody. He hates it, because he misses seeing you. All of his spare time is used for resting or finding more against him. Soon this will all be over though. Todoroki said, and Midoriya leaned his head against the dual-quirked user's arm. They're siblings. Okay, I'm definitely helping with this case then. Fight me, zombie. Bakugo roared. Zombie? Shinso asked. You're all pale and have eye bags. Bakugo replied as if explaining. Izuku is paler and has darker eye bags, Bakugo. Todoroki piped up. Oh, shut it, daddy issues. Izuku's Izuku. Bakugo yelled. What? Todoroki asked. He gets the nice nicknames because he has earned them, now fight me, damn it. Bakugo yelled. Fine. Shinso replied. You're right. Lovey deserves all the nice nicknames. Just get on the FME. Bakugo yelled. There was something very familiar about Shinso's voice. He looked down to where Midoriya and Todoroki were leaned into each other and just about jumped because Midoriya was staring directly at him. Then the boy looked away again. How interesting. A couple weeks passed. Izuku and Hitoshi patrolled, not once running into Eraserhead. They visited Tsukachi once and were given a bag of treats and drinks, and the man hugged them, causing Izuku to tense at the touch, but not by much. He and Hitoshi trained together as well as with Shota and Katsuki sometimes. Tonight Izuku was in his and Hitoshi's room. Hitoshi was lying across his stomach, like a heated, weighted blanket, helping with the cramps he was getting. Then Hitoshi seemed to have an idea and got off of him. He pouted under the muzzle. Hey, you know what we should do? He asked. Izuku shook his head. We should test our quirks on each other. Izuku froze slightly at that. He hasn't used his quirk since he got it. I've only used my quirk once. Izuku signed, and there was a sadness in Hitoshi's eyes. I've used mine a few times, but not many. I think we should see if it works on each other though. We are going to need to at least be able to use our quirks if the situation calls for it, so one step at a time we can work on them together, yeah. Hitoshi signed. Will you be okay if we do? Izuku asked, and Hitoshi nodded. We can try it out. Let's try tomorrow in the gym? Hitoshi asked. Izuku nodded and Hitoshi laid back down. Izuku sighed happily. Izuku sat across from Hitoshi on the mats in the gym. Would you like to go first? Hitoshi asked nervously, and Izuku thought for a moment before shaking his head. Okay, then I'll ask you a question, you just have to respond, lovey. Izuku nodded. All right. Did you know that you are my most favorite person? I think you've mentioned it. Izuku replied and felt his control be taken. It felt like he was surrounded by cotton and clouds. It was soft and calming. Then it faded away and he was back in control. I didn't release you, so it seems my quirk won't affect you for long. Hitoshi said, nervously fiddling with his fingers. I liked it. It was comfortable. Izuku told him, and Hitoshi relaxed. That's good, I'm glad. Your turn, love, when you're ready. Hitoshi told him, taking his hands. I know Eraserhead is watching us from the ceiling beam, but I'll say it anyway. He doesn't know us. I love you. Izuku told Hitoshi, who smiled before responding. I love you too. And the boy was under. Izuku could see all the strings, glowing a soft white. He could vaguely feel how he was feeling through the connection, relaxed, content maybe. After a moment Hitoshi was free from his hold, and he had a soft smile on his face. It's so gentle, calming. Hitoshi told him, and Izuku slumped forward and rested his head against Hitoshi's chest, feeling him pull him up and hug him tightly. Izuku had a giddy feeling spreading through his chest. Quirk euphoria? Izuku mumbled to himself. You're feeling it too, huh? It's pleasant. Hitoshi murmured into his hair. Izuku hummed in response. Wanna have some fun to get rid of the giddy energy? Hitoshi asked, and Izuku leaned back, seeing a grin in place. Sure. Izuku replied. That was how they wound up chasing each other around the gym, playing tag, which Izuku doesn't remember ever playing in his childhood. Izuku was eventually tackled to the ground and Hitoshi grinned victoriously. Then he started poking at his sides? Izuku tilted his head at him. What are you doing? Izuku asked. I'm trying to find your ticklish spot. Hitoshi replied. Ticklish? Izuku mumbled. You know that spot that makes you laugh and squirm. Hitoshi explained. Izuku hummed. He doesn't know if he has one of those. Do you have a ticklish spot? Izuku asked, head still tilted to the side. I do, but I'm not telling you where. Hitoshi told him, booping him on the nose and rolling to lay beside him. But you have a pretty laugh. Izuku commented, receiving a smile with a pink tint to pale cheeks in response. Thank you, darling. Hitoshi replied. Shota watched the whole thing fondly. Kids could be adorable. He was a little concerned at first with how they seemed to be wary of their quirks though. Shota also thinks Midoriya to be quite oblivious, but it was cute as much as it was slightly concerning. Izuku felt jittery. He was anxious, neither he nor Hitoshi had slept well. Today was the sports festival, they had to get far enough in and impress enough to be transferred, otherwise they would have to find another way. Izuku and Hitoshi both bought energy drinks on the way to school, and wore their cat-eared hoodies they got from Dabi over their gym gear, neither one of them keen on sticking to the dress code constantly. They were going to be on live television and compete against hundreds of first years. Hoodies brought comfort, they were familiar and comfortable, and so they were staying on. Welcome listeners to this year's sports festival. I am Present Mike, your host today, here with my co-host Eraserhead. How'd you talk me into this? Eraserhead groaned and Hitoshi snickered. Present Mike continued to speak for a moment before introducing the classes. Welcome to the field, the heroics classes, Class 1A and 1B. The audience cheered loudly. The general education classes 1C, D, and E. Hitoshi took Izuku's hand and they walked out into the light behind their classmates together. The audience was significantly quieter for them. Support classes 1F, G, and H. Izuku watched as more students loaded out onto the field. Business classes 1I, J, and K. There were a lot of people out on the field and even more on the stands. Moments later, Midnight was speaking, but Izuku wasn't fully zoned in, fiddling with Hitoshi's hand in his. Katsuki Bakugo. Miss Midnight called and Izuku paused looking up to Hitoshi. Why is this Katsuki being called? Izuku asked hushed. He was called up to do a speech, declaration thing. I feel like he's going to declare war on the entirety of the first years. Hitoshi answered. I pledge. That I'm a win. Katsuki said into the mic. Knew it. Hitoshi whispered before the field erupted in argument. Soon Miss Midnight calmed everyone down and spun a large wheel of challenges Izuku believes was rigged. An obstacle course. How about we do a really silly thing? Hitoshi suggested and Izuku squinted his eyes. How silly? Izuku asked. Controlling a few people to carry us. I think Shota may ice the floors. Hitoshi said. He probably will. Your comfort table doing so? Izuku asked quietly as everyone crowded the tunnel in front. To them. I am, are you? Hitoshi swung their hands between them. Yeah. Izuku replied blandly as usual, feeling the squeeze Hitoshi gave his hand and squeezing back. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Present Mike called and he and Hitoshi immediately jumped onto the backs of the people in front of them as ice glazed the ground. Wadash. Hey. Oh. Hey, do you mind if we hitch a ride? Hitoshi called. We would appreciate it, T. Izuku told them and multiple people responded, getting caught in their holds. There were a lot of strings. Izuku somewhat expected to feel some kind of resistance against his hold, but if he had to guess, maybe they weren't able to fight the hold. He could feel the thrum of irritation and anger through the connection, and he'd have to ask Hitoshi if he could feel that too. Carry us to the next obstacle carefully but fast. Hitoshi commanded and Izuku repeated the command. Then they were carried by 8 people altogether to the next obstacle. Giant robots. Izuku and Hitoshi climbed down from their perch and made their way to the edges of the path to avoid the robots. Halfway past the robots, they let their hold on the 8 students go, hearing irritation and disgust behind him that made his lips tick downwards for a moment. Hitoshi took his hand, his eyes looking upset, just as he was sure his did. They sprinted to the next obstacle and found a ravine with ropes for bridges. Izuku pointed Hitoshi over to the fence he could use to get across, knowing he couldn't balance on power lines like he could. Hitoshi nodded, pressed a finger to his nose and ran towards the fence. Izuku turned to the ropes. Izuku could see some people struggling across them, fear etching their faces. Izuku found a rope clear of people and just ran across it, hearing screams behind him to be careful. That is talent. Izuku Midoriya of Class 1C. He heard Present Mike yell as he stepped onto the ground again. He had been blocking out the commentary for the most part. Those are skills that take time to perfect. I'm impressed. Eraserhead spoke and Izuku tapped his fingers together as Hitoshi ran over to him. Eraserdad's impressed. Hitoshi said, taking his hand as they ran towards the next obstacle. Izuku blinked at that comment but continued. A minefield. If we just run straight across it, quickly without pause we should be fine. Izuku told Hitoshi, who nodded, letting go of his hand. Ready? Hitoshi called. Yes. Izuku replied and they ran, pink glitter booming up as they ran across the minefield. He could hear Hitoshi cackling as they ran and it made his lips twitch up. Soon enough they were rolling on to plain dirt grounds. Hitoshi retook his hand after they had immediately started running again and he squeezed it as they sprinted. Tied for 17th place. Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinso of 1C. Present Mike screamed. The second event went by, the cavalry battle. Izuku and Hitoshi had teamed up with two people from 1B, Tetsu and Shiozaki. They went around collecting points off of smaller point teams as Katsuki and Shoto's teams battled each other with others going after them. Izuku and Hitoshi had made it to 4th place. Now it was lunch. Hitoshi had a tight hold on his hand and was dragging him excitedly to where they would meet Dabi, Shoto's hand clasped in Hitoshi's other hand as he was also being dragged. Katsuki angrily followed, apparently curious of who Dabi was. They made it outside of the stadium and found stalls all over the place. Hitoshi pulled them towards a tree where there was a bench underneath it surrounded by red rose bushes. There was a person there too. Dabi! Hitoshi called as they got closer and the person looked up and grinned, standing, realizing who they were almost immediately. Hey kiddos! Dabi called and opened his arms wide as they got closer, before scooping all three of them up in a hug, Katsuki watching from behind. Izuku was sure. Izuku froze for a moment before melting into the hug. Warm as always and not just because of the fire quirk. Dabi released them and knelt in front of Hitoshi and Izuku. You two been okay? Have you been eating enough? Drinking enough? Sleeping enough? Dabi questioned. We are okay, we have been eating when we can, drinking enough, not necessarily water. If you expected water you would probably be very disappointed. Sleeping, not much different from before. Hitoshi answered. Did you get a nose ring? Izuku asked quietly. Dabi looked at him for a moment before grinning wider and hugging him again. Oh my god, your voice is gorgeous. Is it just because you have a voice quirk? Nah, I doubt it's just the effects of your quirk. I'm so proud of you, Raven. And yes, I did. Do you like it? Dabi rambled. I do. Izuku answered. Izuku liked piercings and had a few he wanted to get. Thank you. You're wearing the hoodies I got you. Dabi smiled. I've missed you guys so much. Don't worry, I'll be done with gathering evidence soon and have Eraserhead and Tsukachi along with a few others helping me. I missed you. Izuku told him, nodding along to what they said. Same. We missed you so much. Hitoshi pouted. I missed hanging out with all three of you together. Shota admitted. Bubs. It's okay. I'm here now. And very soon things will be better and we can all hang out together again. Dabi told them, ruffling Shota and Hitoshi's hair. Why'd he call you Raven, Izuku? Katsuki asked and Dabi looked up, noticing the fourth person. Oh, hello, who are you? A friend of my little brother's? I'm Dabi, they, nice to meet you. Dabi greeted. I'm Katsuki Bakugo, known Izuku for a while. Why'd you call him Raven, though? Katsuki asked, confused. It's DS a nickname, some people call me. Izuku answered. Katsuki narrowed his eyes before shrugging. You didn't tell me this, Dabi, was a hero. Katsuki brought up. We've talked about them in front of you about their hero work though, Bakugo. Mentioned. Oh, shut up, Ice Pop. Katsuki hissed. Izuku leaned back against Dabi while they bickered, feeling warm fingers carred though his curls. Izuku is your name, yes? What's whispers? Dabi whispered. I'm Izuku Midoriya, WH whisper is Hitoshi Shinso, bye. Izuku answered through the quiet purring. Okay, Zuzu. Dabi replied. They didn't notice someone watching the interaction. Eventually they went and ate and Dabi hugged them before he had to go back to the stands. Izuku was paired against Mina Ishido for the first match. Izuku walked into the arena, hands pressed to his ears as the crowd screamed. The all-pink girl was grinning across the cement platform. Izuku just wanted to get this over with and get out of the spotlight. Hitoshi watched as Izuku sped around the pink girl who tried to throw acid at him. He dodged every attack and managed to get her panicked and edging closely to the white line. He is amazing, I love him so much. Hitoshi smiled as he watched him push her out of the lines. Izuku clapped his hands over his ears again when the crowd roared and looked unsure as to whether and how he was supposed to continue to interact with the girl. Hitoshi watched as the girl stood and bounced over to Izuku with a grin, holding a hand out to shake. Izuku looked momentarily confused by the gesture before copying it and getting his hand gripped and shook. Oh, sweetheart, you are amazing. Shota had his battle after him. He was upset though. Izuku could tell by his eyes and the slight frown on his face, and he could guess it was Endeavor's fault. Shota had frosted the stadium and frozen neat elbows guy at the bottom of a giant glacier. Then Shiozaki won against Electric Blonde. Hatsum, who made her name very known, toyed with Speed Boy to show off all of her creations before stepping out, so Speed Boy won. Then Izuku got to watch Hitoshi bully a blonde with a laser in his stomach out of the lines. Hitoshi looked very pretty and very mischievous as he discreetly shoved the guy out of bounds while dodging lasers. He made sure to pat Hitoshi on the head in a way that he thought meant, good job. Hitoshi laughed as he stood on his tiptoes to do it. Hitoshi had picked him up from his waist and brought him to sit down, squeezing him in a hug he relaxed into. Bird Face won against Black-Haired Girl. He had a cool shadow bird come out of him, which was interesting. Kirishima tied with Tetsu but won their tiebreaker. Then Katsuki fought Brown-Haired Girl. The crowd booed him until Eraserhead told them to stop. Izuku was ticked off at that. Katsuki wasn't doing anything wrong. He clearly saw her as a worthy opponent and was fighting her with respect. She made a meteor shower out of rubble from Katsuki's explosions but lost in the end due to exhaustion. Izuku didn't feel comfortable with Brown-Haired Girl, but he did like what she did with her quirk. It was creative. Then it was Izuku's turn to fight again. Against Shota. Izuku stood across from Shota, who looked calmer than he had in his last fight. Do your best, you two. Izuku heard over the crowd and looked in the direction it came from, eventually finding Dabi grinning down at them from one of the front rows, surrounded by other heroes. Izuku turned back to Shota, who now had a small uptick to his lips. Midnight went through the rules like she had every round before starting the match. Shota immediately iced the ground and Izuku leaped to not get frozen. He dodged each wave of ice, watching frost slowly coat Shoto's body as he trembled. Izuku got more and more concerned for him as their fight continued. His ice had slowed and he was crouched, shaking. Izuku ran closer, dodging ice that ran for him. Be brother. Shosho. Stop device. It's her hurting you. Izuku squeaked out. Shoto's eyes widened slightly at his words. Aizu? What? He called back and Izuku took control as he got close. Sho, I need you to warm them yourself with your quirk without setting ting on fire, shoot out T-ice as if you're attacking me and discreetly make your way out of the white line while doing so. Izuku commanded and Shota did exactly that and Izuku calmed slightly as Shota warmed up. He acted like he was dodging attacks and backing him out of bounds, and as soon as he was out Izuku released his hold on him. The crowd screamed again and Izuku once again blocked his ears. Shota walked over, placed a hand on his back and led him to the tunnel out. Sho, are you okay? Izuku asked nervously. Your quirk was quite comfortable to be under. Shota commented, which made Izuku relax some. I'm okay. I shouldn't have used so much ice, sorry Aizu. It was hurting you. I know the reasons as to why you don't use fire. I think you should use your fire when it's any necessary. Izuku told him. Shota seemed to pause for a moment. So I mainly use ice since I prefer it, but I also train my fire just in case it's necessary for the situation? Shota confirmed. Izuku nodded. I don't like the idea of you hurt. Shota hummed and nodded before giving him a small smile. Okay, brother. Izuku wound his arms around Shoto's waist, feeling a hand in his hair. Speed Boy won against Shiozaki. Hitoshi won against Bird Face, catching the shadow bird in his quirk. Katsuki won against Kirishima. Then it was Izuku's turn again. This time he was against Speed Boy. The guy threw a fit when he saw his hoodie, then the match started and the guy was zooming towards him. He sidestepped, the guy tripped on what he thinks may have been uneven concrete and fell on his face out of line. Hitoshi was against Katsuki. Hitoshi seemed to have taken the idea from him and easily caught Katsuki in his quirk before commanding him to make it seem like he was attacking while slowly making his way to the edge. Izuku could tell that he was using his quirk, but he doubted many others noticed. He and Hitoshi had been extremely lucky. Their quirks hadn't been explained yet, he hopes they never are. So Hitoshi won his match and now it was their turn to be out there, just the two of them. In the final round, meaning they were transferring. Izuku stood across from a smiling Hitoshi. The moment go was called, they ran up to each other. Izuku wrapped his arms around his shoulders and Hitoshi's hands met his waist. They stepped in sync, gently with grace. They twirled around on the platform like the times they danced together around the rooftops. This time they had an audience of hundreds and over thousands watching their every move, but just as every other time, Hitoshi laughed under the noise of the crowd as if it were music playing from the phone in his pocket. This time their faces were completely free and this time their eyes stayed on each other. They were going to run out the clock and tie. Izuku was lifted off of the ground and spun before placed back down, and they continued to dance. What? What is happening? It's the final round. Shouldn't they be fighting? What are my students doing? Present Mike screeched. They're dancing. They are close and have been for a long time. This is something they do. Eraserhead said into the mic and Izuku's eyes widened with Hitoshi's. Oh shit, Eraserhead knows. Izuku pulled Hitoshi closer, the two of them continuing to move like they knew the other's plans. Izuku's lips twitched up into a smile and Hitoshi moved one hand, pushing his fringe back and quickly pressed a kiss to his forehead before putting his hand back on his hip. So Dabi may or may not be sobbing at how freaking adorable his brothers were being. They're dancing because they didn't want to fight and they're being so sweet. My poor heart. Miss Joke beside him was patting his back as he cried with a proud smile. Denki's jaw was dropped, he knew. He was flabbergasted when the two 1C mystery students started dancing. Then he realized it felt familiar. Then he realized why that was. Because these two were Effie Whisper and Night Raven. They were even wearing their colored hoodies. Denki was gobsmacked. Izuku Midoriya, Hitoshi Shinso. He was going to befriend the F out of them. He watched as Todoroki clapped with a small smile on his face and made ice roses, throwing them out onto the grass. He watched Bakugo yell with a wolfish grin and Kirishima smile widely clapping and cheering them on. Mina seemed to also be cheering as they danced in their style. Mina also danced but she had her own style. She must appreciate seeing the two dancing on stage, Denki thinks. Uraraka had a scowl in place he didn't understand. Hanta looked like he was remembering something and was also gobsmacked. Their teacher class father had spoken like he knew them and was fond of them and Denki was curious on what their relationship was. Denki's jaw was definitely slack. They had danced out the clock and done a tiebreaker that Izuku won, to his displeasure. Now Izuku stood on top of the first place podium, Hitoshi next to him on second and Katsuki alone on third, even though Speed Boy was supposed to be there too. Midnight was speaking, Izuku wasn't bothering to process the words. Then All Might came crashing down from somewhere with a wide smile in place. All Might after some words approached the podiums with medals to give them. He approached Katsuki and hung bronze around his neck, said something that Katsuki didn't seem happy about, then hugged the trembling enraged blonde. Then the man hung silver around Hitoshi's neck, said something that made him scowl at the man and the man forced Hitoshi into a hug he leaned away from. Then All Might was in front of him. Gold was hung around his neck and the man narrowed his eyes. You shouldn't have gotten this far. You never once showed a powerful quirk. Only the strong can be heroes, young man. All Might told him and Izuku squinted. The balloon guy leaned in to hug him, but Izuku leaped back. He tried again and Izuku ducked and dodged. He tried again and Izuku jumped and ran around the man. All Might growled at him and tried again, and the second he touched him Izuku jumped and used his chest as a springboard and rolled on the ground by the podiums before crouching and then standing, walking back and sitting on the second podium with Hitoshi until All Might finally walked away. Hitoshi was snickering the entire time. Eventually Izuku hefted himself up onto the first place podium and sat cross-legged on it. This year's sports festival winners. Midnight yelled into the mic and the crowd was loud once again. After a couple of minutes, Midnight approached and handed him the microphone. Izuku glared at her. Silence rang for a while before he spoke. Look at me now, Quirkus. Look at me, look at Hitoshi in second. We made it, ICK on that, as they say. Izuku slowly got out before moving the mic back to Midnight as Katsuki and Hitoshi cackled. He could hear Dabi cheering and see Shota grinning along with a few others he didn't know. Oh my babies! You did so well. I promise we will see each other soon. Dabi told them, squeezing Izuku and Hitoshi tight, peppering kisses on their faces, making Izuku giggle breathily and Hitoshi laugh audibly. Izuku hummed and leaned into the hug. Dabi was awesome. Izuku and Hitoshi walked into the group home, hand in hand, silent. They wandered into the living room and all of the kids stared at them. You guys came in first and second? One screeched. Izuku shrugged. The caretaker entered the room with the muzzles. You spoke, she said and strapped them on their faces as she did every time they came back. You have 2 people coming to meet you tomorrow, be on your best behavior. Izuku and Hitoshi then went back to their room and laid down. Do you think it'll be Eraserhead? Hitoshi asked and Izuku nodded. Then Hitoshi rested his head in Izuku's chest and closed his eyes. Izuku ran his fingers through soft locks of lilac hair. Izuku wore a black and white striped thermal shirt under a plain black zip-up hoodie, black track pants and their boots. The muzzle was still locked on. He had his rainbow fluorite necklace that Hitoshi had given him on. It was a splash of color against their grayscale style. Hitoshi wore his boots, faded black jeans, a black shirt with a purple stripe across the chest and a faded light purple zip-up hoodie over top. He wore his tiger's eye necklace too. His muzzle was on too. They sat on Hitoshi's bed, side by side, leaned against each other, waiting to be called out for their meeting that was most likely with Eraserhead. The door slammed open and the runner of the home stormed in and roughly tugged Hitoshi and unlatched the muzzle before yanking Izuku and unlocking his. She walked out with them in hand, a glare of warning in place before she was out of sight. Hitoshi grabbed his face and ran his thumbs over his cheeks. Izuku gently did the same to him. Hitoshi smiled. Hopefully they will be okay. Soon Izuku was walking hand in hand with Hitoshi towards the home's meeting office, a room they haven't been inside before because nobody ever wanted them. Hitoshi squeezed his hand and Izuku squeezed his back. The home's caretaker sneered at them, a warning, before plastering a smile on her face he knew was supposed to be sweet, but held a toxic air. She opened the door and led them inside. Hi. Sorry for the wait. I've brought you a Yumi Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinso as requested. Kids, this is Shota Aizawa and Naomasa Tsukachi. Any questions before I leave you to get to know each other? She spoke, her tone wasn't honey sweet or anything, but she was putting in the effort to sound at least kind. His name is Izuku Midoriya, why are you calling him that? Izuku heard Aizawa ask from where he was standing, tucked under Hitoshi's arm. Because her actual name is Ayumi, of course. Now if that's all, I shall leave you to it. She told the man, just a fraction less fake kind than she had been before. A moment later the door was closing behind her. After a moment of awkward silence in the room devoid of much of anything, Tsukachi cleared his throat and smiled at them. Hey kiddos, come sit. Izuku was looking just off to the side of him. Hitoshi started moving, so he moved with him. Soon they were both seated on quite uncomfortable chairs. So, Let's not beat around the bush. You two are Whisper and Night Raven. We would like to adopt you both. Please let us. Aizawa requested, Tsukachi nodding beside him. I would be adopting Raven, now would be adopting Whisper, and we would all live together, since me and now are housemates. Izuku stilled and Hitoshi pulled him closer, his free hand finding one of his and intertwining their fingers together. Izuku never wanted his identity to be found, he wasn't really breaking laws, so it wasn't necessary for anyone to look for him. He was scared that this would just be another shitty home, and if they did adopt them then it was a permanent shitty home. He was scared that any kindness they had given him was an elaborate joke, especially since they know who he is now, what his quirk is. He's numb to moving around to homes that he knows would never even think about caring for him, but he's not numb when it comes to people he knows who have gifted him some amount of kindness. Izuku looked up to Hitoshi through black and white bangs, seeing him looking back down at him. There was a gentle barely there smile that not many would notice. Hitoshi leaned down and whispered to him. It's your call, sweetheart. I'm okay, so long as I have you. Hitoshi told him. Izuku felt his lip tremble just barely. He knew logically what the best, safest answer would be. That did not change the fact he wanted to run and go back to bed. A moment of silence, 3 pending on an answer before Izuku spoke up. Okay. Tsukachi breathed out heavily as he sat back in his chair. Aizawa had his hands cupped over his mouth as he slouched forward against the table. Izuku froze, unsure, before he was pulled into a proper hug by Hitoshi that he melted into. He could hear the smile in Hitoshi's voice when he spoke, quietly. Thank you, he said, like he just knew he was wanting to leave and not give an answer at all. Maybe he did. Izuku hummed and closed his eyes. Things were changing again. Shota was actually about to cry. Birdie was putting his trust in them to take care of the both of them. After taking a calming breath, Naomasa spoke, a wide smile in place. All right. I'm so happy. Now you two should go collect your things. Naomasa's suggestion was met with confused looks in response. Nizu, Shota said in explanation, and Birdie's head tilted where it was loosely held against Whisper Wonder's chest while Whisper Wonder's face showed he understood. What would you two like for us to call you? Shota asked. Hitoshi's fine. Whisper, Hitoshi answered. Izuku. Night Raven, his Birdie, Izuku answered quietly. All right, nice to meet you then, Hitoshi, Izuku. Shota said with a smile. Nice to meet you. Now spoke up next to him. After a moment both of the kids, their kids, stood with a nod before leaving, Birdie clinging to Wonder's arm. Hitoshi nudged Izuku when the car stopped. He had spaced when they got in the car, leaning against him as he watched the world outside pass by. Hitoshi knows that he mostly chose to go with Aizawa and Tsuka because he wanted Hitoshi to be safe. He knows that he never wanted to be found. He also knows he is the reason Izuku hadn't moved to another home, just as Izuku is the reason he hadn't moved again either. There were 2 of them, so no one messed with them beyond hallway shoves and harsh words. The younger kids were all right, they had left them alone for the most part. Hitoshi hated that his favorite person was afraid. Hitoshi hates that he doesn't have reason to trust that it'd be okay. Hitoshi had his mother when he was younger. She was kind, loving. His father had tolerated him, avoided him, but the point was that he did have at least one loving parent. Izuku, as he had learned, was not so lucky. So Izuku held no hope that he would wind up in a loving home, and that was heartbreaking. Hitoshi held hope. So he'd hold it for the both of them until Izuku could hold his own. Hitoshi held Izuku's hand as they walked from the gravel driveway to the front door of a house. We live in a rather calm area, there's almost never parties at the neighbors' houses. Tsuka told them as he shoved a key in the keyhole of the door. Though there are some rather friendly dogs and neighbors that might come say hi. There are also a couple of assholes, but I don't doubt you could handle them, they're kind of stupid. Aizawa spoke from behind Hitoshi as the 4 of them wandered into the house. Shota. Some of them are teenagers, you can't just say that. Tsuka gasped. But what you said came out as true. Hitoshi snorted. Okay kiddos, we will show you around and leave you to settle down, then we will have dinner. Tsuka told them, clapping his hands with a smile. The adults left them at Hitoshi's room. They had separate rooms, but they told them that they were free to sleep wherever they were comfortable. There were bunk beds in both of their rooms, the bottom bunks were doubles and the top ones were singles, is what Aizawa told them. The rooms weren't super decorated, but there were things inside for them. Like in Izuku's room, there were stuffed animals and cushions stacked on the bottom bunk, a few sketchbooks and packs of pens, pencils and erasers. In Hitoshi's room there were less stuffed animals, more cushions, a thin 4-tier bookshelf with a few crystals, candles, jars and books. Hitoshi loved it. He was so happy Tsuka remembered he liked why things. Izuku was still half zoned out since the car ride. Hitoshi was worried. It wasn't often he saw him like this. Hitoshi gently took Izuku's bags and placed them on the ground with his own, before sitting him down on the bed. Hitoshi sat down next to him and dragged him to lie down, tucked under his chin. Hitoshi sighed, running gentle fingers through messy black and scattered white curls. "It'll be all right," Hitoshi whispered and felt Izuku shift, curling into him. "It'll be all right." Shota was so angry. He knew now was too. As their kids were getting their stuff, they had gone to talk to the caretaker. After they got her to understand that they could legally take the kids then, thanks to Nizu and especially with emergency foster licenses, she had walked away and came back with 2 muzzles, one with a lock. She shoved them into their hands, telling them they'd need it. Shota was disgusted. Their kids were treated like animals with a deadly bite when they'd done absolutely nothing. Shota was glad that Nao had gotten Sansa and some other officers to follow them, to arrest the caretaker and get the other kids to a safer home. Shota was worried by how quiet the kids had been since they got in the car. Really, since the meeting room. He knew that they needed to adjust though. Neither of the kids had any allergies and they weren't sure of any food preferences, so they decided on mac and cheese for dinner. It's simple and Nao makes it well. Probably because Shota likes it and doesn't have enough patience for cooking, so he makes it for him most of the time. Shota and Nao walked down the hall and peeked into Hitoshi's room through the wide open door, where they had left the kids, finding them sleeping, curled into each other on the bottom bunk. Nao took a photo of their adorable children and Shota told him to send it to him later. After a moment of watching them just calmly breathe and sleep, Nao finally knocked and Izuku was quick to jolt awake, sitting up fast, not panicked based on his body language, but maybe startled. Hitoshi sat up too, just not as fast. "Hi, dinner's ready, let's go eat, then you can rest or watch a movie or something," Shota said with a warm smile before walking back down the hall with Nao. Izuku followed Hitoshi to the dining room, clinging to the ribbing of his hoodie as they walked, fiddling with it slightly. He watched as Tsukachi and Aizawa took their seats. Normally he went without meals, had to eat when the Fosters were gone, cook for himself with whatever won't be missed or noticed, had to eat in his room, and right now he wasn't sure what he was supposed to do. Not even at his mother's had he eaten with her. At Aunt Mitsuki's, as she insisted on being called, there weren't rules for where they were to sit. Izuku usually sat by the window in their dining room, since it was out of the way. After a moment Hitoshi continued to walk further into the dining room and the fabric of his hoodie slipped from his fingers. After a moment Hitoshi turned back around and looked at him. He smiled and held out a hand that Izuku took with no hesitation. Soon he was seated. "We hope you like pasta," Aizawa told them. "And cheese," Tsukachi added after a moment. "I do. When I was younger, my mother made pasta quite a bit. Mac and cheese was a common meal," Hitoshi said after a moment. "Yeah," Tsukachi hummed. "Yeah, simple foods were common back home." Hitoshi smiled. "Ah, I make a lot of simple foods too. I do most of the cooking here. Shota doesn't have much patience for cooking, so I cook. Unless we have takeout. We have takeout often, sometimes one of us is working when it's dinner time." Tsukachi rambled, scooping up a forkful of pasta. Hitoshi nodded in response and took a bite of his food. Izuku waited until everyone had started eating before taking a bite himself. More conversation was had, but Izuku didn't participate. Instead he just ate, silently surprised and scared when anyone tried to get him to speak. Hitoshi looked down at Izuku, who had fallen asleep snuggled into his side. "It'll be okay," he whispered, brushing back a lock of black and white hair from Izuku's face. "You'll see, it'll be okay." Waking up, Izuku found himself wrapped in a sleeping Hitoshi's arms. He blinked slowly up at the metal beams holding up a mattress above them. His head felt fuzzy and slow. He and Hitoshi weren't in the group home anymore. They were with Eraser and Tsukachi in their home. They knew that the two of them were Night Raven and Whisper. Izuku had never wanted to be found, he was though. He isn't special for not wanting to be found, not at all, but that doesn't change the fact that he wished to stay unfound. Hitoshi didn't seem to mind being found as much as he did. He wondered if Hitoshi had longed to be found, wondered why he was so much calmer than Izuku. It was okay though, Hitoshi being calm was okay. He doesn't think he would know what to do if Hitoshi were terrified of the situation they were in, of the fact they were found. He doesn't know what time it is, he makes no move to check, but there is pink and orange light passing through the gap in the curtains behind him, so he guesses it's early morning. He looked up at Hitoshi. He was able to breathe freely as he slept through the night for once, and that made Izuku happy. Hitoshi never deserved to be muzzled. People were cruel though. Izuku lifted one hand, slipping his arm out from where it was trapped under one of Hitoshi's. He lifted his hand up and ghosted his fingers under Hitoshi's eye. Hitoshi was beautiful, he wondered if Hitoshi knew he was. His hair, soft, purple and floaty, even while asleep and lying down, always fluffy and floaty. His skin, pale, the faintest freckles spread across his nose that went unnoticed unless you looked close enough, pink lines carved into the skin of his nose and cheeks. Bright violets and amethyst mixed in his irises and clear white that could shine silver pupils. Long dark purple eyelashes kept dust from pretty eyes. Hitoshi was gorgeous. He wondered if he knew. He stared up at Hitoshi, who had a soft pink-orange light dusted over him, taking in his beauty as he let him rest. Hitoshi woke slowly. He wasn't as scared to wake up as he used to be. In foster homes and group homes, Hitoshi had to be careful in the mornings. Doors slamming open paired with sudden yelling wasn't appreciated. When Izuku moved in with him, he didn't have to be as careful, as scared of such things, because Izuku woke him gently before anything like that could happen, but also because fear-filled awakenings became much more rare with the two of them together, since they had been left mostly alone. They were feared, they were avoided and neglected, if he was being honest with himself. Hitoshi woke with warmth wrapped in his arms. He knew if he opened his eyes, he would see Izuku there, possibly awake, just resting. He wondered if Izuku was panicking at all. He would do his best to show Izuku he didn't need to be scared. He hated that his love was scared. The world wasn't made for those who were different, the world was cruel. Hitoshi and Izuku were different and they were some of the same. Kinds of different, so whilst they were somewhat the same, the two of them being similar didn't matter to the world and they were both rejected by almost everyone they'd met. They were two unlucky people in a world of billions of people considered much more important. Izuku was important to him. Hitoshi believed that he and Izuku mattered much more than the world around them said. He isn't sure what Izuku sees, probably not everything he sees, but he hopes that if he doesn't now, that one day he will see just how special he is. Hitoshi would tell him just how amazing he was as often as he would let him, because Hitoshi sees what most of the world around them cannot. A stunning person that people never truly saw. Finally Hitoshi opened his eyes and when the blur fell away, his amethyst and white jade met gorgeous smoky quartz and howlite. Izuku was painted in a fading pink light in the shadowy dark room. The early morning must be leaving. Izuku blinked. It was slow. It reminded him of kittens and cats, soft, fuzzy beings. "Hi there," Hitoshi whispered, and if there had been wind outside, he was sure it would have gone unheard. Izuku laid there, staring, unmoving for at least a few minutes before he responded. "Hi." That was okay with Hitoshi though. Hitoshi's fingers twirled Izuku's curls as they laid there, silent in the fading early morning. Probably hours worth of time later, Hitoshi finally spoke again. The two of them had just been relaxing in the calm together. Hitoshi in that time noticed Izuku might have been having a slow day. "Should we get up, lovey?" he asked softly, brushing back black and white curls from Izuku's forehead, hearing the soft purr Izuku let out at the action. Pretty eyes that had closed for a while opened and after a second their eyes met. Izuku didn't say anything for a moment, just staring up at him as he combed his fingers through his hair. "Okay," Izuku mumbled, one of his hands fiddling with the collar of Hitoshi's shirt. Hitoshi smiled at him before leaning forward and pecking his forehead. Hitoshi sat up before gently pulling Izuku up with him. He pulled back the blankets and climbed out of bed, letting Izuku stay seated as he went and got their bags. Okay, Izu, baby, what should we wear today? Hitoshi hummed as he opened their bags. Hitoshi led Izuku out of his new room, holding his hand. Izuku was wearing one of Hitoshi's soft purple hoodies over top of a black and white striped shirt with black track pants. Hitoshi wore one of Izuku's oversized black hoodies, paired with dark blue leggings. They both wore their necklaces they'd gotten for each other. Peering into the living room, he found Tsuka and Aizawa in the living room. The TV was on. It seemed the third-year sports festival was starting, so it was probably around 9 a.m. Aizawa looked up after a moment of the two of them standing in the doorway. Good morning, mischiefs. Sleep well? He asked. Been awake for a while, but yeah, slept pretty well. Hitoshi answered, leading Izuku further into the room. Izuku didn't answer. Hitoshi didn't expect him to. That's good, I'm glad. Are you too hungry? Tsuka asked next, smiling at them as they took a seat on the couch. Hitoshi tucked Izuku into his side, feeling his love melt into his side. Not really. Izuku? He asked quietly. It took about a minute for Izuku to shake his head in response to the question. All right, feel free to help yourselves to anything in the kitchen, or ask us for anything. Tsuka told them, still smiling. Thank you. Hitoshi nodded. The third-year sports fest just started. Mix just finished calling out the classes. Aizawa spoke up after a second. Oh cool. Hitoshi hummed. Any guesses on which of the third years you think will make it to the last event? He asked. Not at all. Aizawa answered. Tsuka snorted at the response. Guess it'll be a surprise. Hitoshi shrugged, wrapping both arms around Izuku. They hadn't done much other than watch the sports festival and a few movies for the rest of the day. Now it was a new day. Hitoshi and Izuku followed Aizawa into school and up to the principal's office. Hitoshi jumped when the door opened on its own and Izuku squeezed his hand, making a mushing feeling make itself known in Hitoshi's chest. Welcome, welcome, Shota, Shinso Midoriya, come in. A voice squeaked and Hitoshi looked up, finding Principal Nizu seated on his desk with a teacup in hand. Tea anyone? Nizu. No thank you. Coffee? Aizawa asked and Nizu nodded, pointing to one of the cups, already made, like he knew Aizawa would ask. No thank you, sir. Hitoshi answered softly. Izuku shook his head. Neither of them liked to take food or drinks from people much. Izuku had told him that when he was younger someone had drugged one of his water bottles and he had fallen asleep in the middle of PE. Hitoshi had a similar experience in one of his foster homes where he collapsed in the hallway after drinking something someone offered him. There were many seating options, probably for people's comfort or discomfort. Hitoshi and Izuku walked over to the seats near the desk but close to the nearest wall, turned so that they could see most of the room from them. Nizu clapped his paws together. All right, we are waiting on one more person, who will be here in 3, 2, 1. The door swung open, revealing a jumping, out-of-breath Present Mike. Sorry I'm late. Present Mike sighed as he walked into the room. Hey kiddos. Shota. Nizu. Izuku did a little blinky wave with his hand that Hitoshi wasn't gripping onto. You adorable little thing. Now. Nizu suddenly said, making Hitoshi jump and Izuku's grip on his hand to tighten. Let's begin this meeting. Am I correct to assume you two would like to transfer into the heroics course here at UA High? Why yes. Izuku mumbled with a nod. Yes, sir. Hitoshi confirmed. Nizu's smile widened. Shota, Hizashi, what do you think? Present Mike sighed with a wide smile. Much as I would miss these two listeners in my homeroom class, I think they should move to heroics, yeah? It's clearly where they're meant to be. Hitoshi squeezed Izuku's hand, filling with hope. Aizawa cleared his throat. I've seen how hard these two have worked, been seeing it for a long time, and I would be happy and proud to have them both in my class. Nizu's smile widened. Then that settles it. Hitoshi Shinso, Izuku Midoriya. Effective immediately, you transfer into the heroics course. Nizu clapped again. Of course we will do some paperwork first, But you two don't have to worry about that. Though Shota and Naomasa will. He added. Hitoshi felt Izuku's arms wind around his waist just after his hand was released, felt Izuku bury his face in his chest. Hitoshi buried his own face in Izuku's hair as he smiled, wrapping his own arms around Izuku. After a couple minutes, Hitoshi looked up and smiled. Thank you. Shota led the kids to his homeroom class, not bothering to hide his proud and pleased smirk on the way. The mischiefs had done so much and done so well to get to where they are now. Shota had very, very little to do with it, and he was so proud of his and Nao's kiddos for their hard work. If they hadn't been transferred into heroics, he would have taken them both as interns or shown them other alternate routes to become heroes. He might still take them in as interns so they can continue their night activities. He doubts they'd stop whether or not he took them as interns. He stopped in front of the 1A door, hearing his class's loud voices on the other side. He turned around to face his children, smiling down at them. All right, mischiefs, you're 1A students now. Me and Nao are so proud of you. Now, would you like to come inside with me or wait for me to call you in? He asked, watching as his birdie wrapped his arms around one of Wonder's arms. Wait for you to call us in? Wonder said, tone making it sound like a question. Nervous children. Shota's smile softened. You two wait here, I'll call you in a couple minutes. Don't worry, okay? Everything will be fine, no need to be nervous. He got 2 nods in response. He waved, opened the door and walked into the classroom just as the bell rang. He closed the door behind him and watched as the class scrambled to their seats with amusement. He stopped at the podium. Crossing his arms on it, he leaned forward, eyes glazing over his students, pausing for a moment at seat 19 and 20, both empty. Not gonna be empty in a few minutes. Sir, why do you look so? Not grumpy? It's a good look on you, of course. Just a weird thing to see, Ashido called out, and he glanced at her. All right, class, this morning we have 2 new students filling the empty spots over there. Shota said, pointing to the 2 empty seats at the back of the classroom. He noticed the smirk that grew on Bakugo's face and the excited look on Todoroki's. He also noticed Todoroki pull out his phone. Interesting. Class broke out in excited chatter, questioning who it could be. Shota grinned into his weapon before taking a breath and calling out. Mischiefs! You can come in now. The door slid open and the classroom silenced as Hitoshi and Izuku walked into the classroom with their arms linked. Todoroki's phone was aimed at them as they walked to stand next to the podium. Izuku avoided looking at the class and Hitoshi glared at the class, as if to silently say, Don't F with me, don't you dare F with him. Shota respected their protectiveness over each other. The moment of silence passed and the classroom burst with noise. Shota watched as Hitoshi covered Izuku's ears just before the silence ended, then as Izuku pressed himself into Hitoshi's chest. Good quality noise-canceling headphones for Izuku? Shota glared at the class that was yelling about how they didn't guess it was them somehow and how cool it was to have 2 new students. His eyes glowed red and the class finally silenced. Quiet. He turned to his mischiefs, watching Hitoshi release Izuku's ears. Want to introduce yourselves? Not T-real really. Izuku answered in a mumble. Yeah, I think I'm good. Hitoshi added. Shota shrugged. Alright, go take your seats. The kids nodded as the class whined. Apparently most had already forgotten their names somehow. Izuku took seat 20 as Hitoshi took seat. I expect you to treat them well. I will find out if you don't. Shota told the class with one last glare before starting off morning announcements. Izuku, Hitoshi. You did it. Shota smiled, looping his arms around Izuku. Toya's so proud that he's bombarding our group chat with texts. He laughed. Izuku looked up at his brother. Were you on your PH phone during class? He asked. Shota snorted. Yes, don't tell. He whispered. Izuku nodded seriously. Okay. Hitoshi laughed, looping an arm around Shoto's shoulders. You're happy to have us in your class, right, Sho? Hitoshi asked, poking Shoto's pale cheek. Of course. Shota smiled. You fuckers hurry up. Assholes. Katsuki grumbled down the aisle. Sappius, hurry up so we can get lunch. I have my lunch. Izuku muttered, tilting his head. Hitoshi smirked and turned to look at Katsuki. Yeah, Blasty, we already have our lunches, we're waiting on you. Maybe show? Yeah. Shoto sighed sadly, unwinding his arms from around Izuku. Unfortunately, I have to go buy lunch. I'll meet you on the roof. Bye-bye. Izuku waved as the two left the empty classroom. Izuku looked up to Hitoshi and wound his arms around his shoulders. Izuku pressed a kiss to Hitoshi's nose before nuzzling into his neck. We made it. He whispered. Yeah, but we did. Hitoshi whispered back. Izuku felt his arms wrapped around his waist and squeezed. We're gonna be heroes. Izuku mumbled, fiddling with the fabric of Hitoshi's blazer. Hell yeah, we are, love. Hours later in Hitoshi's bedroom, Izuku found himself crying happy tears into Hitoshi's pretty and soft hair as Hitoshi cried his own happy tears into his shoulder. Izuku pressed a kiss into purple locks. I love you. He whispered. A nose pressed into his shoulder. I love you too. Was whispered back. When their tears of joy that night ran dry, the sky was dark, so dark that if the night sky's light wasn't polluted, then they would be seeing stars, twinkling little lights that Izuku just loved. Eraser was on patrol and Tsukachi was at the station, since they both worked late hours, so it was just Izuku and Hitoshi. That's why they felt so safe to cry together out of relief, happiness, disbelief, excitement and all of the other emotions that came with their transfer that overwhelmed them thoroughly. Izuku climbed off of Hitoshi's bed and went over to his bag, crouching down in front of it. You going out tonight? Hitoshi asked, standing too. You. Izuku replied softly. Yeah, lovey, I still have energy to burn. Surprisingly, Hitoshi told him with a snort. I get to patrol why without the muzzle. Izuku realized after a moment of staring blankly down at his bag. He looked up to Hitoshi, who then gasped at the realization. Oh darling, that's amazing. He replied, one hand coming to rest on his own cheek. Yay. Izuku breathed. Oh wispy. This feels as so free to him, for some reason. Izuku twirled after landing on the next rooftop before continuing to run with Hitoshi. It really does, Ray. Hitoshi laughed, light and bright. They'd already saved multiple people that night and stopped a few drag deals. It was barely half of their usual amount of time they spend out and they'd done so much. Gray shot out in front of them and Izuku was quick to pull Hitoshi back before either of them could get caught in coils of gray fabric. Eraser then leapt up onto the rooftop they'd paused on. Whisper, Birdie, what are you two doing out? Eraser asked. Izuku just stared up at him, watching as he removed his goggles and brought them down from his face, hiding them in his capture weapon. Oh, you know, the usual bit of this, bit of that. Hitoshi answered vaguely, his hands out at his sides as he tilted himself from one side to the other when saying this and that. Eraser sighed. Alright, next time you go out, please at least send me or now a text to let us know, okay? Izuku tilted his head. Okay. Hitoshi answered, so Izuku shrugged. Thank you. Are you heading home now or no? Eraser asked next. I think we're gonna keep running. Hitoshi replied and Izuku nodded. Alright, stay safe and if you need me or now, try to reach us immediately. Eraser told them. Got it. Hitoshi nodded. Alright, see you, Birdie Wonder. Eraser replied, pulling his goggles back on and running off into the dark night. Let's go. Hitoshi whispered, then the two of them were running off in the opposite direction. Hitoshi could see in Izuku's shiny eyes just how free he felt this night. This night was special. Hitoshi saw the gleam of happiness in his love's eyes as they ran around the city, waiting for something to draw their attention, and he was sure his own eyes reflected double the amount of happiness Izuku's held. If he could cast a spell, any spell at all, just once, it would be one that held the power to force moments just like this one to happen more often. For the feelings of freedom and joy to swirl up for them to feel more often. Wispy. Izuku whispered as the two of them sat on the ledge of a building, leaving them high above the ground. Ray love. Hitoshi replied, staring up at the blank, dark sky. Do you think we can do this forever? Izuku asked slowly, so as to not stutter. Be together, the two of us? Hitoshi asked, his hand finding Izuku's own. No. W, yes, but no. Do you think that the two of us will be able to run around saving people the way we do? Even when we become heroes until we stop being heroes? Izuku softly asked, holding Hitoshi's hand tightly. Hero partners? Hitoshi questioned. I suppose so. Izuku confirmed. It would be an honor to work with you for as long as you will allow me to. Hitoshi told him. I think you're the only person I'd ever want to work with like this. Izuku admitted. You're my only two. Hitoshi whispered to him. They stayed there for a while, staring up at the blank, dark night, hoping for stars to shine, just for them, but never seeing a single shine. Their hands were warm, held together. Shall we head back now, Rei? Hitoshi asked. Izuku turned to look at him. His eyes seemed to glow in the faint streetlight that reached the rooftop. Gorgeous. Yeah. Oh, I am just so proud of you too. Dabi just about squealed through the phone as he and Hitoshi walked out of Hitoshi's room, ready for school. Thank you? Izuku mumbled in response. Dabi, when will we see you next? We miss your hugs. Hitoshi replied, wrapping an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Oh babies. Very soon. I am so close to being done with this case. I promise. I have many people helping me out. There'll be no way the old man will get out of going away for a very long time. Dabi told them. I miss you. Izuku said into the phone that he was holding up between himself and Hitoshi. Oh, darling, I miss you too, both of you. We will see each other very soon. Don't worry, little ones. Dabi replied softly as he and Hitoshi wandered into the living room. Is there anything we can do to help with the case, B? Hitoshi asked, ignoring Tsukachi and Aizawa perking up at their entrance. You two have done more than enough, law-bending kiddos. You don't have to do anything more. If there's anything you come across you want to send to me though, I will use it. Dabi told them. Okay, I'm sure there's still much more we could find for you. Hitoshi told them. Don't spend time actively looking. I'm not asking you to dash, Dabi started telling them. I think we're still gonna look. Izuku cut in. Dabi sighed. I know there's no stopping you two. But please focus more on yourselves. Don't spend too much time looking, got it? Oh, okay. Izuku stammered out. All right. Hitoshi said, nodding, although Dabi couldn't see him. Oh, I should go. You two will need to head to school soon. Dabi realized. Izuku hummed. Echem, he agreed. We love you. Hitoshi said into the phone. Stay safe and don't overwork yourself. You too, I love you so much. I'll see you soon. Dabi replied with a kissy sound at the end. Bye-bye. Izuku added before hanging up. We should get him something for Peppermint to give him. Hitoshi told him. Izuku looked up at him, finding him looking down at him. Like what? Izuku asked quietly. Hitoshi hummed. Maybe candy or something. Chocolate? Something they can enjoy, I don't know. He shrugged. Izuku nodded, sliding his phone into his pants pocket. Oh, you're not wearing your tie, want me to get it? Hitoshi asked, noticing the lack of red looping his neck. His top button was undone too. No thank you. Izuku replied quietly. Hitoshi stared at him for a moment before winding his other arm around Izuku's front. Okay. Good morning, kiddos. Tsukachi said, finally breaking out of silence. Mornin'. Hitoshi replied. Izuku felt as he rested his chin on Izuku's head. How'd you two sleep? Tsukachi asked with a smile. Decently. Hitoshi answered. That's good. Tsukachi nodded. Are you two looking forward to school today? Your first heroics class. Izuku felt Hitoshi lift his head. We have our first heroics class today? He asked. Aizawa nodded, speaking up. Don't have costumes yet, so you'll have to wear your gym gear, but you'll still be able to participate. I think today you'll be doing an obstacle course. Awesome. Hitoshi murmured. Izuku could feel his slight excited bouncing. Oh, we should get going. Aizawa said, looking down at his phone before looking up at them. Let's get to school, yeah? Okay. He and Hitoshi said together. Good morning, newbies. Izuku heard as he and Hitoshi entered Class 1A. He looked up from where he was staring down at the ground and found over half of the class was inside of the classroom. A few familiar humans were making their way over to them. Hey, you're Shinso and Midori, right? Another voice said, this one belonging to a person who was pink all over. Act. Actually, my name is Midoriya. Izuku quietly corrected them. Hitoshi squeezed his hand. Oh, sorry. They apologized. We were against each other in the sports festival. Man, you got me good. Izuku stared down at the ground nervously. Anyways, my name is Mina Ishido, my pronouns are she, her, and I've decided we are going to be the best of friends. You may call me Mina, I will accept nothing else. Mina told him. He squeaked. She turned to look at Hitoshi. You too call me Mina. Okay. Hitoshi mumbled. A blonde with a black zigzag in his hair started speaking next. Hi. I'm Denki Kaminari. You two are so cool. Thanks. Hitoshi replied with a slight nod. No, really, you two are freaking awesome. Kaminari told them. Call me Denki, we are friends now. I'm Hantasiro, call me how you please, I go by he they pronouns. Hello. Hanta said with a wave when no one said anything. Hello. Izuku mumbled. Izuku. He turned around and found Katsuki standing in the doorway. You and Tall Beach are expected to come to dinner tonight. Izuku looked up to Hitoshi, who looked as unsure as Izuku felt. We will have to ask, I think? Hitoshi told Katsuki. Katsuki walked forward. Why? He asked as he wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Been having dinner with the new Fosters lately. Hitoshi told Katsuki. You moved again? Katsuki asked. Together. Yes. AF after the sports' festival. Izuku informed him with a nod. Are they good or nah? Katsuki asked quietly. Izuku shrugged. Not 100% sure yet. Hitoshi answered just as quietly. We've known them for a couple years, just not as Fosters. Well. Simple, just ask if you can come over for dinner, invite them along, the old hack can scare the shit out of them for ya. Dad might do the same if he doesn't like him. He's scary when he's mad, you know. Katsuki shrugged and reached forward, roughly ruffling Hitoshi's hair. Okay. We'll ask later then. Hitoshi nodded. I want to see Auntie, so I hope we can. What are you guys talking about? Mina asked and Izuku remembered they were there. Nunya fing business. Katsuki scoffed as Hitoshi batted his hand away with both hands. Oh yeah, you three know each other. And Todoroki? How? Denki asked. What about me? Shota asked, appearing behind Denki suddenly. Izuku had seen him seated at his desk when they first walked in. Denki jumped, small sparks coming off of him in his freight. Oh, geez, don't scare me like that. You scared the sparks out of me. Denki pressed a hand against his own chest with a sigh. Sorry. Shota said, then winked at Izuku, who didn't know what that meant. Anyways, we were just asking how you four knew each other. Mina chirped. Oh, my brother introduced me to them. Shota told her with a shrug. You have a brother? Hanta asked. Mina elbowed them in the side. You didn't know? He's got like 2 of them. A sister too, and they're all super pretty. Mina told Hanta, hands moving to their shoulders halfway through telling them and shaking them back and forth. They're all so pretty. It's not fair. Izuku blinked at the scene before looking up to Hitoshi and Katsuki. ISS this normal? Probably not, Izzy. Probably not. Katsuki told him. I don't know. Hitoshi shrugged, staring at the people that had approached them. I have no idea, but it's entertaining at least. The bell suddenly rang and Aizawa wandered through the door. Get in your seats. The door burst open and Izuku pressed his palms against his ears as he jumped in his seat with a squeak. I am here. Once again. To teach you. To be heroes. Izuku doesn't like All Might. In all honesty, he looks like a cartoon. What pre-quirk people used to make heroes into and quirked people still do. Muscles and a suit, declaring they're there to help and save the day. That's part of what a limelight hero is. Really, they're a person that's there and seen. They're supposed to bring the civilians some amount of calm and hope that things will be okay. Izuku doesn't like limelighters. He never felt that calm and hope from the heroes out on the streets and on TV. All Might was made out to be an amazing hero who saves everyone. He's a quirkist though and an idiot. He doesn't save everyone, he lies to everyone. During his debut many people died, actually, but their deaths were covered up and ignored in the light of a brand new hero. If you look closely at the footage from that day, you can see how still the victims of the incident were. Izuku was sure this man did not have a teaching license. He blinked away from his thoughts and found his new classmates scrambling to the front of the classroom, and All Might left the room. Hitoshi turned in his seat to look back at him. Hey, babe, let's get to the changing rooms, yeah? We'll have to put on out gym gear today, we'll design our costumes later, Hitoshi smiled. Izuku nodded awkwardly. You okay, hon? He asked as they stood. Izuku's hands fell away from his ears. Yeah. Izuku replied quietly as Hitoshi took his hand. You. Wonderful with you, Zu. Wonderful with you. What are you guys doing in the same stall? Someone called after Hitoshi locked the stall door behind them. Are you gay? You gonna make out before class or something? It's cool if you are, but are you? Another person questioned. Oh. Izuku assumed that was the class pervert he had heard a couple of their classmates whispering about. But leave him, pervball. Katsuki yelled. Likely the class pervert. Yeah, not cool if they want to make out, that's their business. Another voice agreed. Oh. Dude, that hurts. Izuku thinks that it was Denki talking. Just ignore them, love. Hitoshi said, rolling his eyes as they put their stuff down on the bench. Love. Pervert screeched. But fucker, get away from their F door. Katsuki loudly demanded, followed by explosions that rattled the door and scared cries. Izuku unbuttoned his shirt, glancing at the door, scared that somehow it'd unlock. You gotta take one of those off, sweetie. Hitoshi whispered, referring to the two sports bras he had on to bind his chest. Izuku hummed wobbly. Hitoshi leaned over and pressed a kiss to his cheek. It's okay, love. It's just so noticeable. Izuku whispered. If I were to stand up straight, it'd be no noticed. Hitoshi wrapped his arms around him and swayed them side to side. I brought the hoodies today, wanna wear that over top, doll? Izuku nodded into his shirt. Okay, let's finish getting changed, yeah? Hitoshi whispered and Izuku nodded as he let go. Why do you wear a diaper anyways? Someone asked. It's not a diaper. It's a bowl. Like a bowl of grapes. Pervert aggressively cried. It never gets old. How heroic you all look. Ha. All Might yelled and Izuku leaned back in discomfort. Anyways, on with the class. Behind me, you may see the obstacle course setup. It's quite simple for today. First you run. Then you climb up the rope ladder and you have to jump from pillar to pillar until you get to the next platform. Don't worry, there are safety nets. Once again you will climb. Except it's a rock climbing wall. Then you make your way down the moving pillars to the next platform. Next you must get across the swaying bridges before jumping hurdles and running to the finish line. No quirks on the first run. On the second run, sure. And of course, the goal is to win. Izuku nodded, pulling a pair of gloves from his pocket and pulling them on, noticing Hitoshi doing the same from the corner of his eye. Now, you will go 5 at a time. I have all of your names in this box. To decide who goes first, I will pull names out. All Might yelled, pulling a box out of nowhere. All Might had grimaced at Izuku and Hitoshi when he'd called their names. They were surprisingly put in a group together. Izuku expected the name box to be against them. Izuku looked at Hitoshi, who looked right back. Silently, they both nodded. They didn't normally care much for competitivity, but sometimes the two of them raced, seeing who could get farther across the city over the rooftops, and because they didn't race often, it just tended to make things more fun when they did. So silently with a stare, they agreed to race each other, ignoring the other three who they were also supposed to compete against. The others in their group were Ochako Uraraka, who was the person who thought he was a girl when he and Hitoshi went to visit 1A for the first time. Izuku was not comfortable with her and Hitoshi didn't seem to like her. Then there was Fumikage Tokoyami. He was quiet, looked like a bird and had a shadow bird friend. Izuku didn't have a reason to like or dislike him and as far as he knew, nor did Hitoshi. Lastly there was Tenya Ida. He was loud and honestly intimidating. Izuku had fought scarier, taller and louder, but he wasn't necessarily comfortable and he didn't know how Hitoshi felt about him. They were the first to race. Izuku approached the starting line with Hitoshi, their pinkies linked. "Good luck, doll," Hitoshi murmured into his ear when they stood before the starting line. "Good luck to you too," he replied slowly as to not stutter. Izuku glanced up at him through his hair. "I'll make you L lucky stars later if you lose." Hitoshi seemed to bite back a smile. "So cute," he whispered, seemingly to himself. 3. Izuku turned his gaze to the course ahead. 2. He got ready to take off. 1. His eyes narrowed as he waited for the loud "G." Then he was running forward. Shota was surprised when both Izuku and Hitoshi took off and left their competition in the dust. They weren't competition to them. He realized after a moment. He watched as both of them ran. Izuku was ahead of Hitoshi, but both were incredibly swift. He supposed they were both quite good at climbing ladders from climbing up fire escapes on the sides of buildings and in alleyways, because they made it to the top fast, even if the rope ladders swayed with their movements. Bakugo was loudly cheering Izuku on as he and Hitoshi made their way from pillar to pillar with cat-like grace. They classmates were excitedly chattering, wondering who among them would win. Or something. He wasn't quite paying attention to them. Uraraka, Tokoyami and Ida already stood no chance. Ida was the first to next get to the ladder, followed by Tokoyami. Uraraka was still behind. By the time Ida was up the rope ladder, Izuku was almost at the top of the rock climbing wall, which seemed to be slowing Hitoshi down slightly, but not awfully so. Izuku was starting his way down the moving pillars when Hitoshi got to the top of the platform. Izuku had stood on the platform, carefully watching as the path moved back and forth and side to side, deciding when to step for a moment. Ida was stuck on the rock climbing wall, seemingly struggling on where to put his hands and feet safely. Tokoyami was standing at the bottom of the climbing wall, staring up at it, maybe studying the path he wanted to take. Uraraka was only just starting to hop from pillar to pillar. Izuku and Hitoshi practically sprinted across swaying bridges, as if it were no problem at all. Izuku still a short, barely there, but their distance ahead of Hitoshi. Who knew Izuku was so fast? Maybe I shouldn't be so surprised? Since Izuku is a vigilante and has been for years. I suppose it makes sense he's so fast. Tokoyami was starting to make his way down the moving path when Izuku and Hitoshi made it to the hurdles. Uraraka finally made it to the climbing wall. Ida was still stuck on the climbing wall. Hitoshi seemed to be just a bit better at jumping hurdles than Izuku, but Izuku was only barely behind. Tokoyami made it halfway down the moving path. Uraraka somehow fell off of the platform and into the safety net when she made it off of the climbing wall, and Ida, poor Ida, was still stuck. Izuku and Hitoshi made it over the last of the hurdles, then were sprinting towards the finish line. They were insanely fast. Izuku Midoriya, 5 minutes and 56 seconds. Hitoshi Shinso, 6 minutes 9 seconds. The machine at the end of the line called out when they finally made it. Tokoyami was making his way onto the swaying bridges. Ida was still on the wall, but had progressed up to halfway up it, instead of barely off of the ground. Uraraka had to restart the course. Shota clapped as Bakugo cheered. I thought I had this one." Hitoshi pouted. Izuku stepped closer to him and stood up on his tiptoes. Then he patted him on the head, his fluffy purple hair flattening under his hand and springing back up when he lifted his hand. There, Izuku said. "I'll get C-colored paper. Hitoshi gasped. "You're really gonna make me lucky stars?" he asked, bouncing in place as Izuku set himself off of his tiptoes. "Of course. Especially now that you seem so happy and excited about them." Triple A. Hitoshi grinned. I'm gonna get a really nice jar just for the stars. Izuku felt his face soften. Okay. Hitoshi took Izuku's hand and they walked over to where the rest of 1A was, where Katsuki was cheering and bragging and Shota was clapping with a soft look on his face. Show! Hitoshi cheered, wrapping his free arm around Shota. Hitoshi! Shota replied much softer. You both did well. Why thank you. I feel like a winner, I'm getting lucky stars. Hitoshi claimed proudly. Lucky stars? Shota asked. Origami lucky stars. They're freaking adorable. Hitoshi gushed. You did much better than those effing morons, Izuku. Katsuki complimented. Thank you. Izuku replied. How'd the others do? Hitoshi asked, curious. Round face Fang fell off of the platform after getting to the top of the climbing wall. She had to start again. Katsuki groaned and Hitoshi cackled. Glasses got stuck on the climbing wall. Look, he's only now gotten to the top of it. Izuku turned and Katsuki was correct. Ida was climbing up onto the platform off of the climbing wall. Uraraka was at the top of the rope ladder and Tokoyami was running to the finish. Then, how are those two so far behind? Hitoshi muttered. No idea, didn't even bother questioning it. Shota murmured back. Izuku looked back at the two of them, finding them both staring at the people still on the course. Do they rely on their quirks? Izuku asked quietly. Yeah, but that doesn't change that they're Fing stupid kid. Fumikage Tokoyami, 9 minutes and 37 seconds. All Might clapped his huge hands. Alright, good work, young Tokoyami, young Ida, young Uraraka, you all did quite well. Now dash. What about Midoriya and Shinso? Shiro called out. All Might's face twisted the slightest bit. They did fine. Now next up dash. Shoto's eyes narrowed up at the man who continued to speak. HM? The law and the unlaw. Whispered. Tsukachi, HI, kiddo, how's it going? Eraser, hi. Wispy, yeah, I'm doing good, though you and Izuku are expected to go to dinner at the Bakugos. Wispy, be scared. Tsukachi, oh, well that's okay, I don't gotta go to work until later. Eraser, the Bakugos. Wispy, Wispy, Auntie wants me and is over and Boom Pow Pomeranian said she'd probably like to meet you. Eraser, alright guess this is happening then. Tsukachi, we look forward to it. Izuku, Hitoshi, come in. Aunt Mitsuki waved them in. Oh yeah, just ignore my existence ma, that's fine. Katsuki snarked. Oh hush, I see you every day. Mitsuki scared. Tisiyaya. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Izuku fiddled with Hitoshi's fingers as they stepped into the house before dropping his hand to take his shoes off, Hitoshi doing the same. Hi Auntie. Hitoshi said, wrapping his arms around Aunt Mitsuki who hugged back, tightly from the looks of it. Missed you. Missed you too, Sunbird. She replied, pressing a kiss to his cheek. Sunbird? Hitoshi asked as they released each other. Splendid Sunbird, they have some purple feathers. Aunt Mitsuki told him. Oh, that makes more sense now. Hitoshi nodded, seemingly in understanding. Thanks. Auntie nodded, then she locked her eyes on him. Come here, Panda Bear. That one makes sense. Hitoshi commented as Izuku was wrapped up in Auntie's surprisingly strong arms. Congratulations, both of you, for getting into the hero course. I'm so proud of you both. Aunt Mitsuki told them before kissing Izuku's head and pressing another kiss to Hitoshi's cheek. Wadash. When I got in you were like, congrats, brat, and you roughly ruffled my hair. What is this favoritism? Katsuki asked loudly. Ah. Hitoshi smirked at Katsuki before running away, so as to not get blasted. And he turned to him. Your foster parents will be here soon, yeah? Mitsuki asked. He nodded. Good, no one has any food allergies, do they? And not to my knowledge, no. Izuku answered. That's good. I'm making curry and it's gonna be spicy. Auntie yelled before leaving him in the hall. Izuku wandered into the living room and took a seat on the couch. Izuku heard the doorbell ring, followed by Auntie yelling, Katsuki. Get the effing door. Fag. Katsuki yelled from where he was sitting on the floor in front of the couch. Katsuki stood up with a groan and stomped off to open the door. Hitoshi's hand squeezed his, then lips pressed against his forehead. Ah, the F you doing here, hobo? Katsuki yelled and Izuku jumped in surprise. Oh yeah, we didn't tell him who they were. Hitoshi laughed. Katsuki Bakugo, greetings, this is Naomasa Tsukachi. He has taken Hitoshi in and I have taken Izuku in. We all live together. He heard Aizawa tell Katsuki. Pleasure to meet you, Bakugo. He heard Tsukachi say. What the F dash? That wasn't a question. Whatever, hurry the F up and get in here. Oi brat, quit being so rude. Auntie yelled from the kitchen. Ah. No, don't tell me what to do, hag. Katsuki yelled back, stomping into the living room and glaring at them. You. I refuse to be mad at Izuku, so I blame you, Lavender Bush. How dare you not tell me that our effing teacher is one of these F.A. Fosters? I would have glared more at him if I had known. Katsuki yelled, outraged. He felt Hitoshi shrug and looked up to see him smirking. Katsuki wordlessly yelled and Aizawa and Tsukachi appeared behind him in the doorway, staring with raised eyebrows. Izuku heard the door open. I'm home. Uncle Masaru called. Oh, hello. Izuku sat between Katsuki and Hitoshi at the table. Auntie and uncle sat opposite each other. Auntie next to Hitoshi, uncle next to Katsuki, and Aizawa sat across from Katsuki while Tsukachi sat across from Hitoshi. Alright, eat up. Auntie told the table and Izuku was quick to take a bite. Looks great, dear. Uncle told her before taking a bite. Thank you, Aunt Mitsuki. Hitoshi hummed, delighted. Any time for you, sweetie. Auntie said, ruffling Hitoshi's hair. Thank you. Izuku quietly added with a nod. You're welcome, my little panda. Auntie grinned. Izuku heard a small whispered, tripling sound and looked up, seeing Tsukachi fanning his mouth slightly. Maybe it was something to do with it being spicy. Aizawa seemed to be fine with the spice though. Izuku could hear Katsuki snickering. The food is lovely, thank you. Aizawa said. Aunt Mitsuki just nodded. Why yeah, huh? Real good, thank you. Tsukachi rasped. Katsuki snickered. The table was quiet for a while. Then Uncle put his fork down. So, you're fostering Izuku and Hitoshi, yes? Uncle asked, a serious look on his face. Yes, I am fostering Izuku, now is fostering Hitoshi, and we all live together. Aizawa told him. I see, and you will treat these kids well? Right. For some reason that question was vaguely threatening, at least Izuku thought so. Of course, they've been through a lot and they never deserved the hand they were given. We want them both safe and happy. Aizawa replied, Tsukachi nodding along. Izuku glanced up at Hitoshi who was looking between Tsukachi and Aizawa, and there was a look in his eye that Izuku hoped he was reading right. Hitoshi was hopeful. Hopeful that they weren't lying? Hopeful he can have a family again? I hope he can too, he deserves nothing but the best. Good. Uncle smiled. For some reason it was, once again, vaguely threatening. Because if you don't keep them safe and happy, I will personally make sure that you aren't safe and happy. Oh, sometimes I forget how badass Dad can be. Izuku heard Katsuki say under his breath. True. Izuku heard Tsukachi whisper and looked at him, seeing him staring wide-eyed at Uncle Masaru. Then he shook his head and cleared his throat. Of course, we deserve it if we failed to treat these two the way they deserve to be treated, like everyone else did. Glad we understand each other. Uncle smiled. Dinner was quiet for a bit after that. Izuku stared wide-eyed as Aunt Mitsuki yelled at both Tsukachi and Aizawa. He held Hitoshi's hand and leaned into him as Katsuki cackled and Uncle just watched. Hitoshi's free hand was over Izuku's ear that wasn't pressed against his arm. Aizawa and Tsukachi were staring wide-eyed at Auntie as she yelled at the two of them. Hitoshi hugged Aunt Mitsuki. Thank you for dinner, Auntie. Anytime, my sunbird. Auntie replied and he felt a kiss press against his forehead. Then he stepped away following Izuku, Aizawa and Tsuka outside. Dinner was great, thank you for the meal. Aizawa said. You're goddamn welcome, you best come back for dinner soon, you hear? You're all too effing skinny. Auntie huffed, her hands on her hips. We would be happy to have dinner with you again, it's clear the kids also enjoy your company. Tsukachi replied. Course they do, I feed them. Auntie replied. We love you, Auntie. Hitoshi cheered. Love you too, kiddos. Auntie yelled back. Izuku yawned and Hitoshi pulled him over to the bed. Hop in, lovey. He whispered, watching Izuku climb into bed. You're pretty tired, hmm? Izuku nodded, holding the covers up for him. Sosh, social battery on low. And I don't sleep much. Hitoshi smiled and turned off the lights before climbing into bed too, feeling Izuku's head rest on his shoulder as he wrapped his arms around his waist. Love you. Izuku murmured and Hitoshi kissed his head. I love you too. Hitoshi told him. More than anyone. I like when you're happy. Hitoshi heard Izuku mumble. Iti makes me happy too. Yeah. I'm glad, because you make me happy and when you're happy that makes me especially happy. Hitoshi told the sleepy boy. Crazy. Izuku mumbled and Hitoshi laughed. It is how? That is so much happiness. Yeah, I'm almost always filled to the brim with it when I'm with you. Hitoshi told him, nuzzling his nose in Izuku's soft hair. Your happiness. Izuku whispered. You just are. I don't know about that, my name is Hitoshi. Hitoshi replied, glad the darkness hid his blush. Yeah, that's true. Izuku yawned out. Get some sleep, darlin'. Hitoshi smiled. You sleep too. Love. Izuku muttered and Hitoshi's smile widened. Izuku hardly ever used nicknames or anything and it melted Hitoshi's heart every time he did. Okay, I will. Hitoshi whispered. Sweet dreams. I see can't taste dreams. Izuku whispered back. I don't know if there's sweet tea. Izuku? Hitoshi called through the door. Izuku was sitting in his room, he didn't spend much time in there, but since Hitoshi was going out for the day with Tsukachi, to Izuku's discomfort and worry, he made the decision to stay in there. I have something I'd like to show you. I'd like to know what you think. Izuku blinked, noting the tone of Hitoshi's voice indicated he might be nervous. Izuku stood up from the desk he'd been drawing at and made his way to the locked door. Hitoshi had gone shopping with Tsukachi, if he remembered correctly, they were going shopping and getting lunch. Aizawa had asked if Izuku wanted to do the same but he just shook his head in response. Izuku unlocked the door and pulled it open. Hitoshi stepped in and Izuku's eyes focused on the beautiful pink dress Hitoshi was wearing. The dress had poofy sleeves, came down to Hitoshi's ankles and Izuku just knew Hitoshi would probably wear black combat boots with it. The fabric was flowy and it had a simple round neck collar. The dress was simple and very pretty. Hitoshi wasn't looking at him and was rubbing the back of his neck with his left hand. Izuku was able to see the black eyeliner, the pink eyeshadow and the shiny pink lip gloss he wore. Hitoshi was gorgeous as always. Hitoshi! Izuku called and amethyst eyes directed themselves to him. Izuku brought his hands up slowly and gently ghosted his fingers over his cheekbones. You're beautiful. Something in Hitoshi's face melted, softened and to Izuku's personal joy he smiled. Thank you. Hitoshi whispered. I've wanted to try on dresses and skirts for a while. This is the first time. I bought a few, I even found a few that I think will fit my wannabe witchy look, but this was the dress that I thought. I thought I'd like you to see me in first. Hitoshi told him. I think that you look very pretty. SSS sometimes I think about wearing things like dresses, but for now it's not a good idea. Izuku admitted. He took Hitoshi's hand, got onto his tiptoes and tried to twirl Hitoshi around. Hitoshi spanned for him. I like pink on you. Thank you, love, it means a lot. Hitoshi told him before pressing a kiss to his cheek. He giggled when he moved back. Sorry, I got lip gloss on you. That is okay. Izuku replied. By the way, I think you'd look amazing no matter what you wore. Hitoshi told him. And you'd always be the handsome boy you are, no matter what dysphoria tries to say and make you feel. Clothes don't make you something you're not. Just wear whatever makes you comfortable and happy, darling. Izuku sighed, wrapping his arms around Hitoshi's waist and leaning into his chest, feeling Hitoshi's strong arms wrap around his shoulders. You're the bestie, Izuku mumbled. I love how swishy it is, Hitoshi excitedly exclaimed as he spun around. He and Hitoshi decided to go to a playground around the corner from the house. Hitoshi had put a cropped, black blazer over top of his dress and pulled on shiny black combat boots. Izuku was just wearing a plain black shirt, Hitoshi's cat-eared, purple hoodie over top, black jeans with his faded black boots and the necklace Hitoshi gave him. Hitoshi swished his hips in a quick turn and then repeated the action the other way, then again and again, giggling as the dress swished with the movement. Izuku was enjoying the happiness Hitoshi was expressing. Izuku pulled out his phone and pressed play on a playlist Hitoshi sent him at some point. The song that started playing was called When the Sun Loves the Moon by Rianeri. Izuku pocketed his phone and Hitoshi looked up at him as the music reached his ears, smiling wider. Izuku held a hand out to him and Hitoshi took it, intertwining their fingers. Izuku wrapped his free arm around Hitoshi's waist, feeling Hitoshi's free arm settle around his shoulders. They swayed in place for a while before Hitoshi spun them around with a bubbly laugh. Hitoshi pulled him over to a roundabout and released his hand. Izuku watched Hitoshi climb on and grabbed hold of the bars before he started pushing and running with it. When the roundabout was moving, Izuku jumped up onto it, clinging to the bars and adoring Hitoshi's laughter. Izuku thinks that today was one of Hitoshi's happier days. Izuku felt his lips pull up as Hitoshi looked up to him. His eyes were practically glittering. Hitoshi let out a little joyful squeal as he looked at him and the roundabout began to slow without much wind to pick up the speed. Hitoshi leaned forward and pressed his lips to his forehead as marigolds by Early Eyes played in the background. Izuku felt warm, the only way he knew how to describe the feeling. When Hitoshi leaned away, still smiling, Izuku knew he was smiling back. Izuku leaned forward as the roundabout slowed more and pressed his own lips to Hitoshi's forehead. He leaned back and they shared another smile. Izuku's was small, always small and rare. He knew when Hitoshi's was wide and Izuku was able to see his happiness clearly. He wasn't always good at understanding facial expressions, but Hitoshi was practically radiating joy today. Izuku hopped off of the slow spinning roundabout and stopped it from moving before offering Hitoshi a hand. His hand was quickly taken and Hitoshi hopped down too. Izuku felt something cold drip onto his nose and he blinked, then he looked up and realized it was beginning to rain. Hitoshi realized too and laughed through his exclamation of, "Oh no." Izuku looked up at Hitoshi before tugging on his hand and starting to move forward. The two of them began the run back to the house as rain began to pour and flowers by George Moyer played from Izuku's pocket. Hitoshi huffed as Izuku closed the door behind them, shaking his hair out. Hitoshi was having an amazing day. He felt unbelievably happy. He had gone out shopping with Tsuka and gotten to know him more, especially over lunch. Hitoshi had gotten to get skirts and dresses, which he hadn't had the ability to get before. Izuku thought he was beautiful and pretty. Izuku didn't judge him for liking dresses and skirts. Hitoshi was blessed by Izuku's smile once more. He was having a wonderful day. Hitoshi slipped out of his boots as Izuku pulled his own off. "Oh hey kiddos, looking a bit wet there." Aizawa hummed with a smile. "It started raining while we were at the park, so we ran back." Hitoshi grinned. "Get dry and warm then, we don't want you getting sick then, do we, my keefs?" Aizawa waved vaguely towards the hall. "Now went out for a minute and he's bringing dinner back, so if you need anything come to me, 'kay?" "Okay, thank you." Hitoshi chirped happily as Izuku took his hand. Hitoshi intertwined their fingers and pulled him further into the house. "What do you want to do, baby?" "Dunno." Izuku shrugged. "What do you want to do?" Izuku asked, looking up at him with those pretty onyx eyes. "I've got an idea. You go get into something warm and cozy, I'll get something for us to snack on." Hitoshi smiled. Izuku nodded and released his hand before walking off, down the hall to Hitoshi's room. "Hey lovey. Tsuka, while we were out, got me a laptop. So, now instead of watching things on our phones, we can watch movies and shows on there. He also got me a new phone while we were out, so now I can leave that one just for vigilante work, since I've been using my untraceable phone for both personal and work use. Hitoshi told him as he climbed into bed and set the laptop on his lap. Izuku snuggled into Hitoshi's side. Okay. Is there anything you'd like to watch, darling? Hitoshi asked as he tapped away at the keyboard. Izuku shook his head. Hitoshi nodded and grabbed the bowl he'd set on the bedside table before placing it on the bed on Izuku's other side. Feel free to snack. Hitoshi told him. How about a cartoon? Okay. What's your favorite? Izuku asked, draping an arm around Hitoshi's waist. My childhood favorite was Bolt. It's about a dog who believes he has superpowers and travels. I won't say more, spoilers. I remember enjoying Who Framed Roger Rabbit too, but that wasn't completely a cartoon, it was a mix of live action and animation. Hitoshi told Izuku, who hummed in response. So, Bolt? Izuku asked, peering up at him. Hitoshi smiled. He nuzzled his nose into Izuku's hair before pulling back and searching the movie name up. Yeah, sounds great. Hitoshi replied softly. Naomasa walked down the hall to get the kids for dinner. He arrived at Hitoshi's open door and peered in, finding Hitoshi and Izuku cuddled together and watching something on Hitoshi's laptop. He stood there watching them for a moment, not wanting to burst their content little bubble and happy with the sight of the two vigilantes being comfortable, before he knocked. Izuku looked up, seeming not a bit surprised by his presence, which surprised him. Then Hitoshi looked up and blinked before smiling. Hi. Hey there, Dinnerton kids. Naomasa informed them and he watched as Hitoshi nodded. We'll be down in up to a minute. Hitoshi told him and he gave a smile at the truth. I know. He waved before turning and walking away. Come on babe, let's go eat. He heard Hitoshi say and smiled. I swear, if they haven't already, they're probably going to fall in love with each other. Izuku had never thought too hard about his sexuality. He had never felt anything towards anyone, so it never really popped into his mind. He'd thought a lot about gender identity though. Izuku remembered searching up what it meant when you didn't feel like a girl, but you were born a girl. He remembers the rabbit hole he fell into, learning gender identities, learning that you didn't have to be what you're told you are. He remembers the quizzes he took online in the library. He remembers the moment he realized that he was a boy. So when he felt something unfamiliar but not unwelcome while he was out with Hitoshi, he thought back to his realization of being transgender. While Hitoshi was asleep, curled into Izuku's side and gripping his shirt, Izuku pulled out his phone and began his sexuality search. He was quick to fall down the rabbit hole, into the world of information. He did take a moment to search up what liking someone could feel like. Some websites told him things like butterflies in your stomach and your heartbeat speeds. One told him warm. The warm feeling. He knew about LGBTQ+, but he took the time to look further into it, relearning the sexualities he already knew and learning about ones he didn't know about. He learned about asexuality. A person who is asexual experiences little to no SXL attraction. Izuku had been through SEC ed classes, and because of those classes, he had searched online for anything he may have been missing, since he had heard of this thing called the SEC talk that parents gave their children. He had no parent to give the talk, so that led to research. He took his time as he read everything he could on asexuality. He even took a few quizzes, getting asexual and asexual aromantic as the results. Online quizzes weren't always accurate, but sometimes they could be, and sometimes they were simply helpful. He mentally noted to go back to asexuality later before looking into other sexualities. Eventually he came across aromantic. A person who is aromantic experiences little to no romantic attraction. He decided after a while of reading that if he'd learned about it a year or two ago, he'd have assumed he was aromantic, but since he was learning about it now, it probably wasn't him. Izuku continued looking and ran his fingers through Hitoshi's hair when he started mumbling in his sleep ever so quietly. He eventually paused on demiromantic. A person who is demiromantic needs to feel an emotional connection with someone before they can feel romantic attraction towards them. Then, just like when he came across asexuality, he read as much as he could find on demiromantics, the little stories of experiences demiromantics had especially. He took a quiz and it told him he was gray romantic. Gray romantic. A person who is gray romantic can experience attraction to people but little to no desire to actually be in a relationship with someone. He decided after a silent debate with himself that he probably wasn't gray romantic. He decided to mentally note down demi-romantic before continuing his little journey through sexualities. Izuku realized the sun was rising when he finally came to the conclusion that he was asexual, demi-romantic. He wasn't sure if he was specifically attracted to any gender, but he figured he wouldn't actually care about a person's gender if he was attracted to them, and so he decided that he'd uncertainly go by panromantic. The final conclusion he came to was that he was probably in like or in love with Hitoshi. Now he didn't know what exactly to do with this information. I hear this sheet ruins relationships of all kinds. I don't want to lose Hitoshi. I don't want to lose my favorite person. Oh my god, what if he thinks I'm a freak? People turn to villainy over being rejected. Not me though, I'd never do that. Though sometimes villainy is a bit tempting. Yeah, I am a freak, just not for my sexuality. Hitoshi grumbled in his sleep and nuzzled into him. Nothing would really change though, would it? If Hitoshi knew and reciprocated feelings I may or may not have. We are affectionate, well, Hitoshi more than I am. We communicate and we spend most of our time together. It's really just a label. Izuku felt Hitoshi move and looked down, seeing him starting to push himself up. He locked eyes with Hitoshi's sleepy ones. Hitoshi gave a tired smile. We'll be okay. Hey, lovey, you're awake early, how much sleep did you get? Hitoshi's tired voice asked as he lowered himself on his stomach on top of Izuku, squishing his face against his stomach. Izuku ran his fingers through his pretty purple hair. Dee didn't sleep. Izuku answered him, hearing him hum in response. Yeah? Insomnia? Hitoshi asked through a yawn. No, research. Izuku replied softly. Maya? What were you looking up? Hitoshi asked him. Sexualities. Izuku answered honestly. Oh yeah? That's a good thing to look into. I remember doing that when I was younger. Hitoshi told him, reaching up a hand and gently snatching Izuku's hand from his hair and linking their fingers. Why yeah? I only looked into gender identity when I was younger. Izuku replied softly. You're a beautiful, beautiful boy. Hitoshi mumbled. Thank you. Izuku murmured. Hitoshi made a kissy noise. You're welcome, love you, I'ma go back to sleep. Want me to get off of you? You dash. You're fine where youar. Love you T2. Izuku told him, running his fingers through Hitoshi's hair again with his free hand. You try go to sleep too. You're gonna be very sleepy otherwise. Hitoshi quietly requested. Okay. Izuku nodded before wiggling down with Hitoshi still on him and pulling the covers snug around the both of them. Good morning. Good. You said good morning and we're going to sleep? Yeah. It's dash. Izuku looked at his phone. 5:43 a.m. You're a dork and I love you for it. Hitoshi snorted. Izuku tilted his head. Thank you. Izuku followed Hitoshi into the dining room, noticing Tsukachi and Aizawa sitting at the table. Oh, hi, Hitoshi. Izuku, would you like some breakfast? Tsukachi asked. Yes, please. Hitoshi chirped as they pulled out the free chairs. Okay, I'll make some. What are you two feeling for? Toast? Cereal? French toast? What did you want? Tsukachi asked, making his way to the kitchen. Hitoshi looked at him. He narrowed his eyes. You haven't had French toast before, have you? Izuku stared before shaking his head. Hitoshi turned back to look at Tsukachi. Can we have French toast, please? Of course. French toast, coming right up. Tsukachi grinned. Want some Shota? Aizawa took a sip from his mug. Yes, please. Okay. French toast for everyone. Tsukachi fist pumped. Aizawa took another sip from his mug before putting it down. Hey, mischiefs. How would you two feel about going to see Nizu today to officially be adopted? Currently you're fostered, but only because we haven't gone to see Nizu and sign the papers. No pressure by the way. We can wait if you'd prefer, whatever makes you comfortable. Tsukachi called. I think I'd like to get it done. Hitoshi said. Make it real. Okay, we can do that. Tsukachi sent a soft smile from the kitchen. Izuku. Hitoshi murmured. You don't have to yet, remember? What do you want to do? It'd stop me from being thrown around. It'd just be the same people whose patterns I could figure out. When they eventually start ignoring me or something, that'd just be it and I wouldn't have to restart in another home. I wouldn't have to get used to another area and figure out what way to get to school. Hitoshi's here. Hitoshi's staying here. It's only for a few years. Well, at least that I'd have to live with them. Okay. Okay. Aizawa smiled. Izuku looked down to his hands in his lap, away from everyone else. Are you two going to change your names or keep them? I'd like to keep Shinso. Reminds me of my mom. All right. I don't like Midoriya. Do you like Aizawa? Sure. You are officially Hitoshi Shinso, adopted son of Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. You are officially Izuku Aizawa, adopted son of Shota Aizawa, pro-hero Eraserhead. Nizu clapped his paws with a smile. Izuku is now officially your first name, by the way. Hitoshi grinned and after a few seconds of hesitation he wrapped his arms around Tsukachi, feeling strong arms wrap around him, making him feel surprisingly protected. He leaned away a moment later with his grin still in place. Never had a good dad before, be a good dad please? Tsukachi gave a small laugh and smiled. I'll try my best, Hitoshi. Shota smiled, both at his friend and his own kid who was officially his. Izuku watched Hitoshi and now with soft eyes and Shota knew Izuku loved Hitoshi and wanted the best for him. He knew that was why Izuku had said yes to them moving in with the two of them. He still hoped he could get Izuku to see that he wanted the best for him and so did now and Hitoshi. Birdie! Shota called softly and Izuku turned to look at him. He smiled and held a hand out to him, simply offering physical contact in case he wanted it. Izuku blinked slowly, looking down at the hand held out to him before he raised his hand. Both of them were in his hoodie pockets before, then he hesitantly reached over. His hand awkwardly hovered over Shota's for a moment before his little hand gently landed in his. He is tiny. Shota gently held Izuku's hand in his own, just the slightest bit stupidly afraid he'd break him. I'll do my best to make sure you're happy. Shota told him and Izuku blinked at him before giving a slow and slight nod that Shota took as disbelief. I promise. Hitoshi woke with a gasp with the feeling of falling, making him jolt. He took a few deep breaths, blinking away the tears that welled up. He felt arms tighten around his waist. Hitoshi, okay? Breathe. He heard as he felt fingers draw patterns on his back. We were in your R room, both of dash. Of us AROKK physically. I'm Izuku, you're Hitoshi, we're 15. Izuku told him as he calmed. Hitoshi soon could focus. He realized that he was sitting up and that Izuku had moved his hands from his back to his arms as he sat in front of Hitoshi. The room was still dark, meaning the sun was yet to rise. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. Hitoshi told his love. Izuku's thumbs moved back and forth on his arms. It's okay. Izuku said. He shifted closer and his small hands cupped Hitoshi's face. Why you're okay? Hitoshi leaned into Izuku's warm hands with a small sigh. Do you think you'll be going BCK to sleep? Izuku softly asked, his thumbs ghosting under Hitoshi's eyes. Maybe. Can we just lay down for a while? Hitoshi requested, his eyes drifting closed. He felt soft but chapped lips gently pressed to his forehead before Izuku slowly answered. Anything you want. Hitoshi felt a smile grow on his face at Izuku's affection as the two of them laid back down, his head coming to rest on Izuku's shoulder. Fingers ran through his floaty hair and nails scratched at his scalp. I love why. Sleep well, Angel. He felt his face warm at being called Angel instead of his name or love. I love you too, dear. Hitoshi replied softly. Good morning, darlings. I have to get to work early, but I hope you two have a great day. Tsukachi rambled, gently pecking Hitoshi on the forehead and slowly patting Izuku on the head before rushing out of the house. Izuku stood tense for a short moment as he watched Hitoshi ghost his hand over his forehead. "Good morning, mischiefs," Aizawa said as he appeared a bit behind them in the hall. Hitoshi jumped and Izuku just turned around, having known he was coming. "Aye. Good morning," Hitoshi replied. Izuku gave a small short nod. "You two had breakfast yet?" Aizawa asked and Izuku shook his head. "All right, we'll have to be getting to school shortly so." Aizawa led them into the kitchen and opened the cupboard. "Toast? Cereal. We also have jelly packets and juice pouches if you'd prefer." "I'm having a jelly pack. I'll make myself some toast," Hitoshi decided beside him before walking further into the kitchen. Izuku tilted his head, left to right as he decided what to consume. Juice," he decided, slowly saying the word. "Here, we have blackcurrant, tropical, raspberry lemonade, apple, sour cherry and a berry mix," Aizawa told him, showing him the box full of pouches in the fridge. "Oh." Izuku tilted his head and drummed his fingers against his thighs as he decided what flavor. In the end he decided on blackcurrant. "Thanks. No problem, I'm just glad you're eating or drinking anything." Aizawa shrugged. "I'm going to go get into my uniform, I'll be back." Then he was gone. "Would you like any toast, sugar?" Hitoshi asked as Izuku poked his straw through the bag. Izuku blinked up at him for a moment, thought about it, before shaking his head. "And no thank you." "Okay, but please eat with me at lunch," Hitoshi requested and Izuku nodded his agreement. Izuku took a small sip from the juice pouch, his eyes widening slightly in surprise at the pleasant taste. Hitoshi melted a little bit inside at the adorable, wide-eyed, surprised face Izuku made. "So, ready for a new day in Class 1A?" Izuku looked up from where he had been burying his face in Hitoshi's stomach. Hantashiro had asked the question enthusiastically, probably upon noticing them. Izuku was sitting at his desk, Hitoshi was sitting on Izuku's desk with his legs on either side of Izuku while Izuku's arms wound around Hitoshi's waist. Hitoshi was running his fingers through Izuku's hair while Izuku burrowed into his stomach. Since Aizawa took them to school, they had been rather early, so they had a couple hours to do whatever they wanted. There weren't many people in the classroom. There was Yaoyorozu, she had greeted them with a smile before sitting down. Then Tokoyami had nodded to them in greeting. Aoyama had waved when he entered before staring at something Izuku didn't see. Hanta had walked in with Denki Kaminari who was vibrating with each step as they made their way over to them. "Hi, I still can't believe that you two were transferred to one. It's so exciting," Denki chirped with a grin. "Yeah, real exciting," Hitoshi replied dully, maybe sarcastically, but both of them were truly happy that they'd succeeded in making it into the hero course. Izuku almost purred when Hitoshi's nails, that Izuku had painted, a blue-based shimmery black nail polish that Hitoshi had bought when he'd gone shopping with Tsukachi, when they first arrived at school, started scratching against his scalp. "Hey, I have a question," Hanta suddenly said and Izuku's eyes opened. He hadn't realized he'd closed them. "Do you know how to play on a playground?" Izuku looked up at Hitoshi, who looked down at him, both of their eyebrows drawing together. They looked over at their new classmates. "What?" Hitoshi finally asked. "Well, this one time I went to the park and there were these two kids who laughed when I fell off of my skateboard dash." Izuku blinked and looked back up to Hitoshi whose eyebrows raised up high. "Then later I saw them climb all the way up a playground, up the outside, without the ladders or anything. They got to the top of one of the forts then just disappeared. It was so weird." Hanta told them and Denki was laughing. This was like almost 2 years ago. Izuku remembered laughing at someone falling off their board and climbing on the outside of a playground with Hitoshi on Hitoshi's 14th birthday. "You're the one that fell off the skateboard?" Hitoshi asked, maybe surprised. Hanta's eyebrows raised and Denki gasped. "So it was you guys?" They asked loudly. "Drama," Denki sang under his breath with a laugh. "Probably." Hitoshi shrugged. "On my 14th birthday, me and Izuku met up. We got food, went to the park, saw someone fall off their skateboard, did some climbing, then some running and jumping. Brew, you left me and my cousins bewildered when you just played on a playground wrong. Hanta exclaimed. It was so random. Izuku rested his head against Hitoshi's stomach, this time facing their new classmates. It was fun. Hitoshi replied and Izuku silently agreed as he remembered the day. Most of the class was in the classroom by the time it was 10 minutes until class started. The door burst open and in speed walked Ida, his expression blank, but eerily gloomy. Hitoshi continued to run his fingers through Izuku's hair as Denki, Hanta and Kirishima buzzed about near them, excitedly chattering and playing around. Next to walk through the door was Uraraka. Her skirt was rolled up so much almost her entire thighs were shown. Her tie was undone and her shirt was unbuttoned enough to show a lacy pink bra beneath. Her face was covered in poorly done makeup, even from meters away. Hitoshi could see her mascara was clumpy, her blue eyeshadow was bold but it wasn't an ugly color and her pink lipstick was slightly smudged. Hitoshi was all for expressing yourself, anyone could wear anything they wanted most of the time, but he felt that was definitely inappropriate for a school environment and would be surprised if none of the teachers asked her to cover up a bit or to leave. Maybe even give her detention. He'd never seen anyone wear their school uniform like that. He'd seen some roll up their skirts so they were shorter, but still an acceptable length and unbutton their shirts by 1 or 2, but never 4 or 5. Hitoshi looked down to Izuku, who squeezed him lightly around the waist with his arms. His face that had been pulled in a slightly uncomfortable frown shifted into a small smile as he scratched Izuku's head gently. He looked around the classroom and almost immediately noticed Uraraka was leaning over Ida's desk with her arms pushing her chest up. Ida didn't even seem to be paying attention to her. Hitoshi looked away immediately, especially when he noticed her underwear was exposed to the rest of the class. He was honestly tempted to find a blanket and drape it over her. It seemed he wasn't the only one, because he heard someone gasp and glance behind him, seeing Yaoyorozu making a blanket from her stomach. Then he watched her run over to Uraraka and wrap it around her before beginning to gently scold and lecture her. Hitoshi didn't know what to think of Uraraka, but he knew she made him uncomfortable. Izuku didn't seem fond of her either, probably stemming from when she had misgendered him at the beginning of the year. He watched Mineta, the pervert, waddle over to Denki, Hanta and Kirishima, who stood in the aisle next to him and Izuku, before stage whispering. Hey guys, did you see Uraraka's panties too? Izuku sat up straight and stared down at the perv with beautiful and narrowed onyx eyes. No. Hanta replied plainly. Ugh, gross dude, cut it out. Denki added. Not manly, bro. Kirishima shook his head. Tis your loss then. Mineta huffed, crossing his arms. I'm really tempted to grab a pen or SSS something thing and throw it at him. Izuku whispered as Mineta walked away. Hitoshi patted his head. I would not stop you from doing so. Hitoshi laughed quietly. The bell rang and the door slid open. Aizawa shuffled in, slouching with his sleeping bag over his shoulder, the door closing behind him. He looked like a caterpillar when he got inside of it and Hitoshi thought it was a little funny. He had seen him fight crime, he'd been chased by him, he'd seen how he acted in his own house. The sleeping bag was hilarious. In your seats. Aizawa grumbled and Hitoshi sighed before ruffling Izuku's hair, pressing a swift kiss to his head and moving to his own seat. Aizawa was about to continue talking when the door burst open again and in walked Mina. Sorry I'm late, teach. Slept in. Just sit down and be quiet. Aizawa drawled with an eye roll. Dramatic. Mina skipped to her desk and sat down. Uraraka looked vaguely like a mummy in the blanket Yaoyorozu had stuck her in at her own desk in the same row. Anyways, as I was going to say, the sports festival, part of the reason I asked you to give it your all, was because all over the country, heroes watched your performances. Aizawa explained as a glowing list lit up from the podium. Internships. Internships will be beginning next week for hero students and go from Monday to Friday. Heroes have put in requests for some of you to come, work, and learn from them. You would stay with them all week and they'd be in charge of you. It's a good opportunity to learn new ways to use your quirks, new ways to fight, to get experience and learn about what heroes do. The list displayed the amount of offers received. Shota had gotten the most with 4,123 offers, Katsuki following with most likely because they have powerful quirks. He and Izuku had 5 each even though they came first and second. If you have no offers, don't despair, everyone will be doing an internship. I'll hand out your list of options in a minute. Aizawa told the class. You must choose a hero or an agency to intern with before the end of Friday and get a parent and/or guardian to sign a form I will give you, so you can go. Aizawa told the class before pulling a stack of papers from his sleeping bag and beginning to hand everything out. Hitoshi turned in his chair to look at Izuku, who was silently drumming his fingers on the desk edge. Hitoshi took his hands and softly squeezed them. He seemed nervous and Hitoshi could understand. He was too. Aizawa got to their desks and put the papers down on their desks before patting them both gently on the head and heading back to the front of the classroom. You lot can look through those later. For now we have other things to do. Aizawa said. I think it would have been smart for hero students to do this before the sports festival, but oh well. Anyways, this is important and to be taken seriously. Another teacher will be coming in because I did not choose my dash. Code name. Midnight yelled as she burst through the door. Today we will be coming up with code names. Or hero names if you prefer. I'm here to help since Shota here didn't choose his own hero name. Aizawa grumbled and stepped into his sleeping bag before slumping onto the ground. Midnight gave a stack of whiteboards and pens to each row to be passed down the rows. Code names are part of who you are as a hero. Most heroes' hero names are inspired by their quirks or appearances, but you don't have to go that route. You might go with just a name or you might add the type of hero you are. For example, I am the R-rated hero, Midnight. Shota is the erasure hero, Eraserhead. She rambled, leaning back against the podium. Be creative, choose something you like and that suits you. Choose something that expresses part of who you are or something that means a lot to you. Go ahead, start thinking. She gave a grin and a wink. Everyone seemed determined and got to work. He could see some of his classmates write a name down and then put their boards down, already having chosen a. Hitoshi didn't know what to write. Glancing back, he saw Izuku was the same. Hitoshi was Whisper and that name was given to him, just as Izuku was Night Raven and that name was given to him. Neither of them chose names, they didn't care to give themselves one, but they eventually were given a name each that they only learned when they were 13 and running from Eraserhead. Hitoshi was Whisper. Whisper was who he was. The look in Izuku's eyes told Hitoshi he might feel the same. Are we allowed to use our names though? He didn't know. Izuku met Hitoshi's eyes and he knew neither of them knew what to do, because they were Night Raven and Whisper, who went out at night and saved lives when there were no heroes around to save them. After minutes of the class writing and Izuku's board sitting blank in front of him, just like Hitoshi's was blank in front of him, he stood and walked to the front of the room. He walked past Midnight and crouched by Aizawa. After a moment, Izuku hesitantly poked Aizawa's cheek and he squinted an eye open in a glare. They made eye contact and the glare went away. Aizawa's face looked softer in a way. Shota had assumed Namuri had been the one to poke him, so when he opened his eye, he glared, but he was instead met with the sight of his son crouched beside him, staring with beautiful droopy but wide onyx eyes. He felt as his glare practically melted. Hi, Birdie, what's going on? He asked. Izuku sniffed. Are me and Hi Hitoshi I allo load to us use our title less? He asked and Shota immediately knew what he meant. Oh yeah, of course, sweetheart. Shota told him and Izuku blinked at the immediate answer. Since neither of you were doing anything illegal and you're living with me and now, you two are no longer open cases, we only keep track of your captures and saves, all the heroes and officers know that you're fine to keep doing what you're doing. Actually, I think you saved one of the officers' wives one time and they made all the other officers promise not to arrest you, so that helped too. Yeah, you're free to use your names, just be aware that some people might recognize the names and think you stole or copied the names or realize you are the originals. Maybe even people from this class. Izuku blinked again and slowly nodded. We're going UNDD and we see can't get into TRO trouble if someone tries TOTO tell SSS someone about us. There AR already posts about our existing SES, but only SSS saves AN captures, no AC actual in format tie-in. That's good, I'm sure there's information about me out there, so that's really impressive. Shota told him. Okay, kiddo, you go and tell Hitoshi you have the go-ahead, yeah? Izuku nodded before standing and walking away. Whoa, he's not dead. Someone exclaimed and Namuri laughed but was looking at him in disbelief. Shota gave her a smirk before rolling over and closing his eyes. Izuku listened as Class 1A shared their hero names. He had some opinions. The Shining Hero, Can't Stop Twinkling. Too long. Pinky. Alien Queen was much better. Rainy Season Hero, Froppy. This one's okay. Tenya. Uravity. I shouldn't be as surprised as I am that she is capable of coming up with a name that works. Martial Arts Hero, Tailman. Simple, I can appreciate simple. Stun Gun Hero, Chargebolt. Right. The Sturdy Hero, Red Riot. Cute. Petting Hero, Anima. Cute. Fresh Picked Hero, Grape Juice. Gross but not too gross and it works? Tentacle Hero, Tentacle. I was under the impression they were shape-shifting arms, not tentacles? Alright then. Hearing Hero, Earphone Jack. I don't love it. Taping Hero, Cellophane. I do like this one. Cute. Jet Black Hero, Tsukuyami. Shoto. Nope. He's changing it or I'm telling on him to Dabi. Stealth Hero, Invisible Girl. Simple. King Explosion Murder. Vinji Hell, Katsuki Y. Lord Explosion Murder. No better. The Everything Hero, Kriati. She sounds like a goddess or something. Shinso, it's your turn, what do you have? Midnight called out and Hitoshi stood from his chair and slinked his way to the front of the room. Pretty purple eyes Izuku sees every day and never gets tired of scanned each and every person in the room with a cold gleam to everyone except Shoto and Katsuki. Then Hitoshi looks at him and his eyes soften. Izuku was surprised he could tell they did. Hitoshi flipped his board and hit it hard against the desk for a dramatic bang that truly silenced the room afterwards. Whisper, Hitoshi said in a hushed voice that seemed to echo through the silence. Then Hitoshi walked away from the podium and sat down in his seat, blowing Izuku a kiss as he sat down. The class seemed to still be stunned by the silencing bang of the board against the podium. Izuku stood, pressing a barely there kiss to Hitoshi's forehead as he passed. Standing at the front of the room, Izuku could see everyone blinking off the surprise. He placed his board on the podium and looked at everyone, pausing longer on Katsuki, then Shoto, before finally stopping on Hitoshi. Night Raven. He says slowly and quietly, then without another word he goes and sits down. The room was quiet. Then there was whispering. I knew it. Denki yelled. I knew it was you. Izuku exchanged a look with Hitoshi and they both stayed silent. Knew what? Mina asked Denki with wide eyes. They're Night Raven and Whisper. You haven't heard of them? Oh yeah, most people don't. But still. They're amazing. Denki gushed and Izuku blinked, leaning back in surprise. Oh. They're vigilantes, are they not? Yaoyorozu exclaimed in surprise and realization. Wait, then how are they here? For a moment Midnight looked ready to approach and arrest them at the mention of them being vigilantes, but then a look of realization came over her face and she just smiled instead, meaning Aizawa's words were probably truthful. Vigilantes? Ida yelled for the first time since arriving at school, his face held emotion. He looked appalled, baffled, furious. Is that why you guys were hanging out on the roof that one time? Kirishima questioned. What the F dash? Vigilantes, kid, tell me they're lying. Katsuki yelled, looking back at them down the aisle. Izuku made eye contact with Katsuki and shook his head, just barely. Katsuki's eyes widened in surprise. What? Why the hell didn't you tell me? He asked with a frown. I didn't want people to know at all. Di knows because we patched them up as vigilantes. Theo knows because that's how Dabi introduced us. Dabi knows because he was the first hero to chase us and figured it out during the sports festival. Tigis knows because he was the detective in charge, he works with Aizawa and he would have confirmed it with his Quirk when they asked. They were the only people that knew. Izuku signed and Katsuki, after a minute, gave a sigh and a nod. Tell me this sheet next time, Squirt. Katsuki demanded, and Izuku gave him a small nod. While they were talking, Izuku had been blocking out the loud chatter of the class. Should we call the police? The heroes aren't doing anything and there's 2 in this room. He heard someone ask. Don't you dare. They haven't done anything. He heard Denki argue. They're good and they're super sweet with each other too. Each other, but what will they do to us? Vigilantes are villains. Ida yelled, as if volume would force understanding. That's not true. Izuku said, and the room quietened. Yeah. Sometimes, vigilantes turn to villainy, but vigilantes aren't villains. If anything, vigilantes are heroes without a license. At least this is the case for us. Though we don't need a license for what we do, since we don't use our quirks. Hitoshi explained. By the way, neither of us appreciates being called villains. Don't do it again. The classroom was silent. Then Aizawa stood up. Sit down. He demanded, and the class scrambled to their seats. Hitoshi Shinso, Whisper, and Izuku Aizawa, Night Raven, are both legal. A detective with a lie detection quirk has confirmed this. Leave them alone. Don't go around sharing their titles either. If I find out you have, you will be punished. Yes, sir. The class called out in sync in what Izuku assumed was fear. Wait, Aizawa! Someone shrieked and Izuku covered his ears. Too loud. That a problem? Aizawa glared glowing eyes at the one who asked, which turned out to be Mina. No, but I thought his name was Midoriya. That's what he said. Mina replied. No offense, sir, but you don't seem like the type to have a child of your own either. Just the type to be a huge softie for all his students, act all spooky, and have an obsession with sleeping anywhere you can. Detention. Aizawa started. Ah man. Izuku is my son, our relationship is none of your business. If he wishes to talk to you about it he will, but don't ask about it because, once again, it is not your business. Aizawa told the class and in response got a series of quick nods. Anyways, approved. Both of you. Keep doing good out there. Izuku took a sip from his juice pouch as he and Hitoshi looked through their internship options at the dining room table. They had 5 offers each and all of them were the same. Eraserhead, Gran Torino, Sir Night Eye, Native, Death Arms. Almost immediately they both crossed out Native and Death Arms. They were both shitty heroes in their opinions. Neither of them knew very much about Gran Torino, but neither of them wanted to cross them off just yet. Sir Night Eye, ex-sidekick to All Might. Izuku felt there was a reason he put in an offer, but neither of them would know until they met the man. Izuku needed to do more research before crossing his name out. Eraserhead. They live with the man. They didn't know what to do. Hey, kiddos, what are you up to? Tsukachi asked as he and Aizawa entered the room. We are trying to decide who to go with for internships. Hitoshi answered as Izuku's nose scrunched. He took another sip of juice. Oh, maybe we can help. Tsukachi replied, taking a seat across from Hitoshi as Aizawa sat across from Izuku. Hitoshi handed the man his list. Oh, so you've narrowed it down to 3 options, that's great. Ridiculous you only have 5 though. Oh, I know Gran and Night. Gran is a great option for you too. His quirk lets him release high-pressure air from his feet, and it lets him move extremely fast. He could teach you some of his moves, which work really well in alleyways, where there are things to jump off of and stuff, and that's where you do most of your work. He taught All Might and is now retired. I'm surprised he sent out an internship invite at all. Izuku squeezed his juice pouch just a bit at the mention of the number 1 hero and the juice spilled out onto his hand, so he stood from his seat with a muttered curse, walking to the kitchen and to the sink to wash the juice off before it made his hands sticky. Sir Night Eye might also be a good pick. He's a good hero and he could teach you a lot, especially how to predict what most likely would happen next in a fight. He heard Tsukachi say next. He was All Might's sidekick for years and he has a strong belief that there is nothing if there is no humor in the world. Izuku walked back over to the table, crossed out both names on his own sheet, and patted Hitoshi on the head, all before leaving the dining room and heading back to his own room to finish off Hitoshi's lucky stars. I guess Izuku's coming with me for internships then? Shota mumbled, a mix of surprised, happy, concerned and confused. Hitoshi sniffed before sighing. Yeah. We do not like All Might. At all. Oh, now sighed looking down. Shota knew he was disappointed because he was friends with the man. Shota didn't like him or that he knew where he lived, especially now that if he showed up, he'd know where their children lived. Shota wouldn't let the man around any children if he had a choice, but he wasn't in charge so he didn't have a choice but to let the man near his class of children. Yeah. He said some shit at the sports festival and when he saw me and Izuku in class, he gave us an awfully familiar look and he ignored our existence when he could. Hitoshi shrugged. I think Izuku has more reasons though. Now looked furious and Shota knew he himself was definitely set off. Oh. Guess we are interning with Eraserhead then. Hitoshi hummed, crossing out Night Eye and Gran Torino. I'll be sure to teach you well. Shota told him with a nod. Thanks. I'm gonna go check on Izuku. Hitoshi told them, standing from his seat. Oh, also Ida was acting weird today. Though I don't know him so maybe it was normal, but he seemed really weird. Just not how he was last week. So you should check on that. And maybe keep an eye on you, Raraka. Hitoshi told him and Shota gave a nod because that was concerning. Bye. Bye, bud. Now called after him before drooping a moment later with a set-off look on his face. Tashinori, what have you done? He muttered. When we find out, I'll decide whether or not to finally commit murder. Shota hummed. No murder, it sets a bad example for the kids. Now scolded and Shota snorted in amusement. Hitoshi. Hitoshi looked up from his phone at Izuku's voice. Izuku was holding the jar Hitoshi had bought. It was a big, clear jar with a long neck but a wide cylinder body and a cork to seal it closed. It was filled with lucky stars, all colors of the rainbow. Izuku was wearing a tiny, awkward smile. Hitoshi squealed excitedly. Oh my goodness! He carefully took the jar and Izuku took a seat on the edge of the bed. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. They're so cute. Hitoshi put the jar between his crossed legs and took Izuku's face into his hands before peppering kisses all over his face. Thank you, love. Say hi to Dabi for us, please. Hitoshi requested as he hugged Shota. Izuku couldn't keep his eyes on them, there was a lot of people in the station, so he kept his back against the wall and looked every which way. Oh, we also got them a present, can you give it to them please? It was a Monopoly game. Izuku had never played it, but Hitoshi had and thought it would be a good idea because it was likely Dabi never got the opportunity to play. Of course. Shota replied as he was released, seemingly eyeing the wrapped box Izuku had slid through his backpack straps so he didn't have to hold it or fail at stuffing it inside his bag, going off of the glance Izuku had cast over in their direction. Shota wandered closer and wrapped his arms around Izuku's shoulders slowly as he continued to look around. Have a good week, little brother. Why you too, Sho? Izuku replied quietly, his own arms winding around Shoto's waist loosely. Text me anytime, alright? Shota told him, rocking them gently from left to right. The slightest bit. Okay. Izuku mumbled. Good. Shota said, followed by a small sigh. I should get going now. Lazy stay safe, Shishobu. Izuku told him as he was released. Shota ruffled his hair, doing the same to Hitoshi, who had made his way over. Of course, you two okay? Both of you, stay safe, or I'll sick Dabi on you. Izuku already sick Dabi on you for setting your hero name as Shota. Hitoshi told Shota as he slid the present out from where it was against Izuku's back and handed it over to Shota, who paled the slightest bit. You didn't! He exclaimed in dread. What's wrong with my hero name? Why are you so against it? He cried. It is SS stup PID. Izuku muttered. It's my name. Shota replied, confused. It's too stupid DFO for a H-hero name. Izuku elaborated, to Shoto's barely expressed despair. Shota pouted. Alright, you big baby, you've got a train to catch. Go, we'll see you soon. Hitoshi told Shota with a small smile on his face. Shota sighed but nodded. Okay, bye. Bye. Hitoshi said as Izuku waved in response. Oi kid, fluff fucker. Katsuki called as he jogged over. Izuku's eyes continued to glance around. What's up with him? Apparently, I've been noticed. It's one of his more anxious days and there are too many people here. Hitoshi explained as Katsuki set himself against the wall beside Izuku, his hands in his pockets. Ah, that isn't this. Katsuki muttered under his breath. I forgot, who are you two going with for internships? He asked a bit louder. Eraserhead. Hitoshi told him. Izuku glanced at Hitoshi, finding a small smile in place on his face. You live with him, why would you pick him for internships? Katsuki asked with a scoff. Well, neither of us wanted to go with, frankly, shitty heroes and Izuku didn't want to go with either of the other heroes, who were both connected to All Might and I, honestly, didn't either. Eraserhead was the only name left on the list. Hitoshi explained with a shrug. I don't mind, I've admired Eraserhead for years. Katsuki shrugged. I went with Best Jeanist. Ah. Izuku scrunched his nose. Got something against him? Katsuki asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. I have a feeling you will after internships. Hitoshi spoke for him, rather cryptically. Katsuki began before getting distracted. I gotta go, don't get in any effing trouble, ya hear me? He growled as he roughly ruffled their hair with his big warm hands. Sure, Blasty. Hitoshi replied. Bye. Izuku waved, glancing at the stairs, where a new group of people appeared from. Hitoshi wound an arm around Izuku's shoulders with a quiet hum. I have something to give you. Izuku briefly glanced up at him before going back to his constant scanning of the area. I found it while we were getting Dabi a gift and thought I'd get it for you. I didn't know when I'd give it to you though. Hitoshi told him. I'll give it to you when we're back at the house, I think. Okay. Izuku mumbled, watching as Denki waved as the train doors closed. A while later, the whole class had left and the area was filled with too many strangers, to Izuku's discomfort. Birdie, wonder, let's get out of here, yeah? Aizawa asked as he approached and Izuku was quick to nod. Good idea. Hitoshi agreed. Okay mischiefs, here's the plan. We will do training during the day, short patrols at night and the rest of the time will be spent resting and sleeping. During the day, not only will we do physical training, but I will also be teaching you about the paperwork side of the job. For night patrols we will be going to different areas, some have more sketchy areas and others have higher crime rates. Normally I wouldn't dare bring children into dangerous areas during their first internships, but you two have been going out at night alone for however long you have, so I think it's okay. Shota told the two not quite vigilantes as they stretched in one of UA's gyms. Okay, what's first? Hitoshi asked him, tilting his head as he continued to stretch. First I'm going to test you to see exactly where you're at, then we will go from there. Shota answered. Okay. Hitoshi nodded as he and Izuku finished stretching. Let's get started. Shota said with a smile. Alright you two, go rest, then you can try on your uniforms, see if everything fits and if everything works right before we head out tonight. Aizawa told them. You both did well today. Izuku gently tugged a sleepy Hitoshi into the house. Thanks, Eraser Dad. Hitoshi replied, rubbing his eye with his fist. Izuku tilted his head, hearing the name for a second time. Aizawa ducked his face into his capture weapon. Alright, go on mischiefs, you're clearly tired, go take a nap or something. He suggested with a soft voice. Bye. Izuku mumbled, pulling Hitoshi's arm around his shoulders before continuing to lead him to his bedroom. Bye. Hitoshi called through a yawn. Getting into Hitoshi's room, Izuku set him on the bed. Do you want to shusho wer? Or do you want TT to go st straight to bed? He asked, collecting a change of clothes for himself and Hitoshi. I'm tired, but I should probably shower. Hitoshi replied, his eyes drooping. He hadn't slept much through the night compared to how much he usually did, so that and the amount of physical activity clearly made him exhausted. How about a babeth? I'll wash you your hair fo for you if you want. Izuku offered, crouching in front of Hitoshi with their clothes in his arms. Hitoshi smiled. Yes please. Okay, come on. Izuku mumbled as he stood, taking one of Hitoshi's hands. Hitoshi stood and Izuku led him to the bathroom, hearing another quiet yawn behind him. He closed the bathroom door behind them as Hitoshi hopped up on the counter. Izuku put their clothes on the other side of the counter and turned on the water after plugging the drain. He took a towel from one of the shelves and hung it up on one of the hooks. Hitoshi? I don't know how you do the bubbless. Do why you want bubbles? Izuku asked. Hitoshi hummed for a moment before shaking his head. No, I just want to get this over with so we can go nap. You've still got a shower or bathe too. Izuku nodded. Okay. I'll just shower. Izuku knelt by the bath. It was almost halfway full. The water was very hot, so Izuku turned the water down a bit, not wanting to burn his person alive. Izuku hummed as the water filled the tub. Okay Hitoshi, the bath's almost full, get ready. Izuku told him as he stared at the filling bath. He heard Hitoshi hum his response as he hopped off of the counter and started undressing. Water is transparent, yet somehow so pretty. Izuku turned the water off, seeing the bath was full and tested the water making sure it wasn't too hot or too cold. Can I get in? Hitoshi asked quietly. Tell me if it's too hot or too cold though, Izuku mumbled. Hitoshi stepped into the water and slowly sat down, sighing as he relaxed against the bath's edge with his knees to his chest. It's not too hot, babe. It's just right. He sighed. That is good then. Izuku replied, gently running his fingers through Hitoshi's hair, dragging his nails against his scalp. He slowly wet Hitoshi's hair with a cup he filled with bath water, continuing to run his fingers through purple locks. It was always fascinating, seeing Hitoshi's hair droop down, shiny and dark. Hitoshi purred, his head leaning back into the touch as he sank slightly further into the water. Izuku hummed softly as he started shampooing Hitoshi's hair, watching the bubbles form as Hitoshi's purring got louder. He poured water over Hitoshi's head a few times as he washed the shampoo out before starting with the conditioner. You alright be beautiful? Izuku asked softly. Yes, lovey. Hitoshi mumbled through his purrs. That's good. Izuku hummed, running his fingers through the glossy purple locks, spreading the conditioner through. He washed the conditioner out and continued to scratch at Hitoshi's scalp for a moment. You should wash up. Do you want me to leave? Izuku asked quietly. No, you're fine, I'll finish up quickly. Hitoshi told him and he hummed as he stood up. Okay, I'll be over on the sea counter. Izuku told him before drying his hands and lifting himself up onto the counter, pulling out his phone to keep him busy, hearing Hitoshi uncap his body wash. A few minutes later, Izuku heard Hitoshi unplug the bath. Thank you, sweetheart. You do the same for me. Izuku shrugged. Thank you anyways. Hitoshi replied. Hitoshi dried himself and got dressed and Izuku pocketed his phone. Hitoshi hugged him, his nose nuzzled into the crook of his neck. I'll wait for you in my room, Kay? Okay. Izuku whispered, his fingers fiddling with the damp hair at Hitoshi's nape. With that, Hitoshi left the room and Izuku turned on the shower. Izuku tuned into the world around him, finding Hitoshi nuzzling against his chest over his heart, his chest which went unbinded despite his dysphoria having told him to bind it again after his shower. It wasn't good to sleep with your chest binded. Izuku sighed and gently wrapped his arms around him after pulling the covers up over Hitoshi's shoulders, resting his hands in his damp pretty purple locks of hair, letting his fingers wind through the strands and his nails gently graze against his scalp. He looked around the room, seeing the jar of Lucky Stars sitting beside other jars and candles on the shelves, seeing the bars of the bed held above their heads, their bags on the floor, the new addition of fairy lights strung up across the ceiling. There was little light passing through the gap in the curtains, and what little of it that passed gave a pinkish-yellow tint. He looked at the doorway when he sensed someone coming, and seconds later Aizawa was standing there, leaning against the doorframe. After less than a few seconds, he seemed to notice Izuku was staring at him as he stared at the two of them. Hey kiddo. Izuku lifted one hand and waved in response. Aizawa smiled. Did you rest well? He asked as he stepped into the room. Izuku gave a small nod as he watched him. That's good. Is Hitoshi still asleep? Aizawa asked next and Izuku nodded once more. He seemed really tired after training today. Do you know if he slept well? He didn't. Izuku answered softly, continuing to run his fingers through Hitoshi's hair as he watched the man. Hitoshi just purred on, snuggling close as if trying to capture all of his warmth. Hopefully he'll feel well rested after his nap then. Aizawa hummed, taking a seat on the floor by the bed, crossing his legs and holding his face in his right hand. Are you looking forward to wearing your hero uniform for the first time? Izuku hummed under his breath. I don't know. He answered, only not shrugging for Hitoshi's comfort. If his uniform was exactly what he wanted, Izuku would be happy, but he had seen some of the 1A uniforms and he had concerns. Ah, that's okay, Aizawa nodded. It was quiet for a moment before Aizawa spoke again. Now we'll be home soon with food. Do you like sushi? Izuku hummed. Yeah. That's good. How about Hitoshi? Aizawa asked him, looking over at Hitoshi who continued to purr softly against him. ITNKSSS so. Izuku told him softly. Just then Izuku heard the front door open and Tsukachi called out. I'm home and I've got food. Huh, what timing? I'll go help him. You two come out when you're ready, okay? Aizawa said as he stood, offering Izuku a smile. Okay. Izuku mumbled in response and the man nodded before leaving the room. Izuku sighed, combing his fingers through Hitoshi's hair. Hi Hitoshi. Tea time to wake up and now. He said softly as he gently shook Hitoshi's shoulder. I'm sorry Hitoshi, but you need tea to wake no now. Hitoshi groaned. As he stirred, his glittery amethyst eyes blinking open. He moved and looked up at him, his pink lips in a small pout as his eyes blinked sleepily. Then he gave a small smile as his hand came up to rest against Izuku's cheek. Hello. Hi. Izuku murmured, leaning into Hitoshi's hand slightly as he stared into Hitoshi's eyes that stared right back. Sushi. Hitoshi smiled just a bit wider before pushing himself up, pressing a kiss to Izuku's forehead after brushing back his hair from his face and sitting back on Izuku's legs, his knees against the mattress. In a moment, first, I said I had a gift for you. He whispered. Hitoshi pulled open the bedside cabinet's drawer and pulled out a little white box with a black lid. He took Izuku's hand and placed the box on his palm. Izuku allowed his fingers to come and curl around the box. Go on, open it. Izuku sat up and opened the box, finding himself staring at a bracelet. It seemed to be made of black leather and there were 5 beads on it. They were in the colors of the trans flag. So, this is fire resistant, the beads are steel and the bracelet itself is leather. I realized that you didn't really have anything pride related and thought maybe you'd like something. Hitoshi told him softly as he took the bracelet from the box and slipped it around Izuku's wrist. Izuku wrapped his arms around Hitoshi and buried his face in his chest. Thank you. He mumbled, feeling his lips wobble just a bit. Hitoshi's arms wrapped around him, his hand moving up and down against his back. You're welcome, honorable, you're welcome. After a moment Izuku sighed and leaned away, Hitoshi entwining their fingers. We should go right? Hitoshi asked. You said sushi. Why? Tsukachi brought food. Izuku informed him. Let's go then. Hitoshi grinned. He leaned forward and kissed Izuku's cheek before standing from the bed. Izuku followed, the two of them still holding hands. Izuku couldn't help but stare at his reflection, because he wasn't expecting to love his uniform so much and it was his first time wearing an actual binder. His chest was flat and he loved it. He'd always used 2 sports bras to bind his chest, but it wasn't comfortable, it was too many layers of thick, padded fabric on his chest. The binder he was wearing was specifically made so he could wear it during training, and internally there was a part of them that was so ecstatic that it was screaming out its excitement. His costume gave him an even bigger dose of gender euphoria on top of the huge one he already got from the flattening of his chest. His entire hero uniform was black, like his vigilante outfit had almost been. He wore a sleeveless, slash-proof, fire-retardant shirt. It was stretchy but stuck close to his skin. Over top of his shirt he wore a zip-up jacket that came down to his waist, sleeves that came down to his wrists with built-in elbow guards. It was bulletproof, slash-proof and fire-retardant. He wore slash-proof fire retardant cargo pants with built-in knee and shin guards. His boots came halfway up his lower leg. They were steel-toed and gave him 5 centimeters in height. They were shock-absorbing and had blades hidden in the soles that came out with a click of a button. He wore a proper utility belt, filled with all kinds of tricks and first aid supplies. It was also where the button to the boot blades was. He wore gloves. They were slash-proof, fire-retardant and shock-absorbing too. The final piece of his uniform was the mask, the voice modulator. Hitoshi had a similar one. It helped with mimicking voices and volume. The fact that it was heavy, thick and covered their mouths like a muzzle could have gone badly, but Izuku felt like he had all of the control. He knew he could take it off at any point in time, and so he didn't mind as much as he originally thought he would. It was also a lot more comfortable than the muzzles, so that helped. Izuku felt powerful, and he had never known what that felt like before. There was a knock on the bathroom door, and Izuku turned away from his reflection. "You okay in there, birdie? Need any help with anything?" Aizawa asked, and Izuku opened the door, looking up at him. "Oh wow, who designed this? You look great and it looks really well thought out. I can see where there's extra protection and everything." Aizawa complimented, seemingly impressed. "Actually, Izuku designed both of our costumes. He's the artist and knows more about what a hero's uniform should have." Hitoshi voiced from the hall, his voice having a slight echo to it, and Aizawa stepped away from the bathroom door. Izuku stepped out of the bathroom and found himself staring at Hitoshi instead of his own reflection. Hitoshi's uniform was similar to his own, though a mixture of black and deep, midnight purple. All of his clothing items were slash-proof and flame-retardant too. Instead of a sleeveless black shirt, his was purple and had long sleeves with built-in elbow guards, though like his own, it also stuck close to his skin. Hitoshi wore his own black bulletproof zip-up jacket. It was short-sleeved and came down to his hips. He wore black cargo pants like his own, but the shin and knee guards weren't built in. Instead they were on over top of his pants, shiny and midnight purple. He wore black shock-absorbing boots with shiny purple steel toes that also had little knives in them. His utility belt was black with purple pouches that were also filled with tricks and first aid supplies. His shock-absorbing gloves were black with purple palms. He wore a purple version of the voice modulator Izuku wore. Well, if he's hot. Izuku had never once thought that a person was hot before, but that was his first thought when he saw him. "Oh my god, he's handsome as f-. I don't think you ever showed me your design. My god, you look awesome." Hitoshi exclaimed through the repeating thought of beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. "You look great, Wisp." Izuku signed and Hitoshi blushed and smiled behind the mask that surprisingly felt nothing like the muzzle. "Thank you." Hitoshi replied aloud. "All right, mischiefs, let's be on our way. First we will make sure you can move just fine in your uniforms before heading out on patrol." Aizawa told them, and they both nodded, following the man out of the hall and into the living room. "Wow, you two look awesome. You look more like heroes than some of the actual heroes I've met." Suka called from the couch. Hitoshi smiled behind the mask and waved. "Thank you." Hitoshi replied, taking Izuku's hand as they walked by, walking with a bit more of a bounce in his step than before. A shriek echoed from the street below, and Izuku was immediately sprinting towards the sound, hearing Whisper and Eraserhead follow him. He gets to the railing of a building, and down below he saw 2 children being chased by a group of 5 adults. Izuku pulled a new gadget from one of his pockets and slapped it on his wrist. He hooked a hook over the railing and climbed to the other side of the railing before leaping off the ledge. Hearing the short screech Whisper let out at the sudden leap and the shout Eraserhead let out in what could have been panic, he got 3/4 of the way to the ground before clicking a button to retract the hook and let himself fall. 2 of the 5 chasing the children looked up at him when they heard Eraserhead and Whisper above, so they were the only ones to notice him coming and pause in their run. Before they could do anything, Izuku was slamming into them, landing heavily on their shoulders, enough to at least bruise, at most break, causing them both to let out cries that were cut off with new cries when he kicked them both in the jaws. They fell to the ground, and Izuku could see Eraserhead swinging down to the footpath with Whisper on his back, so he left them to the 2 of them to chase down the other 3 adults that were catching up to the 2 children. Not having to wait to be attacked or for the other person to be attacked makes this so much easier. "Whisper, Go with Night Raven. Izuku heard Eraserhead command, but didn't slow down, knowing Whisper would catch up. Of course, sir. Whisper called back in response, and Izuku knew that he was already doing so without being asked. Izuku caught up to the villains, and the one behind the other two turned back to him, immediately shooting small fireball his way, that Izuku expertly ducked under, leapt over and swerved around. Izuku got close enough and punched them in the nose, causing them to cry out in pain, the pain causing them to stumble and fall to the ground, but they couldn't get back up as they hit their head on a fire hydrant, causing them to fall unconscious. Izuku could have laughed. Whisper did laugh, finally running beside him. Well, that was a huge fight, huh? Yup. Izuku called back, because he could now, unlike how he couldn't with the muzzle. They neared the final two villains, and after a look and a nod shared between them, they both leapt, their hands landing on their shoulders as they pushed up into handstands. They pushed off of them, landing in front of the villains in fighting stances, causing the villains to slow down so as to not run right into them. These children? Not even heroes? Pathetic. One hissed with a harsh bark of laughter. Like they could do anything, let's just kill them and go. The other yelled with a sharp-toothed grin. With that, one of them turned into an absolutely huge viper, the other's hands turned into giant mallets, and a fight broke out. Izuku and Hitoshi were constantly avoiding getting bitten and being hit as they landed their own blows. Hitoshi eventually knocked out the mallet guy, but both of them were unsure of how to defeat the snake without killing them. Eventually Eraserhead turned up and to join the fight, and right as he did, Izuku and Hitoshi got wrapped in the end of the snake's tail and squeezed together painfully tight. Erasure wasn't working on the villain either. This is my least favorite hug I've ever experienced, Ray baby. Whisper wheezed with tears in his eyes from how tightly they were wrapped in the scaled tail. It wasn't tight enough to break anything, yet, only bruise. Eraserhead's capture weapon was binding the snake's mouth shut so they wouldn't get bitten, but he didn't seem to know how to defeat the snake either and looked as though he was about to make a decision that would wind up haunting them all. Then Izuku had an idea. He tested how much he could move, and after finding he could move just barely the slightest bit, he slowly shifted so he could reach his belt. Right as Eraserhead began to reach for the knife he kept on his belt, Izuku reached the button on his belt and out came his boot blades. The snake hissed loudly as it released them, tail dripping from where it was pierced. The snake then began to shrink and form into a human once more, apparently no longer able to keep up the form. Eraserhead was quick to handcuff them and then handcuff their friend before going to fetch the other three villains down the street as he and Whisper caught their breath after having it squeezed out of them. Whisper took his hand as they then began to approach the two children that were peeking out from a nearby alleyway. The children hid when they saw them coming, loudly gasping at being caught. When they rounded the corner, the children stared up at them until Whisper kneeled, bringing him down with him. "Hi there, are you okay?" he asked softly. They nodded after a few seconds, looking down at the ground as their hands latched onto the hems of their shirts. "That's good, I'm glad. I'm Whisper and this is Night Raven. It's nice to meet you. What are your names?" Whisper asked in a gentle voice. He's so good with civilians. Kane and this Kairi, are ya heroes? One child, Kane, asked, apparently the more confident one as the other, Kairi, cowered behind them. "In training," Hitoshi answered. Kindly. The children positively lit up. "That's so cool," Kane exclaimed with a wide smile, hopping from foot to foot. "Wow," Kairi murmured with wide eyes as they peered out from behind their friend. "Wait, I recognize you. You won the sports festival," Kane yelled, pointing at Izuku, then pointed at Whisper. "And you won second." "That's right, kiddos." Hitoshi nodded. "You were so cool. I thought you'd fight like you did with the others, but you danced. It was insane," Kane exclaimed, waving their arms. "We didn't want to fight each other." Izuku shrugged. "Still, insane," Kane replied. "Mischiefs." Izuku heard Eraserhead call and stood, looking down to Whisper. "Hey kids, let's go to Eraserhead," Whisper said, and the kids gained a confused look. "Who?" Kairi asked. "Pro hero Eraserhead," Izuku answered bluntly. "Whoa, so he really was a hero?" Kane yelled as Whisper stood, retaking his hand. One of the best. Hitoshi replied, as they led the children out of the alleyway. Woa like Endeavor? He's so cool. Kane asked excitedly. He's really not. Not like Endeavor, no, he's an underground hero. Do you know what that is? Whisper asked, receiving 2 head shakes. Well, it's kind of like a secret hero, one you don't really see unless you're being saved by them. Whisper explained. Oh, does that mean there's no merch of them? 'Cause they're secret? Kairi asked. That's right. Often that is the case with underground heroes, but sometimes you can find something, most likely fan-made. Whisper told them. That'd kinda SCK. Kane pouted. Not really. Eraserhead spoke and the children jumped. Hello, neither of you are hurt, correct? No, sir. Kairi murmured. That's good, now I must ask, why are you out so late and where are your parents and/or guardians? Aizawa asked, crouching down to the kid's height. The kids looked scared at the question. We dash. Kane looked like he was trying to come up with a lie. We snuck out. Kairi admitted with a guilty look on her face. Children are so much easier to read than older people. Why'd you sneak out? It's dangerous to go out at night. Eraserhead asked with a neutral face as he pushed his goggles down into the coils of his capture weapon. Well, Mama said we could get ice cream after dinner, but we broke a rule and she said we couldn't. So we thought we would just get it ourselves. Kane admitted. So after she went to sleep we snuck out and then we got lost and then we dash. The child began to cry. Izuku took a few steps back to hide behind Whisper, because there was no way he was going to try comfort a crying child. Whisper squeezed his hand. All right, well. Aizawa began as sirens neared. What's done is done and now you won't do that again, right? The children nodded quickly. Good, we'll get your mom to come and pick you up and everything will be right as rain. Thank you, Kairi mumbled. It's my job. Aizawa shrugged as 2 police cars pulled over. Near them before walking away. Let's go sit. Whisper suggested as they watched Aizawa talk to a cat-headed officer. Hitoshi watched as the villains were loaded into the police cars. Aizawa said another car was on its way to bring the children to the station. He could feel a few bruises forming from the snake, so he poked his tongue out behind the mask as the cop cars drove away. Izuku's head rested against his shoulder as they waited with the children and Aizawa, who stood against the wall beside of the 2 children who were on Hitoshi's other side. Hitoshi brushed his right thumb back and forth gently against Izuku's left hand that he held in his free hand rubbing up and down Izuku's left forearm. Izuku had honestly scared him by jumping off of the roof. Hitoshi had seen him do it multiple times, but never like that. Hitoshi internally sentenced him to cuddles until their next training session. Are you and Night Raven dating? Kairi asked and Hitoshi blinked, feeling blood pool beneath the skin of his cheeks. No. Hitoshi admitted as Izuku sat up, peeking around him to look at the children. Oh, well you look like it. Kairi shrugged. It's cute. Hitoshi had no idea how to reply to that. Was he supposed to say, thank you? Or was he supposed to tell them no again? Izuku shrugged and snuggled into his shoulder again and Hitoshi felt the warmth in his face warm further. I really should ask him to be my boyfriend sometime, but really it is terrifying. People end their friendships over it. I don't want that. Ugh, think about this later, Hitoshi, you dumbass. Alright, you're fed, you're watered, you may go rest, my mischiefs. Also, here's a reminder, I gave you permission to use your quirks today. You could have used your quirks, I think you might have forgotten. We're going to have to work on bringing your quirks into your fighting when necessary. Aizawa told them after Hitoshi had taken his quick shower, Izuku having showered before him. Aizawa slowly and gently placed a hand on Hitoshi's head, then on Izuku's head. He tried not to make it obvious he stopped breathing, then he ruffled their hair and took his hands back. Izuku continued to hold his breath, even as Hitoshi bid Aizawa goodnight and began to lead him away. Breathe, darlin', breathe, you're okay. Hitoshi whispered and Izuku began to breathe again. Hitoshi turned out the lights and they climbed into bed. Immediately Hitoshi wrapped his arms around him and pulled him to lie on top of him. Izuku nuzzled his cheek before burying his face in his neck. I shouldn't ask, but I want to, so I'll be selfish and ask anyway and hope he doesn't hate me afterwards. It's Hitoshi though, I think we'll be okay. Hey Hitoshi? You know how the kid asked if we were dat ting? Izuku whispered, feeling Hitoshi's hands settle, one on his back and one in his hair. Yeah, why? Hitoshi murmured. Well, would you like to? Hitoshi reached over to the bedside cabinet, tapping the flat surface until he found the switch to turn on the lamp so he could see Izuku, who lifted his head to look up at him. Can you please repeat that question? Hitoshi requested, hope swirling in his chest. Would you like to? Izuku repeated with his adorable stutters mixed through the words. Can you rephrase please? Hitoshi requested next, desperately hoping he was understanding Izuku's question and wasn't misinterpreting the meaning at the same time. Well, would you like to date me? Izuku asked quietly, with his droopy eyes locked on Hitoshi's. Hitoshi's heart begins to race and he hopes Izuku doesn't notice. WL. How would you feel if I did? Hitoshi asked carefully. Happy. Izuku answered simply and almost immediately as if there was no other answer he could have given. Hitoshi bites back the smile that threatens to spread across his face as his hope brightens like fire given more fuel. My answer to your question is yes, I would love to date you. My question to you is, would you like to be my boyfriend? Izuku nodded, a small smile, yet ever so bright to Hitoshi, pulling at his lips. Yeah. If you'd be mine. Then, Izuku-izawa, you are mine and I am yours. Hitoshi declared, his smile breaking out onto his face, Izuku's own smile growing the slightest bit wider as it did. Izuku pushed himself up and pressed a gentle kiss to Hitoshi's nose before settling back down on Hitoshi's chest. We were always each other's own why now with a labeltage that brings us closer than be before. Hitoshi placed a kiss in black and white hair, still smiling and feeling tears prick in the corners of his eyes. I don't think I've heard anything more true, darling. Hitoshi reached over and turned off the lamp before wrapping his arms around Izuku tightly. Lo love you Hitoshi. Love you too Izuku, sleep well. For once in Izuku's life, he felt like he'd slept the recommended amount for his age. When he glanced at his phone for the time, still tightly wrapped in a purring Hitoshi's arms, he found he hadn't, but that didn't really matter. Izuku looked up to Hitoshi from where he was being held to his chest. He saw the smushed smile on his face. The events of the night came back to him, and he felt himself gasp. I can't even be mad at my sleepy, impulsive decisions this time. Izuku made sure to commit the date to memory, then to his phone calendar to make sure he never forgot, because he would do his best to be the best boyfriend he could be for Hitoshi, and he'd heard that in relationships, there were anniversaries like the day they got together that they celebrated. Gently, Izuku reached up and started combing his fingers through Hitoshi's hair, the rumbling in the warm chest below him becoming louder as he did. He felt lucky and happy that Hitoshi wanted him too, even though ever since he met Hitoshi he thought the boy deserved so much better than him. Izuku had never been wanted by anyone before Hitoshi. Wondered what changes would be made to their relationship, if any at all, if Hitoshi would have any thoughts or feelings on Izuku's asexuality, if they would hide it from people that they were together. He wondered a lot. He didn't realize he was in his head until he felt fingers comb through his hair like he was doing to Hitoshi, blinked, and looked up to find Hitoshi smiling down at him. Hi, lovey, back with me? He whispered. Blinking, he nodded. Hi. You okay? Hitoshi asked, and Izuku nodded. Michim. How are you? Izuku asked back in a hushed, slow voice. I'm wonderful, babe. I feel wonderful. Hitoshi told him, and Izuku smiled a bit. That's good. Izuku murmured. They stayed in comfortable silence for a while before Izuku realized something. We should probably baby get tea up soon. Yeah, I suppose we should. Hitoshi hummed before he grinned. Or, he tightened his arms around Izuku and rolled over so he was on top of Izuku, smiling brightly down at him. This could happen instead. What happened next was Hitoshi pressing kisses all over Izuku's face, jaw, and neck, nuzzling his nose against his cheeks, neck, and below his earlobes, somehow eliciting breathy giggles from him by doing so, a rare occurrence. It was when Izuku began to laugh that Hitoshi began to laugh too, before adding blowing what he called raspberries against his cheeks to the list of things he was doing. Then, like in one of the UA gyms before the sports festival, Hitoshi started to poke at his sides in an attempt to tickle him. Hitoshi seemed to be enjoying himself, so Izuku didn't dare mention the fact they'd have to get up for internships soon again. Naomasa looked over to Shota when he heard Hitoshi laughing, not loudly but loud enough to be heard, down the hall. Shota looked over at him too before smirking and standing, gesturing for him to follow him. He did. They made their way down the hall, stopping at Hitoshi's open door, where they could hear two sets of laughter, one much softer than the other. They peered through the doorway and found that on the bottom bunk, Hitoshi was smothering Izuku in affection. Kisses, raspberries, and laughter, and Naomasa felt his heart swell with warmth. A glance at Shota, Naomasa could see the softness swimming in his gaze. Naomasa collected a video of their children as Shota took photos before they snuck away, allowing their kids more time together to be just that. Izuku and Hitoshi followed Aizawa out of the house. They were going to the UA gyms again, this time in their hero uniforms. They'd already learned a bit about the paperwork side for the day and were mentally preparing themselves to sweat. They made it outside, halfway to the car, when the loud barking of a dog made them pause. Izuku's grip on Hitoshi's hand abruptly tightened when he noticed a dog charging toward them and two teenagers following the dog. Aizawa sighed a few steps ahead of them and paused his walking. The dog stopped when it made it to them and sniffed Hitoshi, then Izuku before rubbing against Aizawa, who crouched and patted the dog gently, scratching behind the ears and under the chin. "What's this? Midoriya's been moved to our neighborhood," one said, and Izuku realized he had gone to middle school with both of them. "And what's this? Your new villain get-up. Ugh, we just can't escape you, can we? What, you stalking us or something?" the other asked. Izuku never bothered to learn either of their names. "Oi, are you under her control?" one asked, more like hissed, as they reached forward toward Hitoshi, and that was where Aizawa decided to step in. He had been observing the interaction silently, visibly growing more and more irritated from what Izuku could see. "Do not touch him," Aizawa's cold voice commanded. The two jumped, but quickly shrugged off their momentary fear. "Oh, you must be under her control too. Here, we'll help." The second of the two spoke, reaching over and slapping Aizawa's arm, before attempting to do the same to Hitoshi, which Izuku stopped with a growl as he stepped in front of Hitoshi, grabbing the wrist of the hand with his free hand, his other one still clutched tightly in Hitoshi's. He had seen the panic and felt the stillness that set in Hitoshi when the two of them approached and began to speak, and like hell would he ever let anyone touch him, especially when he was scared like he was now. "Leave before I call the police and report you for this," Aizawa threatened, his eyes glowing red, and that seemed to be enough of a scare for the two to run away, dragging their dog along with them. "Tisich, I'll be calling their parents and threatening to arrest them if that happens again," Aizawa grumbled before turning to the two of them. Izuku felt Hitoshi wrap his arms tightly around him from behind. "You okay, baby? I'm sorry I didn't say anything. I froze. They reminded me of my own bullies, and it's been so long since I had to dash." Izuku cut Hitoshi's ramblings off, gently shushing him. He brought a hand up to rest in Hitoshi's fluffy hair, gently scratching his scalp with gloved fingers every now and again. "You're fine, Angel. It's okay," he whispered. "You're all load to be scared, to panic. See, I'm here. It's okay. Izuku," Aizawa called, and Izuku looked over to Aizawa, or where he had been, only to find he had moved and crouched in front of Izuku. Izuku had been staring ahead since his middle school classmates had left. "Are you all right, birdie?" he asked. Izuku shrugged the shoulder that didn't have the weight of Hitoshi's head on it. "I'm fine," he mumbled. "Kiddo, can I ask you to tell me if anything like this happens again?" Aizawa requested, and Izuku thought on that odd request. "What's the point?" Izuku asked in response, tilting his head. "I want to do anything I can to help you," Aizawa answered. "So doing what I can when it comes to you being bullied, discriminated against, anything, is part of anything I could do to help you." Izuku blinked. "Ah." Izuku gave another one-shoulder shrug as Hitoshi squeezed around his waist. After a moment Aizawa gave a small sigh, his lips tilted upwards. "Alright, hop in the car, you two," he requested, and like the night before, he slowly reached forward, placing a hand on his head before ruffling his hair and doing the same to Hitoshi. He didn't hold his breath like the first time, but it was a near thing. Aizawa walked away after standing and Hitoshi squeezed him again. "Come on, sweetheart, you're all right?" Exhausted as Aizawa called for a break, Izuku just laid down on the gym floor where he was standing, stretching out like a starfish. He heard Hitoshi laugh and his soft footsteps approach. When he opened his eyes, which he hadn't realized he'd closed, he found Hitoshi standing over him with a smile on his face. He was sweaty and breathing heavily. They'd taken their masks off to train since they weren't necessary for the time being. "Hey sweetheart, looking pretty tired down there," he told Izuku as sat by Izuku's head, panting every few words. "Could say the same to you, Angel. We always look tired though." Izuku replied softly, his eyes closing again. "That's true." Hitoshi hummed. "Hey, do you have a favorite of the nicknames I use for you?" Izuku opened his eyes and looked over at him. "I dunno," he mumbled, eyes drifting to the ceiling, catching on the ceiling beams as he thought. "I leak that you mainly use B-baby when you're tearing to comfort me. I like the feeling I get when you call me love. It's fuzzy and happy feelings, same with lovey and darling. Doll makes me feel funny but not in a bad way. Sweetheart is cute. All feels different and none of it feels bad. If anyone else called me even half of the things you do, I'd feel uncomfortable." Izuku's eyes dragged back to Hitoshi, who was smiling widely. "I'm so glad you like them, darling, that makes me happy to hear." He then leaned forward to whisper, "They're for you and only you, doll." "Oh." Izuku blinked, feeling the fuzzy feelings that came with Hitoshi's names and felt unable to ignore them again. "Fuzzy." Hitoshi looked like he was melting for a moment before he pulled Izuku up to lean back against him as he wrapped his arms around Izuku's middle and nuzzled into his hair. "Fuzzy feelings, love? Normal IJ just glaze over him, but cause we were talking about him, ignoring him felt wrong." Izuku mumbled into his gloved hand. His face felt warm. "Ah, sweetheart, you're so cute," Hitoshi cooed, squeezing his middle gently as he rocked them left to right. "Angel." Izuku almost whined at his teasing. "You know, when you call me Angel, it makes me feel really happy and special." Hitoshi suddenly told him. "You are really SSS special." Izuku murmured. "Thanks, honey." Hitoshi purred. Izuku felt someone approach and found Aizawa walking towards them with water bottles in hand. "Hydrate or die straight." The man deadpanned when he neared, handing Hitoshi the water bottles when he reached for them. "I can't die trait, I'm buts SXL, demiromantic and p-panromantic. Does dehydration somehow reset my sexuality? Does high hydration keep my sexuality set?" Izuku mumbled mostly to himself, not sure if he was being serious or not because he was tired and wrong to feel even slightly like he'd slept a decent amount like he had when he woke up. "We'll probably and never know because to SSS survive we have dash. To hydrate." Hitoshi giggled as Aizawa choked before huffing out a laugh. "Yeah, you're too cute, Zubabe." Hitoshi chuckled. Hitoshi wasn't too surprised to find out Izuku was asexual. He didn't care that he was either, it was a part of him. Hitoshi loved Izuku and he would be sure to make sure Izuku knew that it didn't bother him when they were alone again. He remembered Izuku had only recently put a label on his sexuality, so making sure he knew it was okay was important.